The new Shadow Monarch. Hashtag Land of Fire Kanahegakure no Sato hashtag. Kushina Uzumaki could barely keep her eyes open as she is inscribing a seal in her own blood on her newborn's chest. The reason for this seal is to pass on the power and knowledge passed down since the beginning of her clan. The power of the Shadow Monarch, a powerful gift passed down to her by the Uzumaki's honorable ancestor, a godlike being named Ashborn. This power allows one to raise the dead as shadow-like version of said person. The one who receives the Shadow Monarch's power were also given a power known as magic, which is not dissimilar to chakra and can pass as such. You'll have to build your own shadow army, but I know someone more than willing to be your first, Kushina whispers, sniffling as tears leak from her violet eyes. The seal she has inscribed will leak the knowledge and power into his body until he fully awakens around the time he is 8. Kushina? A voice shouts. Kushina weakly looks up as she cradles her baby. Lord Third, she says. Hiruzen Sarutobi reaches her as he sees his successor Minato Namikaze laying dead with a hole in his gut. What happened? He says. No time, Sarutobi. This is our son Naruto. Please take care of him. He's a Hero, Kushina mutters. Hiruzen gently takes the baby and looks down at the blonde babe with 3 whiskers on his face. What happened to the Kyuubi? He says, but Kushina has passed on already. Could they? He thought, looking at Naruto. The former Hokage would call the shinobi clan heads, his former advisors and a few leaders of merchant clans to take stock but reveal Naruto to them. The attack by the Kyuubi has caused so much damage to the village and many lives were lost. This blinds many to Naruto's existence and believe he is the 9-tailed fox reborn. Naruto's life from that moment is nothing short of hell, as the villagers of Konoha learn. He holds the fox by the unscrupulous actions of one of Hiruzen's advisors. The villagers hurt the child in retaliation to what the Kyuubi has done to their homes as well as the countless people it killed. Hiruzen creates a law to try and give Naruto a chance at a normal life but underestimated the hatred of the villagers. His newly created council comprised of the shinobi clan heads, fellow elders and wealthy merchant clans kept him inundated with paperwork, which took his focus away from Naruto. By the time Naruto was 7, numerous attacks had been perpetuated on him, with those who did getting bullshit sentences due to members of his council. If one were to look at Naruto, you could not tell he was 7 due to malnutrition that has caused his stunted growth. Naruto walks through the village with his head down to avoid the looks of the villagers. Most if not all look at him with hate in their eyes. It's been 2 years since he was kicked out the orphanage and away from his only friend he named Panda. She called him Foxy and went against the tide of doing everything to harm him. She would sneak him food when the matron denied him breakfast, lunch, snacks, or dinner, played with him and shared her toys when no one else would, even taking verbal abuse from kids or the matron. Foxy? A voice shouts, as the blonde passes a weapons shop. Naruto stops and looks back to girl with brown hair in 2 panda buns. Her eyes were a gray tone but very familiar. Panda, Naruto says, his eyes flickering. The 8-year-old girl runs up to the blonde with a shocked look. What happened to you? She says. Ten, a voice says, and Panda looks back to see her father Tetsuo Higurashi, but when she turns back Naruto is gone. What's wrong? Tetsuo says, looking around. I found my friend from the orphanage named Foxy, but he ran away, Ten says. Foxy, Tetsuo says, confused but pieces it together when Ten says his name. His name is Naruto and I called him Foxy for the whiskers on his cheeks and he called me Panda, Ten says. It would be 2 more years before Panda and Foxy would see each other again. On Naruto's 8th birthday and the Kyuubi festival did his annual beating take place as over the past 3 years. The villagers regulated their attacks to the Kyuubi festival as ninja would be busy with the festival. A large group of villagers dragged the blonde against his will to a dark alley, beating him black and blue with their fists, stomps, pipes or a 2x4 that breaks over him from overuse. This is for our pain demon brat, one shouts, stomping Naruto on the back. Naruto curls into a ball as best as he can, but the blows continue. Your very existence is a curse upon this village, one woman screeches. Once the group was finished, they left Naruto to bleed out in the alley while they were smiling and laughing about the fun they had beating on a kid. Naruto watches them leave in a half-conscious state as whatever blessing or curse heals him, but also a seal on his chest begins to unseal itself. Music. GODCYB3R0N. Naruto awakens and looks around to see he wasn't in the alley that he had just spent the last hour being beaten to within an inch of his life in. This place resembles some sort of sewer that makes him think the people dumped him into one. He staggers to his feet and dusts himself off but sees two paths before him with both of them leading down dark and barely lit tunnels. Right it is, Naruto thought, heading right and travels for what seems like hours, but it was only a few minutes. He soon finds himself in front of a large prison of some sort, barred off by thick metal bars and a fairly large seal placed upon it. "So, my jailer has finally greets me," a deep and ominous voice says. Naruto freezes as two very large red eyes open in the darkness having black slit pupils. "Jailer?" he says, before a large orange tail snaps its way out of the prison. The tail grabs Naruto and pulls him towards the prison as two rows of sharp teeth appear amid the darkness. The closer Naruto gets does he begin to see a massive orange fox with 9 tails, and a loud roar echoes through the blonde, but someone saves him. Dark shadows made of black, purple, and blue slice the tail and the beast roars in pain. Naruto looks left and sees a figure emerging from the shadows, being a huge, muscular warrior with glowing flame-like purple hair, glowing purple eyes, 2 curved black horns, sharp claws, wearing jet black armor and a long smoky black cloak. "Who are you?" Naruto says. The figure looks to the fox demon and raises their right hand, and the demon slams into the ground as if some mystery force is keeping it submissive. "Now we can talk," the figure states in an echoing tone. "Who are you?" Naruto asks. "I am Ashborn and I am your ancestor of sorts," the figure says. Naruto is about to ask more, but his head begins to throb with a head-splitting headache beyond description. It feels like his actual soul itself is trying to break through his skull for some reason, but visions assault him and meld into his brain. "Do you see now?" Ashborn states, and Naruto nods. "I couldn't really see everything, but I understand. My father Minato Namikaze sacrificed his soul to seal half the Kyubi no Yoko inside me, and my mother Kushina Uzumaki passed her powers as the new Shadow Monarch to me," Naruto says, rubbing his temples. "Yes, and no other monarchs or rulers exist here," Ashborn states, answering a question before Naruto could ask. "The abilities she had in life I have now, like stealth. Ruler's authority. Dragon fear. Shadow extraction. Preservation. Exchange and monarch's domain," Naruto says. "Yes, but you have no shadows. You will need to build your own army," Ashborn states and looks to the Kyubi. "And I know the perfect first shadow soldier," Ashborn adds and grabs Naruto to point him towards the bars. "Now say the words," Ashborn finishes, giving the tiny blonde some help. "Arise," Naruto declares, and with one word, the dark power of the Shadow Monarch explodes out. The Kyubi couldn't move from its place and perishes in seconds of Naruto's new powers being unleashed, soon becoming Naruto's first and fiercest warrior. Song ends. Naruto snaps awake in the back alley and feels like his body is much stronger than before, so much in fact that he crushes the piece of wood used to beat him. He slowly gets to his feet and moves his limbs with them, feeling stiff, but popping his limbs helps. He looks around his surrounding and picks up a discarded kunai. "Here goes," Naruto thought, using his inventory, and it works. He then connects to his inventory but nothing in it but the kunai. "That sucks, but I'll just need to fill it," Naruto muses, taking the kunai out and tossing aside. "Now I need a place to train," Naruto thought, leaving the alley. The festival is still going on and Naruto uses stealth to hide himself from prying eyes. This ability allows him to camouflage himself from his surroundings and hide all traces of his presence, essentially turning himself both physically and magically invisible. He sets off towards the main street of the village, swiping food from various stalls to feed himself. He finds a shinobi equipment store after filling his belly and uses stealth to enter behind a customer. He waits in a corner until the customer leaves and the owner goes to the storage room in the back. "Now then," Naruto thought, clearing out the rack of kunai and shuriken. He slips out the store when another customer enters to be accused stealing so many weapons and jailed. Naruto heads for his destination known as the Forest of Death, a large forest that is surrounded by a high chain-link fence to keep the beasts within it inside of it, according to stories. Naruto looks around and sees no one as he clambers up the fence and down it, before trekking into the dark place. He finds a suitable place to test out newest member of his shadow army. "Arise," Naruto declares. The once terrifying Kyubi no Yoko rises from the ground, but albeit smaller than before, at the size of a bear, and still big for an 8-year-old. Good. Good, Naruto thought, but growling catches his attention, before seeing a large bear that is easily 10 feet tall on its hind legs. Perfect. He's all yours, Naruto says, and the fox charges the roaring bear. It needs a name, he says, beginning to think of one. The shadow fox leaps for the throat of the rising bear and latches on as the bear swipes at its shadowy body, but it isn't enough. While the fox rips open its throat and both crash to the ground. Naruto approaches the now dead bear as the fox bows its head. Good work, Inari. Arise, he says, making a shadow of the bear. He waves his hand to send Inari away but leaves the bear for shadow exchange before heading back to the fence, heading for his second destination, and that being his parents' home. Naruto finds the house after sifting some of his downloaded memories, finding it near the Hokage mountain and hidden by a miniature jungle. He uses stealth to reach the front gate, and from a distance the home looks intact. He places his hand on the seal on the gate and hopes for the best, but after a few seconds hears a click. He opens the gate and passes through but quickly closes it to keep people from knowing he was here. He trudges through the veritable jungle and reaches the home but finds the door isn't locked as he enters. This would have been home, Naruto says to himself, and sees everything is covered in a layer of dust. He wanted to turn on the light but finds he can see perfectly in the dark as he begins exploring. The home has a large kitchen, a door that leads towards the basement, 3 separate bathrooms, a master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, and 1 last room, but the young blonde could not approach it. He heads for a guest room and turns in for the night, getting a great night's sleep for the first time in a long time. 6 months would pass, and it is heavenly for the blonde as he lives by a strict schedule of learning as well as training, and it shows given his large arsenal of skills. His days were spent using stealth to sneak around the village and steal the food he would need for the day or head for Ichiraka Ramen. He would head back home after eating a hearty breakfast before descending into the basement. It houses a vast library of scrolls and books of all sorts. Here he learned about his family history, mostly his mother's side since his father is an orphan. It had taken him 6 months to read everything, moving them to his inventory, and soon finds his parents' journal. He learned his parents loved him dearly, or rather his mother loved him dearly. In his father or sperm donor's journal, he learned he conspired with his sensei Jiraiya to turn him into a weapon for the village. I wonder if the old man knows this, Naruto thought. The Sandaime tried his best to keep him safe, but he is one against many going behind his back. Noon comes and he eats a big lunch, then swap places with the bear now named Winter inside the Forest of Death and begins his training regimen. He punches trees to harden his bones, runs for miles around the place, and did non-stop push-ups as well as sit-ups along with pull-ups. He works his body to the core, and it begins to show since his body is no longer thin and sickly looking as it has been in the past. When he did train in the forest, many deadly animals were afoot and he gains some more shadows. A group of tigers, bears, giant spiders, giant wasps, and a very large snake. He also has to avoid the mistress of the forest named Anko Mitarashi, but she catches him a few times. What's a brat like you doing here? This place isn't for kids, Anko remarks with a raised eyebrow, her tone a curious mix of annoyance and amusement. She wears a provocative outfit and has purple hair in fan ponytail with pupil-less brown eyes. I'm hiding, Naruto says, trying to be cowardly. Bold words for a little guy. This forest can eat the likes of you alive, Anko says, a smirk playing on her lips. I'll take my chances, Naruto says, avoiding her eyes. Her smirk softens into an unexpected smile. Well, brat. Stick close to the fence if you want to hide here, Anko says, and vanishes with Shunshin. I need to be more careful, Naruto thought, using shadow exchange with Bird in his parents' home. Hello, Naruto. I am Makoto Uchiha, a woman says, catching Naruto at Ichiraku. He turns to a beautiful woman with long, straight black hair having bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wears a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt. Hello, Naruto says, and this meeting would yield Naruto his second most powerful shadow soldier. Naruto learns from Makoto that in a unilateral move the major shinobi villages decided to give the next generation a chance to be children and raised the age of becoming shinobi to 18, but those who showed strength and mental fortitude could graduate at 16. He learned Makoto was his godmother, but also she knew his mother's secret as a Shadow Monarch. She even revealed that she is dying and would die in a few years, with a request to become Shadow Soldier for him. He reluctantly agreed to his godmother's request, and that request would come 2 years later. "Forgive me for forcing such a choice on you," Makoto says, now a Shadow Soldier. She resembles herself when she was alive, but her skin is light blue and dressed in Konoha Jonin attire but in dark colors, and her vest is like light armor. "You were dying and made a promise to Mom," Naruto says, now 10 and looking much healthier. "Yes, but I worry for my clan and my children," Makoto says, and Naruto tilts his head. She explains that after the Kyuubi incident, her clan became social pariahs after many saw a Sharingan eye in the fox's eyes. The newly minted council had the clan moved to furthest edge of the village near the jail, causing a rift to form, and as time passed, coup d'etat began to be whispered. "Now that I am gone, I fear Fugaku will poison my children." More so, Sasuke as Itachi is more level-headed, and her being sent the capital will help to break his influence, Makoto explains, and he decides to have her keep an eye on the Uchiha. Makoto helps him with learning some of the jutsu in his parents' library, but more so his mother's, as he was weary of learning his father's jutsu. She had him focus on control but also get his hands on chakra paper to learn his elemental affinities alongside magical abilities. He manages to swipe some from a shinobi store, learning he has an affinity for lightning, wind, and fire. He learned to duplicate some jutsu with his magic, molding it in numerous ways or just flat out tossing it in various forms such as balls or spikes. 2 more years would pass and Naruto finally enters the academy, meeting children his age, with a few being from shinobi or merchant clans. Some were nice like Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, some neutral like Shino Aburame and Ino Yamanaka, but many were antagonistic like Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, with many others. The teachers would find any little thing to send him out of class, but the blonde didn't mind this as he now knows the Kagebunshin jutsu. He would leave a clone and shadow exchange to the forest to train. He was taught wrong stances in taijutsu or wrong ways in shuriken jutsu, but that was no issue for him. Naruto sits on a swing with a small lunch in his lap as other students were in little groups. "You should make friends, sweetie," Makoto says. "Why? They just don't like me and listen their parents because of Inari," Naruto thought. He used his stealth to hide in Hiruzen's office to learn more about Inari and did courtesy of some old people, speaking about his law concerning him and how he created a law to give him a normal childhood. A lot of good that did, Naruto thought, eating some chicken bites. "Heads up," Makoto says, and Naruto looks up to see Tenten. "Foxy," Tenten says, and Naruto sighs with a nod. "How are things in class? You made any friends?" she adds, but Naruto shakes his head, causing her to frown. Just as their conversation is about to delve deeper into the paths their lives have taken since their last encounter, a piercing screech cuts through their nostalgic reunion. "Why are you talking to him?" a voice screeches. Behind them is Sakura. "He's someone I know, and it's not up to you to decide who I talk to," Tenten says, her voice firm yet calm and manifesting her disapproval of Sakura's unwarranted outburst. "He's bad. My mommy said so," Sakura says, crossing her arms. "And?" Tenten says with a minor pause, but the pinkette has no retort. "Then leave us alone," she adds. "See, a friend," Makoto comments. The 11-year-old would have constant partner during lunches or after school, introducing him to her dad, and the bear of Manov was very nice to him, unlike most adults, or so both believed. "Get out, Uzumaki," a no-name teacher says, and numerous students laugh. "Seems your fate as a nothing continues," Hinata says, as the blonde passes. He ignores the Hyuga as Kiba tries to trip him, but the blonde hops over his foot, before thinking of crushing Kiba's foot. He heads to the bathroom and leaves the academy for the Forest of Death, but he is being followed by several to ascertain the boy's level. He reaches the fence and hops over with ease compared to his first incursion into the forest. "Naruto," Makoto says as Naruto lands in very large clearing. He quickly has to avoid a flurry of shuriken as about a dozen or so people in Umbu gear appear, but their masks are blank. "Who are you?" Naruto says, but none say anything. They draw their tantos and rush Naruto, but he quickly uses ruler's authority to lift the thrown shuriken, sending him towards the blank mask Umbu. A few find the mark and pierce one kunoichi as she crashes to the ground, as this freezes Naruto, with one kicking him in the back towards the dying kunoichi. "Arise!" Naruto shouts. "Inari, Winter and Makoto rise to fight along with now-dead Kunoichi. Is this one of Kyuubi's powers, one says, but they wouldn't be able to tell their master about it. Naruto raises the dead blank mask Umbu, but their bodies turn to ashes by blue flames. Who are you people? He says, but none of them can talk. Na or Root, Makoto says, as Naruto falls on his butt. Naruto says, confused. It's a faction of the Umbu and created for the village's protection, but their methods, they're more extreme. They operate under the philosophy that the individual does not matter. Only the mission. They are led by an elder named Danzo Shimura. He is someone with dark machinations for the village, Makoto says with a grave tone, and Naruto looks even more confused. He wants you as weapon, she adds, shocking the blonde. This would inspire him to grow stronger but also cement his choice to leave Konoha for a while. Makoto got his soldiers to show her where Danzo's base is, and this garnered the blonde some more solidars, but learning of the surveillance on her clan due to said coup as 2 more years passed. Makoto kept an eye on her clan, and the coup has been solidified when Itachi returned from the capital. Naruto also learned Itachi and her friend Shisui were leaking information to the Hokage and his advisors. Are you sure about this? Makoto says. Inside Naruto's shadow, the blonde is packing all his things and dressed in dark clothes. Yes, leaving Konoha is the best thing for me. I can only do so much in the village. Traveling will yield me some more shadow soldiers. Though I hate that Itachi has to cull your clan or leaving Tenten behind, Naruto says. Now 13. The decision to kill the Uchiha comes 3 days after Shisui Uchiha disappears, and the choice is made to cull them. Naruto leaves his apartment and uses stealth to head for the Uchiha district as the moon hangs in the sky. It's already begun, Makoto says, as Naruto finds a few bodies once he passes through the gates. She guides him to which Uchiha to raise as shadow soldiers, each skilled ninja with fully developed Sharingan. What about Fugaku? Naruto says, heading for her home. That is your choice, Makoto says sadly. Naruto reaches the house and searches for Fugaku, finding him face down with Itachi standing over him, and the young woman looks cold. Dad? A voice shouts and Naruto hides, seeing Sasuke. He listens as Itachi tells Sasuke that she killed everyone to show her power. Tsukuyomi, Naruto thought. A powerful genjutsu. Why would she use such on him? Makoto says, seeing her youngest run off followed by her oldest. Naruto slips into the room and makes his way towards Fugaku. I don't know, he says, and his eyes glow purple. Arise, he adds. Fugaku twitches as his shadow variant rises from his body and no longer resembles his human self. Instead is a muscular humanoid with a light purple glow, glowing red Sharingan eyes, glowing purple hair, sharp claws, and a fractured, horned skull mask that exposes the upper right portion of his face. He kneels to Naruto with his head bowed. For now on you will serve Makoto, and you will not speak unless she tells you to. Nod your head if you understand, Naruto says, and Fugaku nods. Thank you, Naruto, Makoto says, giggling darkly. Naruto dismisses Fugaku and uses shadow exchange with a bird he sent out hours before to slip out undetected, appearing on the coast of Fire Country, and the smell of the sea catches his nose. Where to now? Makoto asks. According to the map and the memories of those agents, Water Country is a good place to hide for now, Naruto says, summoning Fugaku and sending him to find him a shark or some large sea creature. Wave is good place to stop for supplies. Why not stop in Yuzushio before heading into Mizu? Makoto suggests. About 30 minutes later, Fugaku returns with 25-foot shark, and Naruto makes a shadow of it to ride across the water into Wave Country. About an hour later, sandy shores come into view, and he dismisses his shark named Jaws, before pulling the hood of his big hoodie up to hide his face, and makes his way inland. He soon sees a town, but this certain depressing atmosphere hits him. Huh, Naruto thought. The people were downtrodden with children playing, yet all of them stick close to themselves and didn't even so much as look up when he walks past them. What is going on? Naruto thought, but gets his answer due the sounds of a man being beaten up. He finds the source of 5 men, with one on the ground being stomped or hit with a pipe, while a 6th man holds a pregnant woman hostage with a flintlock pistol. Where is our payment? One of the mobsters demands, kicking the man in the gut. I already paid Gato last week, the man shouts, in pain, but the men laugh. That's funny, said the man holding the man's wife at gunpoint. Since I do the bookkeeping for Gato and I don't remember a payment from your family, he adds. What do you want from us? The down man shouts, but Naruto has heard enough. Gentlemen, Naruto shouts and everyone looks his way. Beat it, kid, one says, approaching with a steel baton. Naruto doesn't move as the guy grabs him by the front of his hoodie, but the blonde slices his throat, spraying blood to the shock of everyone. Naruto walks past the now dead man as he crashes to the ground, and in the blonde's hand is a kunai. Get him! The man holding the pistol shouts. The men rush Naruto and he avoids the first punch into a spinning low kick to snap his leg, a leaping punt kick to a second's chin, a kunai to the temple to the third. You brat! The pistol man says, but a kunai pierces his forehead. The woman screams as the man crashes to the ground and rushes to the downed man while Naruto approaches. Are you two all right? Naruto says. Why yes, but who are you? The man says. Nobody. What is this all about? Naruto says, pointing his thumb to the dead. The man named Kaiza and his wife Tsunami spill their story quickly as it starts with the owner of the main shipping line dying. Their island relies on shipping lines to trade and prosper as a community, but that changed when a shipping company owned by Gato moves in. The man acts as a tyrant by monopolizing the shipping lines and hiring thugs to control the populace. Those who spoke against Gato go missing to never be found. Disgusting, Makoto hisses. In Naruto shadow. Where can I find Gato? Naruto says, shocking the pair. You're just a kid. You can't defeat Gato, Tsunami says. I've learned the evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Have faith and I'll take care of it, Naruto says and turns on his heels, leaving the pair. Naruto moves through the town and sends some soldiers out in shadowy forms to find Gato's place. One soon finds Gato's compound and Naruto uses shadow exchange near the place, leaping up into a tree to look over things. Not a big place, Naruto thought, and leaps down. Arise, he says, summoning all his shadows. Two guards see a tiger and fox charging them, but they have no time to react before they were killed. Naruto's shadow army rush into the compound as Makoto stays at Naruto's side with screams beginning to echo. Makoto kicks the gate off its hinges as Naruto sees bodies. Think any are worth using, he says. If they were ninja, Makoto comments, but sees Inari dragging a short man in a suit. You must be Gato, Naruto says, removing his hood. Who the hell are you? Gato hisses and screams as Inari latches onto his leg. Who I am is none of your business. I am simply ridding the world of scum, Naruto says, squatting down and unleashing his bloodlust. This freezes Gato and the mini-tyrant wets his pants in the process. Please don't. He starts, but Naruto slices through his throat with his kunai. He has one of his na display Gato in the center of town and he explores the compound but sees nothing he wants, leaving the money for the people. Naruto leaves Wave as quickly as he arrives and heads for Yuzushio while the people find Gato's corpse. Kaiza leads a group of people to Gato's compound to find the bodies, and Kaiza says this must have been their mysterious savior. The people would sing the praises of the mystery hero, but they would meet him again some years later. Naruto reaches the land of whirlpools and sees numerous whirlpools, with one being nearly a half-mile wide. He reaches the island and makes 100 clones and summons his shadows to begin exploring as he moves on his own by moving straight. The countryside is dominated by steep hills, but the blonde soon sees skeletons from adults to the smallest of children. His mother's journal said the village of Yuzushio has several tall buildings with a wide river running through the village, parcellated in many places by large bridges. I wonder what the village was like before its fall, Naruto thought, leaping along the remains of a bridge. One of his finds a tower similar to the Hokage, and he exchanges to it to begin exploring. The building is half destroyed, but he finds a stairway leading underground to a sealed vault of sorts. He checks it, and it seems to have a blood seal, before cutting his palm and unlocking the vault. He enters the vault and doesn't find much inside but a few weapons. Tenten would have field day here, Naruto thought, thinking of his first friend and her weapon obsession. He finds 3 sets of daggers called Demon King's daggers, a pair of large black daggers with brown hilts and red blade guards that resemble a demon's mouth. Samurai Killer being a pair of small black and orange daggers with gray hilts. Kyuubi's Wrath being a pair of large light orange daggers with gray hilts and glowing blood-red edges, with one dagger being thicker than the other. The smaller dagger has a black blade guard, while the thicker one has a golden blade guard. These daggers were made from Inari's fangs. Not bad, Naruto says, moving to pair of long swords. The first sword, a long light-colored sword with a thick black line running through the center of the blade and an arched blade guard that curves downward. The second sword is 10-part segmented blade with each segment being wider than the one preceding it from the hilt, 2 pick-like protrusions on the front and back of each segment, the ones on the front much longer than the ones on the back. Demon King's long sword and no name. One can create miniature lightning storms and the other extends 10 feet and channel the elements, Naruto says, looking to the last 2 weapons. One is a pair of bracelets called the Scorching Gauntlets and the other is the Uzumaki Revolving Rifle, Colt New Model Revolving Rifle. The Scorching Gauntlets are arm-length armored gauntlet made with chakra metal having claws, red plating on the hands and golden destions up the arm like flames. A repeating rifle with .56 projectile, Naruto reads, putting each weapon into his inventory. He finds a journal about the history of his clan and exploits of previous Shadow Monarchs with only 3 previous ones, each using their own style of weapons. One used No Name and the Demon King long sword. The second used Samurai Killer, Demon King daggers and Inari's Wrath, while the last used the repeating rifle and a pair of revolver named Ebony and Ivory. No pistols, Naruto thought, confused. However, turning the last page does his blood boil as elements in Konoha betrayed the Uzumaki, namely Jiraiya and Danzo by the writer's estimation. Danzo, you are really at the top of my kill list, Naruto says, reaching the surface. You have a kill list, Makoto says, waiting for him. Yeah. Just made with Danzo at the top with Jiraiya, Naruto says. Let me castrate that pervert, Makoto says, causing the teen to wince. Naruto would explore the entire island over the course of 2 months but finds nothing of note. He uses his new weapons to test them and each are amazing in their own rights, even the revolving rifle which has seals on the revolver that summons rounds to the cylinder once ejected. He learns to shoot wild game and decides to head for the land of water. It is composed of many islands with each having their own unique traditions and after 4 months learns the weather is fairly cool, also covered by mist as he traverses a few islands. He buys some new clothes of a black, sleeveless collared shirt with silver fastenings, baggy black pants, black lace-up boots to his knees, a dark blue sash around his waist and black gloves. He buys a more detailed map learning the main island that has Kirigakure is to the further east with the capital on another island as well. Naruto steps off a boat arriving on Fujioka Island with some people who live on the island but immediately this atmosphere hits him, one that is very similar to Konoha during the Kyubi festival. You came at the perfect time, friend, a man says, almost giddy. How so? Naruto asks, arching an eyebrow under his hood. It's a festival, a second man says, and Naruto slowly nods. He finds an inn to rest in, but each person he meets has this fake smile on their faces. He sends out his Nishados to scout this town and island. This place is creepy, Naruto thought, laying on his bed. I agree, Makoto comments. About an hour before sunset, his shadows have scouted the entire island with the town he's in being the lone one, but there were ruins of 3 other smaller towns. However, something else puts Naruto on edge, and that being there were no children on the island, not a single one, no newborns, no toddlers, no teens of any kind. A knock at the door wakes the blonde, and he answers to a stocky young man with spiky black hair, neatly trimmed facial hair and Kirigakure Hitayate. Hello, friend. My name is Suko. I'm a jonin from Kirigakure. I wanted to invite you to a bonfire to celebrate, the man says. Celebrate what? Naruto asks, and Suko places a hand on his shoulder with a fake smile. A smile the blonde knows all too well. It's best not to spoil it, Suko says, patting the blonde's shoulder a few. Sure. Let me get my hoodie, Naruto says, and Suko nods, before the blonde grabs his coat. Music. Enemy, Tommy Prophet, Sam Tinish and Beacon Light. Naruto follows Suko towards the center of town as everyone seems to be gathering and he could see a bonfire in the distance. They move through the gathered crowd and the blonde could see the fake smiles beginning to fade from the people's faces morphing into the ones the villagers had during his beatings. They reach the bonfire itself as Naruto has his hood over his face while Sukio introduces his teammates Cho, Junte and Lee Chin with some other no-name Kiri ninja. Everyone, thank you for coming to our celebratory bonfire of burning heretics, Suko declares and Naruto freezes with wide eyes as people cheer louder. Kekei Genkai users are the harbingers of evil and the source of strife in our country, Suko says with some hears. A girl's scream echoes as girl Naruto's age is dragged before the crowd. Her auburn hair chopped short and green eyes filled with fear. A woman in the crowd with her eyes hard but filled with glee shouts. She's cursed. She brings misfortune to us all. She shouts. We caught this disgusting creature on one of our patrols and brought her here to let everyone see her burn, Cho declares. The girl looks like she's been beaten as Naruto begins to have flashbacks of his own beatings. Please let me go. The girl cries, but Junpei punches her square in the face with a spray of blood. We should kill you and rape your corpse before we burn you, Junpei says, as the girl gasps in horror. Kill her. Rape her. Several shout, over and over. Junpei sees Naruto trembling and approaches him with a smirk. Hey newcomer, why don't you get in on this? He starts before a rifle barrel enters his mouth. Naruto pulls the trigger and explodes Junpei's head with blood splattering on his face as people scream, a few of the more cowardly running away. You people are disgusting pieces of shit and you don't deserve to live, Naruto says and unleashes bloodlust to halt them. Arise, he shouts, bringing out his army. Why you're a heretic, Suko says, as Naruto's eyes glow purple. Aunt Miko, everyone, kill them all except the auburn beauty, Naruto says, coldly and blows out Suko's left kneecap. Makoto brings out her new weapon, the Demon King's long sword, as the Shadow Army begin their attack. Cho attempts to weave signs, but one of the tigers pounces on him as Suko tries to stand. Naruto blows out his other leg as Suko screams in pain. I know people like you. You are like the same as people who used to beat me senseless for a burden I carried, Naruto says. He kicks Suko on his back and drives a knee into his crotch as he settles on top of him. Who are ordered you to hunt Kekkei Genkai users, Naruto says. Fuck you, Suko says. The Wayande Mizukage, the beaten girl says. Kirigakure has ordered wholesale slaughter of people. Is that what happened on this island to the other 3 towns? Is that why there are no children on this island, Naruto says. Why you know nothing, Suko spits. Naruto rises to his feet and points his rifle at Suko's head but stops and instead looks to the girl. You should kill him, he says, walking to her and giving her a kunai as screams echo. The girl slowly takes the kunai from and shakily gets to her feet to approach Suko. You damn demon, Suko shouts, as the girl falls to her knees and begins stabbing him repeatedly. The girl stabs Suko over 30 times before the kunai breaks and Naruto's coat falls on her shoulders as the screams have long stopped. What's your name, he says. Mei Terumi, the girl whispers, clutching his coat. I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto says but freezes as a thick mist rolls. Not bad, kid. The carnage here reminds me of me. A voice says, seemingly from everywhere. Who are you? Naruto shouts. The name's Zabuza Momochi. Demon of Mist, the voice says. Song ends. Naruto raises his rifle with it trained to hit whoever comes close, but Zabuza chuckles. Easy, kid. You did my work for me, Zabuza says, from everywhere. Work? Naruto says, eyes narrowed. Yeah. I was sent to put this disgusting place to the sword for their unspeakable actions, Zabuza says, as the mist recedes. Naruto keeps his rifle at the ready as a tall and noticeably muscular man appears with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He wears bandages around the lower half of his mouth, a Hittite turned sideways on his head, a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants, complete with a waistguard and striped wrist and leg warmers. On his back is a large, tall broadsword shaped like a butcher knife. The blade itself has 2 cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer to the handle. Sent by who? Naruto says, but sees another person out the corner of his eye. Lower your weapon, kid, and we'll talk, but if must know. It's Mangetsu Hozuki, Zabuza says. Mangetsu Hozuki is powerful. Same with Zabuza Momochi. You can learn from both, Makoto comments. Naruto lowers his rifle as on this day he would gain another teacher and eventually through him a powerful shadow but also a lifelong partner. Meanwhile, in Konoha things were not going as well as it would take 2 months before Hiruzen is informed of Naruto's disappearance. The teachers at the academy didn't bother to inform the Hokage or his Umbu minder Inu. Hiruzen reads the riot act to Inu or Kakashi Hatake, busting him out of Umbu to Jonin. He has Umbu search the village, but they find no trace of the blonde, and 2 months later calls his council. A few of Merchant Clan members were elated about the news and planned parties to celebrate, while the shinobi were not as enthused as Naruto is their Jinchuriki. Danzo argues that they need to find Naruto before other nations catch wind of things and seek him for their aims. Hiruzen has Umbu Team Ro lead by newly promoted Nico search the country for Naruto, while Danzo secretly used his supposed-to-be decommissioned Na to search as well, but for more sinister reasons. The Hokage even calls back Jiraiya to search for Naruto as well, but the self-proclaimed super pervet was concerned with other things. He told his sensei he'll have his spies look for Naruto, but suggests that Itachi kidnapped the blonde after slaughtering her clan, and this worried the Sandame. He would send Jiraiya back out, but again the Gamma Sennin's priorities were elsewhere. Tenten worried for friend, and a blow-up with her adopted father concerning Naruto caused her to drop out of the academy and actually leave the village to find him, but would meet a powerful teacher, who happens to be a legendary medic. Naruto and Mei follow behind Zabuza and his apprentice Haku Yuki. Not bad killing all those scummy people, Zabuza says, while they were riding on a boat heading for the rebels' main base on the island of Trize. They were going to kill her, Naruto says, with Mei sleeping on his shoulder. You look so young, Haku says. He is a effeminate young man with long black hair gathered in a white bun holder, while 2 locks framing his face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends and large, dark brown eyes. He wears a pinstriped outfit that stop at his knees, a green haori with white trimmings, around his waist a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around his waist twice. He also wears light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as his kimono, nail polish on his fingernails and toenails in matching blue-green color as well. I grew up fast, Naruto says firmly. You a Kekkei Janaki user, Zabuza asks, prying. Sort of. I ended on Fujioka by chance, Naruto says, keeping things close to the vest. The journey devolves in silence, and they soon reach Trize as Zabuza takes them to their HQ to their leader. Naruto and Mei sees numerous people from old to young. Survivors of the purges, Haku says, while Mei sticks close to the blonde. Innocent people killed for simply being born, Makoto says. They reach the rebel leader's tent, Mangetsu. I'm back with someone interesting, Zabuza says. Naruto sees a young man sitting at a long table with map and a few others pointing at various things on it. Interesting how, Mangetsu says. He has purple eyes, shoulder-length white hair and pointed, shark-like teeth. He a black, sleeveless shirt, light purple pants and striped leg warmers and wears bandages around his neck. This kid killed everyone on Fujioka, Zabuza says, and this shocks many in the tent. Mangetsu stares at Naruto for a few minutes to study him, and Mei standing beside him. Name's Mangetsu says. Naruto says curtly. Mei Terumi, Mei says, slightly nervous. Do you both have bloodlines, Mangetsu asks, in a tone of saying don't lie. Naruto sighs and summons one of his animal soldiers, explaining he can summon shadow animals with chakra and he has 3 elemental affinities. Mei slowly reveals she has not 1 bloodline but 2 bloodlines of the lava release and boil release. Such skills can of use to us. Would the 2 of you consider joining our fight to free Kirigakure from tyranny, Mangetsu says, and goes to explain that a few years after the Third Shinobi War, the Yonde Mizukage began a purge of all bloodline users due to the actions of the Kagaya clan. He, Zabuza, Aimuri Ringo and Kagura Karatachi defected from Kirigakure after witnessing several mothers tossing their babies into fires or into rivers because their father was a bloodline holder. I'm willing to help, but I'm just kid, Naruto says, and Mei says the same. I'll have Zabuza train you, Mangetsu says. I don't know how to train girls, Zabuza says. Fufufu. I can help you with her, a voice playfully says. Naruto and Mei look back to see a short woman with long red hair, black eyes, and together with a slashed hitayate and a simple cloth around her head, distinctively tied at both sides so as the ends of the material protrude upwards, while the remainder of hair flows downwards. She wears a loose, pinstripe long-sleeve shirt with a dark obi around the waist, black hakama pants and striped leg warmers. Meet Aimuri Ringo, Mangetsu says, holding his hand out to her. I'll do it, but I'll train the kid my way, Zabuza says, and Mangetsu nods, dismissing the teens. Naruto decides to go explore, but Mei follows him. Why are following me? He says, slightly annoyed. You're the only one I know here, and you saved me, Mei says, her eyes shifting left and right. Don't be so rude, her, Makoto chides, and the blonde sighs. Naruto extends his right hand to Mei and she takes it. You can hang with me, he says. They would ask around for places to sleep come nightfall but were only given large blankets. Food wasn't in short supply and could eat their fill, before finding a place to hunker down come nightfall. Mei would find her way close to him during the night after a nightmare, which would be a daily occurrence for a while. Zabuza and Emuri's form of training is first withstanding their ki and standing up to them. The two teens did with Mei barely hanging on but impressed Emuri. The next thing is a toss into the deep end of learning silent killing or defending against it inside the hidden mist jutsu. It took Naruto 6 months to defend and Mei a year, all the while their teachers are mocking them on which places they would strike. All right, brat. You and brat number 2 are going fishing, Zabuza says. The 5 of them were on the island of Sayako and hunting Kirigakure forces. Who's the fish? Naruto asks. Now 14. His name is Kim Chulin. You can't miss him. He's a musclehead with a wide double-sided axe. He's in the town of Lee's up ahead, Zabuza says. You have to kill him using only silent killing, Emuri says. Looking to Mei, now 14 as well and wearing a dark blue dress. You can use the hidden mist jutsu as well, Zabuza adds. Succeed and we'll teach you some jutsu, Emuri adds as well. Naruto and Mei nod as they pick up their speed and head for the town of Lee's. I'll use a few clones to scout the town and then devise a strategy, he says, and Mei nods. It takes them about an hour to reach the town of Lee's, which isn't large and has about 20 or so buildings. Naruto makes about a dozen clones and they head for the town by using stealth, while Mei and Naruto hide themselves on a hill about 2 miles from the city. What do you think they'll teach us? Mei asks. Who knows? Something geared toward our affinities, Naruto says, looking through binoculars. Mei stares at him for a few moments and debated touching his whiskers but decides against it. Sensei said she has found some jutsu for my futon and yotan, she says. That's good, Naruto says, not noticing Mei stealing glances at him. My godchild can be dense, Makoto thought from his shadow. About 30 minutes later, Naruto gets feedback from his clones. Kim is in the center of town with about a dozen ninja. They range from genin to chunin, he says. What does he look like? Mei asks, as they get up from their hiding spot. Buff with black in buzz cut. He's wearing jonin attire with a double-sided axe as tall as him, Naruto says, and looks to Mei. Ready, he adds, and Mei nods. Music, groove addicts, the beast at our door. Naruto makes another clone as the pair split up with the blonde heading right for the main road and few people see him but a thick mist quickly rolls in. He can see perfectly as he brings out his Inari's wrath daggers. Arise, he says, and his soldiers rise. Mei is moving along the roofs of a building with her hearing and smell honed from relentless training courtesy of Emuri. Who hell cast the hidden mist jutsu? Mei hears below her. She brings out a pair of senbon needles and drops down behind the genin to drive them through her ears and into her brain. The genin kunoichi twitches with her eyes rolling in the back of her head as Mei catches her to gently place the body down. Saki? A voice shouts and Mei readies another senbon. Meanwhile, Naruto is walking towards Kim Chulin as he orders squad to find whoever is creating this mist. Perhaps you should have brought a wind user, Naruto says, throwing his voice while his steps are silent as a ghost. Who the hell are you? Kim shouts, readying his axe and straining his senses. I am a demon born of those killed by your masters, Naruto says, picking up speed and slicing the throat of two chunin before they could scream. Demon, huh? Think you're Zabuza Momochi, Kim shouts, his eyes moving around. Nah, I'm something worse, Naruto says, passing and slicing under Kim's right arm near his armpit. Kim screams and swings as blood runs down his right side. Drop this and fight me like a man, he shouts, cutting the mist with his swing, but it does nothing to dissipate it. Why? Are you not a Kiri shinobi? This should be your bread and butter. Now where to strike larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Choices. Choices, Naruto says, striking a kidney. Kim sees a shadow and brings his axe down from an overhead swing to crack the ground but hits nothing, only for Naruto to slice the back of his left knee. Kim falls to one knee with a look of rage on his face and is back on his feet. Rage can sure drive a person. How many have you killed with it, or maybe it's arrogance, Naruto says, stabbing Kim in his other kidney. Kim's breath is becoming labored as Inari's wrath have some latent Biju chakra imbued in it, and Kim is being poisoned with each stab. Shall we end the game? Naruto and strikes under Kim's left pit but also the back of his knee. Kim drops his axe and falls to his knees as Naruto lightens the mist enough to show his form. Your new name with B-spot, Naruto says, picking up Kim's axe and slices off his head with his axe. Arise, Naruto says, dropping the axe. Spot resembles himself as he lived but has light blue skin and his axe has a smoky air to it. Naruto dismisses Spot and all his soldiers as Mei arrives. Mission complete, she says, and Naruto nods. Before they vanish with the mist receding, the people would find the bodies of Kim and his squad, with some saying it was like some phantom had come. Not bad, brat, and brat number 2, since you did so well. We'll teach you some jutsu, Zabuza says. Right, kiddies, let's head back, Amuri says. Song ends. Naruto lays on the bed of the place he's staying when a knock echoes and goes to open it, revealing Mei in long night dress and a pillow. Naruto sighs as he lets her in but turns to her mere inches from him as he closes the door. Something wrong, he says, his brow furrowed. No, I have something to tell you, Mei says, looking into his blue eyes and him looking into her green jewels. Is she going to confess? Makoto thought. I know it's wrong, but I love you and not as a friend, Mei says, shocking the blonde. Wait, what? Naruto says, avoiding her eyes. I've only know you a short amount, but I'm in love with you. You saved my life like some hero on a horse. You've seen me at my lowest and lifted me up. So I want to be with you, Mei says, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Are you serious about that? You don't really know me, Naruto says, covering the lower half of his face as his ears were red. I don't care, and you're not getting rid of me, Naruto Uzumaki, Mei say, and in a bold move driven by pent-up emotions, pulls Naruto into a hasty kiss. It is a gentle collision of uncertainty and longing, a silent plea for understanding and perhaps reciprocation. Naruto's eyes widen in shock as he is caught off guard, but the initial surprise fades, before finding himself responding to her kiss. It was clumsy and shy, a testament to their inexperience and the vulnerability they feel in the moment. Naruto and Mei slowly pull apart as he looks into her eyes and searching for the right words. Mei, I never realized how you felt. Aunt Miko says I'm a bit dense like my mom, but knowing this changes everything, he says. I was scared. I didn't want to ruin a burgeoning friendship, Mei says, biting her lip with anxiety coiling in her stomach, but Naruto pulls her into his embrace. Congratulations, sweetie. Your first girlfriend, Makoto crows. And for what it's worth, I think I've started to feel the same way about you, Naruto says, and Mei laughs. We'll figure this out, Mei. Together, he says, and for Mei, it was enough for now. Zabuza and Amuri would teach Naruto and Mei several jutsu like water formation pillar, water bullet technique, water dragon bullet technique, and a combination jutsu with Naruto called lightning water dragon bullet. Naruto learns a few jutsu from Amuri to go with his plethora of ninjutsu like lightning fang, falling thunder, lightning ball, and lightning dragon tornado. This seems to anger Amuri's apprentice Raiga Kurasuki, but he didn't have a set to go after the blonde. 2 years would pass, and while Konoha continued to celebrate Naruto's departure, as finally the demon was gone from their lives, Konoha and the country of fire were forced to deal with the death of the fire daimyo. His sons Ayasu and Nabutatu would begin a succession battle, with Konoha remaining neutral due to oaths going back to the foundation of Konoha, but darker elements were aiding the older brother, Nabutatu. In Water Country, Naruto benefited greatly learning from Zabuza, but also Amuri. He also gained someone he cares for greatly, as both bonded over their similar trauma and Mei becoming more brazen in her actions. We're heading out, brat. Get your shadow, Zabuza says. The now 15 going on 16-year-old Naruto hops up from his push-ups, still wearing a black, sleeveless collared shirt with silver fastenings, baggy black pants, black lace-up boots to his knees, a dark blue sash around his waist, and black gloves. He is taller and more athletic now, but a noticeable change is his whiskers have all but faded from his face and his blonde hair is cut shorter to not look his father. Where we heading? Naruto asks, popping his joints. We're hunting a big fish, Zabuza says, smirking. Right, Naruto says, heading for his temporary place on the main island of Ishidari. Will you stay here in Mizu or travel some more? Makoto comments. I want to finish helping the rebels. Though I wish to meet Tsunade Senju but also Ayasu Oda, Naruto thought. He had learned of the succession war in Fire Country and wondered if the old man is involved. He reaches a small cottage as Mei steps out. Her once chopped hair is not past her shoulder blades in a top knot tied with a dark blue band. She wears a sleeveless black crop top with a buckled choker at the collar and black jean shorts with purple straps around her upper thighs and black lace-up boots. Loose mimetic leg warmers with high-waist black stirrup tights. Welcome back, Mei says but furrows her brow. We have a mission, she adds, looking at his face and wrapping her arms around his neck. Yeah. Zabuza says we're hunting a big fish, Naruto says, running his nose on her neck and taking in her blueberry scent. Do you know who? Mei asks, following Naruto inside. No, but we follow our sensei, Naruto says, going to grab his gear. Yes, Phantom Kuin, Mei says, joking a little. Naruto shakes his head as he grabs a long black button-up jacket with the upper body featuring a hood having a beak tip, blue lining along the torso with the lower half of the coat forming two tails. He heads outside as Mei soon joins him with a black jacket having purple trim, a high collar and attached hood, which covers the lower part of her face downward and comes just above her high-waist tights. The jacket has a zipper running along its entire length, a purple air filter on either side just below the trim. The jacket's sleeves completely envelop her arms, terminating in white glove-like extensions at cat's paws. The pair leave their cottage and make their way to find Zabuza, finding him with Haku. Hello, Naruto-kun. Mei-chan, Haku says, bowing, and both do the same. All right, time to head out and no back chatter either, Zabuza says, looking to Naruto, and the blonde raises his hands in defeat. The four take off at Chunin speed as Naruto and Mei pull up their hoods to hide their faces, while Haku dons a white hunter-nin mask with thin, curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth. A few hours later, the four were avoiding a strike force led by Yagura Karatachi and the Sanbai Jinchuriki. I see what you mean by big fish, Kagura's brother of all people, Naruto says, leaping and turning to fire several air bullets, hitting one hunter-nin in the chest. Hush up, brat, Zabuza says. Haku and Mei toss a hail of senbon before Yagura spins his hook staff to create an aqua mirror to mirror their attacks, and the four avoid the counter senbon. Both sides reach a large clearing about a mile wide near a lake and both sides halt. Zabuza Momochi, Yagura says. He is short young man with short, messy, gray hair that falls over the right side of his face and spiked up on the left. Pupil-less pink eyes and a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. His attire includes a gray, sleeveless shirt with short-sleeve mesh armor and a green poncho, a turquoise sash around his waist with a matching green apron over his pants and a pair of brown boots. Kagura says hi, Zabuza says, and Yagura scoffs. My brother betrayed everything Kirigakure stands for, Yagura says, but this time Zabuza scoffs. The yondaime is a cowardly bastard who kills people for something they were born with, Zabuza says, and looks to Naruto. Do it, brat, he adds. Naruto quickly weaves signs to Ram. Ninpo. Kirigakure no jutsu, he declares, creating a thick mist with chakra and magic. Form up, Yagura shouts, and his squad form up back-to-back in a circle. Now the silent battle begins, he thought. Each of 10-person squad keep the senses strained as their foe is Zabuza, a master of silent killing and butcher of his entire class. This man also has put an unnatural fear into the yondaime Mizukage Tozen Hijikata, to the point the man firmly Zabuza will kill him. A wave of flames tears through the mist, but Yagura counters with wave of water before a shadowy figure comes from the right in the form of Tiger, crashing into one kunoichi and dragging her into the mist. Zabuza makes a move with a leaping and downward strike as Yagura blocks using his staff, but a hail of senbon take out two more. You won't win, Zabuza, Yagura says, glaring at his foe. Think so? Then bring out your beast, Zabuza says, and leaps back into the mist. Too bad your brother isn't here, he adds, seemingly from everywhere. Yagura releases some of Biju chakra that puts everyone but on guard. Futon, Taifwika, he shouts, slamming his hook down. A heavy gust of wind tears through the area to disperse the mist, but Yagura and his squad quickly have to dodge a wave of lava as he loses his hook staff in the process. Hijitsu, Makio Hyosho, Haku says, catching Yagura and two of his squad inside a dome of ice mirrors. Clouds begin to form in the sky as Naruto makes his move with his no-name sword to wrap it around one kunoichi, tearing her up as he pulls the segmented sword back. Mei leaps over Naruto to send a hail of senbon as the pair fight in sync and Zabuza tears through the remaining squad. However, a disgusting amount of chakra releases from Ice Dome. Shit! Haku! Zabuza shouts. Music. Jinchuriki, Naruto Ost. The dome explodes and Haku flies across the clearing as in the newly created crater is Yagura in some sort of dark red, nearly black layer of chakra like endoskeleton with a crab-like shell, spikes all over his body and 3 shrimp-like tails. Haku? Zabuza shouts, seeing his unmoving apprentice. He's dead already, Zabuza, Yagura says, his voice distorted. His face is concealed between a large forehead and lower jaw with pupil-less white eyes as blue-red orbs begin to form around him to coalesce in a purple mass. He preparing a Baijidama. Brat, you know what to do, Zabuza says, glancing to the unmoving Haku. Die! Yagura shouts, firing his Baijidama, but Naruto weaves a chain of signs and slams his hands down. Kuchios, triple Rashomon, Naruto shouts, as Zabuza and Mei get behind him. 3 demon face gate doors rise from the ground as Yagura's Baijidama nears them and detonates violently, destroying the first 2 gates and bending the third back as everything around them is erased. We can't fight Yagura in this state, Zabuza says, and rain begins to fall. Is what I would say. You're up, brat, he adds, smirking. Right, and one of my clones will grab Haku, Naruto says, preparing for some heavy artillery. You better. Come on, Red. We don't want to be in the blast radius, Zabuza says, and both quickly shunshin away. Naruto looks around the gate to see Yagura and scurries up the bent gate door as Yagura looks up to him while a rumble of thunder echoes. How noble to sacrifice yourself, Yagura shouts, as chakra begins to explode from him. Better be quick. Arise, Naruto declares as thunder drowns him out. Shadow variants of Yagura's squad and Haku rise as the latter grabs his body to take off. Yagura's form begins to expand into his full Sanbai form while Naruto releases a disgusting amount of chakra that mingles with the rain itself and begins a lengthy chain of signs. You'll need to slow him down, Makoto says from his shadow, but the blonde is inhaling deeply. Naruto releases a magic-infused roar from deep within himself that freezes Yagura but also the Biju inside him into a state of panic. Hijitsu! Kamishini no Yari! Naruto shouts and thick spear of white lightning comes from the cloudy sky to pierce Yagura, lighting up the area in flash of light. Naruto drops from Demon Gate as the rain begins to lessen and he sees the body of Yagura in a crater about 20 wide. Arise, Naruto says. Yagura's body twitches with black shadows of him and the sanbai rising from his body. Naruto approaches them and both kneel to him as Haku appears with his body. Can you talk? Naruto asks, but Haku and Yagura shake their heads. I can, the sanbai says. Do you have a name? Naruto asks, curious. I am Isabu, the sanbai or Isabu says, shocking Naruto, and he summons Inari. Can you talk too? Naruto says to Inari. The nine-tailed fox remains silent but looks to Isabu. Yes, I can, but I wish to see if it was worth speaking to you, Inari says. My brother has been burned by humans, Isabu comments, and Naruto's mouth hangs open a little. He shakes back with a sigh and dismisses all of them before sealing both bodies in stasis scrolls but doesn't notice a strange figure from the clearing's edge. The figure is merged with the ground, having a literal black and white side, shaggy green hair, pupil-less yellow eyes and green stalks like a Venus flytrap. How did he kill the Jinchuriki? The white side says in a lighter tone. He used the mist to hide the fact he was superheating the sky. The sudden warmth created an ascending air current or thunderclouds. Then he released chakra to link with the rain, the darker side said, having a wicked edge. What about that scary roar? I still feel scared, the white side says. He used it to hold the Jinchuriki in place for his lightning attack. Even if lightning travels as 1/1000th of a second. His jutsu isn't fast but takes lengthy preparation, hence that roar. He even tamed lightning itself, the darker side said. Toby won't be happy, the white says, as they sink into the ground. Song ends. Thanks for bringing him back, brat, Zabuza says, looking over Haku's body which has pink coral coming from his chest. Naruto is standing next to him with Mei behind them. No problem, Naruto says, his eyes drifting to Kagura and Mangetsu. The former resembles his brother Yagura with short, messy, gray hair that falls over the right side of his face and spikes up on the left his forehead, pink eyes and a marking with 3 points running down under his left eye. He wears black pants, a striped purple shirt, a green long-sleeve vest with a high collar and black gloves. Not many can say they defeated a Jinchuriki, Zabuza says, seeing Mangetsu coming and hearing his words. The Sandame Raikage, the Yandame Hokage and Shodame Hokage, Mangetsu says. Each of them are dead and you're alive. Your rank in the bingo book will raise with Yagura's death, Mangetsu says, and he would be right. Word does spread of Yagura's defeat at the hands of Phantom, and Hijikata raises Naruto's rank to A class with an exercise caution, but the writing is on the wall. Yagura is and was Kiri's powerhouse against the rebels despite Kagura being the Rokubi Jinchuriki, as unlike his brother couldn't fully control the Rokubi. However, losing Yagura is enough for the Water Daimyo to commit to the rebels' cause and support a bid for Mangetsu becoming the Godame Mizukage. It would be 6 months later, around Naruto's 16th birthday, did the rebels defeat the Kirigakure loyalists. The victory did not without loss as Zabuza went down taking the Yandame with him. While Amuri could no longer fight due to her illness, but her apprentice Raiga Kurisuke took her Kiba blade and fled like coward. Amuri's illness is terminal and she has a few more weeks to live as Mangetsu cements himself as Godame, flushing out Hijikata's loyalists. I'm offering you both positions as Kirigakure Chunin. Your ages don't matter, Mangetsu says, sitting in the Mizukage office. We appreciate it, but I wasn't born here. Fire Country is my home and I wish to return, Naruto says. I go where Naruto goes. A change of scenery would be a good change of pace, Mei says. I'll accept that. However, I won't remove your entry in the bingo book, but I'll guarantee our Hunter Corp will not come after you, Mangetsu says. That's fine, Lord Fifth, Naruto says, and both bow, before excusing themselves. Kirigakure's architecture is several cylindrical buildings, with the Mizukage's office being the widest and largest, as most of the buildings have vegetation growing on their roofs. Let's go see Emuri-sensei, Mei says, and Naruto nods, as she takes his left hand. The pair walk in silence towards the main hospital in the village. Naruto, when Amuri-sensei passes away, will you make her one of her soldiers, Mei says, squeezing his hand. Naruto stops and looks into her green eyes but slowly nods as he touches her forehead with his own. Thank you, she whispers. They continue on to the hospital and head for Amuri's room on the 6th floor of it. Well, if it isn't Mei and her boy toy, Amuri says weakly, seeing Mei and Naruto slide open the door with IVs in her right arm. Naruto raises an eyebrow with a mock offense lighting up his features. Boy toy. I've been upgraded, he says, and Amuri's laughter, though weaker than before, fills the room. Sensei, please don't encourage him, Mei says, moving to sit next to her bed. Naruto moves towards the window to look out at as student and teacher talk. Why not wait to return to Fire Country? See more of the world. You've been fighting for the last few years. Why not see a world not embroiled in war before stepping into another 1-inch, Makoto says. Amuri reaches out a frail hand for Mei to take gently. I'm glad to have seen you both grow. You two have grown into powerful ninja, but don't stop, Amuri says, and Mei nods, sniffling. I reluctantly agree with the accursed Uchiha. Experience life for once. Your mate is about to lose her sensei. Treat her to a normal life, Inari says gruffly. Naruto tunes back as the steady beep transforms into a continuous tone as Mei squeezes Amuri's hand, hot tears rolling freely down her cheeks. Naruto moves to cover the door with a stoic look on his face as he moves to grasp Mei's shoulder to squeezes it gently. She's ready, Mei whispers and rises to feet with Naruto pulling her into comforting hug as Mei begins crying once more. Arise, Naruto says, as her sobs echo in his chest. A shadow bursts from Amuri's body as her shadow variant rises dressed in old uniform. I promised her we'd kill Raiga, Mei says, looking over his back to see Amuri standing with a smirk on her face. Naruto rubs circles in her back with a nod. Don't worry, Raiga will pay for his crimes, he says, a cold promise made. Chappie 2. #Land of Lightning #. Naruto sighs as he has his no-name sword in hand with Mei sitting on a rock. You finally have a name for it, she asks, Eating some dango. The blonde nods as he swings several times with Raitun surging through it to make a whip-like strike and crackle of thunder. Yeah. Zabumaru, he says. It's been 2 months since they left Water Country and were now in Lightning Country, making their way to Kumogakure but also explore. Zabumaru. I don't think he'll like it, Mei says, giggling a little. I don't, Zabuza says, from Naruto's shadow. It's close though, Isabu comments. Naruto sends Zabumaru into his inventory and the pair continue their trek towards Kumogakure. The country of lightning has vast mountain ranges that has many thunderstorms and many rivers as well heading for the sea. They stay in few hot spring hotels and see beautiful scenery as well but soon encounter a group of Kumo ninja on the road or one jonin with 1 chunin and 2 ninja in training. She's a Jinchuriki, Inari says. The jonin is a young woman that has long blonde hair bound with taut bandages, dark blue eyes and red lipstick. She wears a short-sleeve black and purple blouse with black pants, both having a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. A Kumo Hitai 8 on her forehead, a kunai holster strapped to her right thigh, bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. Who are you? Are you shinobi? The chunin asks. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. She wears a very low-cut outfit with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots and a modified Kumogakure flak jacket covering her stomach like a girdle. No. We're traveling mercenaries of sorts, Naruto says, rubbing the back of his head. I'm Mei Terumi and this my boyfriend Naruto, Mei says, smiling to ease the forming tension. Your story is a bit thin. What brings you all the way to the Lightning Country? The second kunoichi says, crossed her arms with her expression one of slight agitation. She has dark skin with long spiky red hair and amber eyes having 2 simple yellow earrings. She wears a long, short-sleeve dress with frilly edges complete with fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots having white soles. The fourth of the group begins to go on long tangent. You know, this situation reminds me of a story I once heard. There was this group of travelers, very much like us, who ended up being key figures in an unexpected turn of events leading to the resolution of a century-old dispute between 2 nations. Now, I'm not saying we're part of any story, but if we were, imagine the implications. Perhaps encountering each other here, at this very moment, is a pivotal point in our collective narratives, he says. Shut up, Omoi, Karui shouts, slapping him in the head. He is a dark-skinned young man with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood and cargo pants. Are you all ninja? Mei asks. We're from Kumogakure, Yujito replies and has her dark eyes on Naruto. He's strong, kitten. Keep the hothead from pissing him off, a voice says in Yujito's head. We lost someone important to us, so we're on a journey of hope and healing. We heading to Kumogakure to see on the great ninja villages to see its rich history and experience it firsthand, Mei says. We can escort you for a fee, Karui says, smirking. Karui, you and Omoi are not ninja yet. We can accompany them as we're on our way back, Yujito says and looks to the pair. I'm Yujito Ni and this is Chunin Samui. They are Karui and Omoi, she adds. Nice to meet you and let's get along, Mei says, bowing. The 2 groups make the week-long journey to Kumogakure, which is located in a range of tall mountains and is literally hidden in the clouds. Naruto learns the 4 Kumo residents have various personalities, with Yujito being a courageous, proud, and wise kunoichi. Samui is mature, calm, and generally silent compared to the combative, outspoken, stubborn, and impulsive Karui or the overly critical thinking Omoi. He also knows this is the same village who tried to kidnap his mother when she was young. This is Kumogakure, Yujito says, as the main gate of the village. Naruto and Mei hand over papers with his last name being Yusuji to keep himself a secret from Konoha. A thing Naruto immediately notices, as unlike Konoha, which could be 70% civilian and 30% ninja, the opposite could be said for Kumo with 70 to 30 in the ninja's favor. The 2 groups part as Naruto and Mei find a hotel to stay in, finding one but it costs double compared to most hotels outside the village. Can we head to Iwagakure and get some jutsu for me? Mei says, unsealing her things. We can. Iwa deals in the lava release, Naruto says, unsealing his things as well. The pair take a tour of the village and it confirms that there are more ninja than civilians, before finding a restaurant selling some very delicious food. May has some seafood and the blonde has a steak but notices again things were expensive. Is it because of the distance, May says, as they were leaving the restaurant. Maybe. We are in the mountains, Naruto says. They continue to explore some and May drags him to the shopping district for some new clothes. He buys a graphic long-sleeve shirt in a black color with sleeves have bionic designs on them. A pair of hybrid ninja cargo pants with adjustable straps and tight ankles. He finds a hoodie with lightning storm graphic on and May would steal it from him once they were back at their hotel. Don't get caught, May says, winking. I won't, Naruto says, making a clone in case someone shows up. He uses stealth and slips out the hotel room from balcony to make his way towards the tallest tower of the village and has the kanji for lightning on the front. Patrols were very prevalent as Naruto moves through the village. Kumo is very militarized, he thought. He reaches the tower and manages to slip inside due to someone entering the tower. He searches for the jutsu library and soon finds it, searching through the library and finds some jutsu but a few were some he's seen already. He writes down electromagnetic murder and thunderbolt but the rest utilize the lightning armor and are taijutsu-based, co-op-based or sword-based jutsu but also some lava-based jutsu. Rubber, Naruto thought. I don't think May will like these Makoto comments, writing them down just in case. He thought of checking the Rakich's office but decides against it and slips out the tower behind someone luckily. He heads back to their hotel room and slips back inside. Mission successful, May asks, laying on the bed. I found a little but it's more suited for certain people. I did find some Yotan jutsu but they are rubber-based, Naruto says and May wrinkles her nose. I guess it's IWA next, he adds. The young couple would remain in Kumo for about a month but would soon find their patience and resolve tested not just by the foreign environment. It would be the interactions with Karui and Omoi, the former antagonizing them several times and leading to them a friendly spar. This is so not cool. They are guests here. There's no need to constantly provoke a fight, Samui comments, standing between Naruto and Karui. It will be fine, Samui. I just want to see what he's made of. Besides, it's just a friendly spar, Karui says, tossing Naruto a wooden sword. Naruto has a lazy grip on his sword with an almost disinterested look on his face but could hear Omoi going on a long tangent about him being the secret son of the Yondaime Hokage to Mei. That is scary accurate, Makoto says. I agree. If you go Earth Country and IWA. You better dye your hair, Zabuza says. Samui calls a beginning to the spar and Karui wastes no time to close the gap with a two-handed thrust but Naruto parries her strike, into a spin on his heels for a strike to back of her head. Karui quickly avoids it by ducking under the strike and scampering back but Naruto forces her to quick block a series of quick strikes. Naruto has to avoid using any Uzumaki techniques or any taught to him by Zabuza, Amuri, and Makoto. Karui goes for a single quick and powerful cutting motion but Naruto avoids it, even countering a feint by using Kawarimi to distract him and lateral sword slash. He's good. He avoided both the Kumoryu Damashijiri and Kumoryu Omotajiri. He has to be trained but from where Samui thought, seeing Naruto switch hands to counter Karui and strike her in a few spots. That's enough, Samui says firmly, signaling the end of the spar. I'm not finished, Karui shouts, panting heavily. Yes, you are, Samui says and Karui shoots the blonde a dirty look. Her glare at Naruto speaks volumes. She is clearly not pleased with the outcome. Her pride wounded by the defeat by some blonde unknown merc. Naruto hands Samui the wooden sword as Mei smiles at him. Thanks for the spar, he says. You have a unique strength. How about joining Kumogakure? I can assure you a high rank, Samui says, her gaze fixed on Naruto. And I'll say it again, I'll have to decline. I want to see the world and I can't be tied to a country's ninja corp, Naruto says, answering with a respectful tone. Karui is still silently fuming and couldn't help but interjects. You're turning down Kumo? Do you even realize how big of an opportunity you're skipping? She says. Maybe, but I think there's a lot I can learn on my own. Meeting new people and facing different challenges, Naruto says, but Karui rolls her eyes, scoffing loudly. Shame. Maybe we'll see each again, Samui says, extending her hand and shaking his hand. Maybe, Naruto says, with a small wave to Karui and Omoi, but she flips him off. Naruto and Mei head back to their hotel to check out and leave Kumo that day for Earth Country. They travel south out of lightning and pass through the land of frost, stopping in Shimagakure but find nothing of note except a white harlequin-like mask. It has black painted lips, a pink star over the left eye. Its eyes are blacked out and purple crescent moon on the right cheek. Naruto buys the mask at Mei's urging to keep up his phantom motif. Their next port of call is the land of hot water, and the country is one of pacifism with Yugakure ninja mainly protecting the tourism trade, with towns being few and far in between, but it is the next country where trouble comes calling. I'll ask one more time. Who is this master you serve? Naruto says, firm, leaving no room for evasion. His Uzumaki repeating rifle pointed directly at the chest of a missing nin, the tension palpable in the air as Mei is a safe distance away with senbon in her hands. He and Mei were currently in the land of rice paddies, or so they thought, as several missing nin call this the land of sound. You have no idea what powers you're meddling with. Why should I talk to ones who will serve? The missing nin starts, but Naruto blows his head off and raises him as Shadow Soldier, along with a dozen others. This master must be powerful to control so many. Mei comments, her gaze not leaving the missing nin's body. I have to agree, Naruto says, having the soldiers bury their bodies in a mass grave. The pair head for the small town that hired them to deal with these missing nin, but the village head's son meets them at the town's edge, and a few others were with him carrying weapons. What's going on? Mei says. It was wrong to hire outsiders. My father will bring his wrath upon, and he will kill us, the young man says, his voice trembling and betraying the facade of determination he tries to uphold. He who, Naruto says, luckily having his mask on and Mei her hood up. We do not say his name. Now leave, the young man says, his gaze lowering to the ground. We'll leave, but don't send he who is not to be named after us, or I'll come back, Naruto says, using a little bloodlust to get his point across. The pair leave and continue west towards the border amongst rice paddies. I wonder who he is, Mei says, her voice carrying a mix of apprehension and curiosity. We know they are a he and powerful enough to scare people into not dealing with outsiders. Even though they want to, Naruto says, removing his mask but keeping his hood up and revealing a thoughtful expression. Do you think his power is the reason for the attacks? To keep everyone in line, Mei inquires, following Naruto's gaze across the sprawling fields. Possibly, but scaring people into submission. It's a coward's way of maintaining control, Naruto muses, and Mei nods in agreement. So we should leave this country quickly, Mei says, and Naruto nods. About 2 weeks later, they were in Land of Mountains, which is mountainous country but nothing of note except a place called the Mountain Graveyard. Many tell them to avoid the place as it is haunted as they pass through the country, fighting bandits or weak missing nin to grow Naruto's army and spread the name of Phantom. The next country they enter on their way to the Land of Earth is the Land of Canyons, having the shinobi village of Takigakure no Sato, but the village is the definition of a hidden village. The land itself is a maze of natural beauty and treacherous paths, with several attractions that lure in the curious and the brave. As they traverse the Land of Canyons, they cannot help but be drawn to the breathtaking views and the unique flora that can only be found in this part of the world. Their journey is punctuated by visits to these natural attractions, each one a brief respite in their relentless journey. These moments were fleeting and provide a necessary reminder of the world's beauty. While pausing at one of the mesmerizing viewpoints, Naruto and Mei find themselves alone. The late afternoon sun bathes the rugged landscape in warm hues, illuminating it in a breathtaking display of natural beauty. This place, it's incredible, isn't it? Mei says, her voice soft and filled with wonder. Yeah, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It reminds me of the whirlpools of Uzushio, Naruto says, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Mei turns to look at him with a gentle smile playing on her lips. Places like this are reminders that there's so much out there waiting to be discovered, she muses, her voice fading into a comfortable silence as stand shoulder to shoulder. The moment is peaceful and a rare pause in their journey that's both soothing but also invigorating. It's moments like these with you that make this journey worth it, Naruto finally says, his voice low and sincere. Mei nods and leans her head slightly against his shoulder, and Naruto wraps an arm around her to pull her close. As the sun dips lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the land, Naruto and Mei linger a bit longer, drinking in the view and the tranquility it offers, amidst its ancient majestic beauty. Is that real? Mei says, as they were sitting in a cafe while rock rain is falling. They've been in Earth Country for a week and it has nothing but desolate or rocky areas. They passed over a very long mountain range to enter the country after changing their appearance, with Mei having silver hair and blue eye contacts, while Naruto has dyed his hair black. Naruto slips the Iwa mochi into his mouth and the rice cake is very good. Seems so, he says after swallowing. He pauses for a moment to let the flavor linger, a small pleasure in their otherwise arduous journey. How long are we staying in Earth Country? Mei asks, her gaze still fixed on the canyons that stretch out before them. The way the setting sun hit the rocks, painting them gold and crimson, made her almost forget the uncertainty that lay ahead. We can stay a few months to train in such a terrain, Naruto replies. Mei drinks some tea after having an Iwa mochi with its sweetness, a contrast to the bitter tea. Are we heading for Wind Country? She asks, curiosity lacing her tone, but Naruto shakes his head. Unless you wish to go, Naruto says, but Mei shakes her head. I'm not fond of so much sand, Mei says, a small laugh escaping her. They pay for their meal and make their way towards Iwagakure or a town near it, finding a mining town a month later in a valley called Lumen, and he sends a bird shadow soldier into the village itself. The mine is hiring and Naruto decides to take job there while Mei finds one at a cafe, finding an extended stay-in for workers. Naruto looks through his hawk soldier and sees the village of Iwa is built among rocky mountain ranges that provides a natural stronghold. The village's infrastructure is built from much of the surrounding rock and stone, shaped into tower-like structures that are interconnected by a network of bridges. The Tsuchikige's residence seems to be the tallest structure with a cone-shaped roof and bears the kanji for earth. When we'll try to infiltrate, Mei asks, unpacking her things. Tonight. Why wait? Best to get it done, and that way you can begin your training. I'll even scout a place where you can train without prying eyes, Naruto says, sitting in a recliner. Mei smiles and comes sit in his lap to kiss his cheek, with it being a simple gesture that speaks volumes. You treat me so well, she says, touching her forehead to his. The pair settle in while Naruto gets ready as 2 hours after sunset uses shadow exchange and stealth to appear above the roof of the Tsuchikage building. It has roof access that allows Naruto uses his lockpicking kit to gain access, but leaving a clone to lock it back before dispelling. I wonder what kinds of Yotan Jutsu Iwa has, Naruto thought. Search for the archive library. That blasted Son Goku is here. They may have some that mimic him. Plus I believe Kokuo lives in the country with her host. Inari comments, with a note of caution and irritation. Can you connect with them, Naruto thought, slipping past an Iwa patrol. Not in this state, Isabu comments, a hint of regret lacing his words. Naruto silently clucks his tongue and moves to the second floor of the building. Here we are, he thought, finding the library on the first floor of the building, and searches out the jutsu section. He searches the jutsu and most are earth-based but exclusive to Iwa itself. He finds a Yotan section and begins inscribing, such as a jutsu named Rakusiha, which is similar to Mei's acidic mud. He then finds a lava geyser jutsu, fissure vent eruption, volcanic mud dragon, before moving to find any Futon jutsu. He finds a few like boiling mist geyser, but the others require the gobi. She has a few. It'll have to work and we can experiment, Naruto thought, using shadow exchange to return to their inn. Did you find anything? Mei asks, her gaze fixed on him. I did. Mostly lava-based, Naruto says, and shows her the various jutsu he found. It'll do, but unlike you, I can't make 1,000 clones, Mei says with a playful smirk, her tone teasing yet laced and a hint of envy for his vast chakra reserves. I can inscribe a seal on your body to increase your reserves, Naruto comments, and Mei comes up to kiss his cheek. 6 months would pass with a singular routine for the 17-year-olds of working 4 or 5 days a week with 2 off days of training with 1 day of relaxation. The people of Lumen see the young couple as a constant in the town, with Naruto working hard in the mine, while Mei is a beautiful face in the cafe. Should be almost time for lunch, Makoto comments. Naruto is hammering away with pickaxe down a tunnel, his upper body sweating and soaking his tank top. The top of his jumpsuit is tied around his waist and a hard hat on his head. Should be, he thought. So, who are you? A voice suddenly interrupts his concentration. Naruto looked to see a young woman in her early 20s or around his age with black hair. Her pink eyes accented by her eyelashes and wearing the red Iwa ninja uniform, indicating her origins. Menma ms. Naruto says, giving her an easygoing smile. "Kuratsuchi," the young woman says and cocks her head slightly, her gaze studying him with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Menma ha. You must be new," Kuratsuchi says. Naruto rubs the back of his neck and rubs his forehead with his towel as Kuratsuchi continues to scrutinize him. "A few months ago," he says. Kuratsuchi is about to ask him another question as another IWA ninja runs up. "Kuratsuchi. We found him," he says. "Stay here, worker," Kuratsuchi says, following the shinobi. Naruto waits for them to leave and covers his left eye to look through one of his hawks, seeing the town is under attack by a large group of missing nin and bandits. "Do you want to get involved, brat?" Zabuza says, from his shadow. "I do, but I would rather not reveal my abilities," Naruto muses. "I would agree. These IWA ninja could reveal you to the Tsuchikage," Makoto says. Naruto continues to look through his hawk while flipping his pickaxe to catch the handle, but noises echo through the tunnel in the form of few bandits. "We should load up on while the boss deals with the Tsuchikage's granddaughter," a voice says, rough and eager with the sound echoing off the narrow tunnel walls as Naruto erases his presence. Another bandit chimes in with a hint of greed lacing his tone. "Yeah, and I heard she's not to be underestimated. But with her out of the way, the old man will have no choice but to give in to our demands," he says. "Are we really going to go through with this? What if we're caught? She's the Tsuchikage's granddaughter," the third says, seemingly younger and less assured. Silence envelopes them for a moment while Naruto grips his pickaxe as he waits for the last to pass and swings his pickaxe into his back. Bring out two of his daggers as the third screams to alert the other two, but he silences them with slices through the throats of both. "Arise," Naruto says and brings the three back, sending his daggers back into his inventory. "How many more?" Naruto asks, and one raises 5 fingers. He turns towards the tunnel and weaves signs to Ram. "Ninpo. Kirigakure no Jutsu," Naruto thought, and spews a thick mist from his mouth. The 5 bandits come down the tunnel, but see the mist coming. "Poison," one says. "Could be," a second says, but his eyes widen as a pickaxe comes flying out to pierce his head. "What the hell?" the first says, as the second crumbles but a shot rings out to explode his head like a watermelon. Naruto emerges from the mist like a blur to cut through the remaining 3, raising the 5 and continuing towards the tunnel junction, but the scent of blood catches his nose. He reaches the junction and sees several bodies of people he has worked with the last few months. "Oya," another miner, a voice says, and sees a thin young man with spiky purple hair. His dark eyes show the scope of his murderous glee. "Did you do this?" Naruto says, and the young man grins with a psychotic look on his face, licking the long knife in his hand. "Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Will you entertain Ryuma? I want my new sword to drink some blood," the young man says, and Naruto sees a sword on his waist. It is katana with sleek black sheath with intricate designs on the sheath of dragons in gold. "New sword," Naruto says. Ryuma pats the sword on his waist with a smile. "I killed this foolish samurai. You know he never used it and it's made of Iron Country's chakra metal," he says. The hidden blonde knows Iron is to the north of the land of canyons and borders Earth but is a country ruled by samurai. "You killed all people to test your new sword?" Naruto says. Ryuma points his knife. "You killed all people to test your new sword?" Naruto says. Ryuma points his knife with another lopsided grin. "Nah, I killed these workers with this knife, but you. No, you will face my sword. You look strong," he says. Naruto's face is hidden in shadow but leaves one purple orb. "You're right. I am," he says, using a rise on the fallen workers. Ryuma gasps as the shadows of those he killed were surrounding him, but a look of utter shock crosses his face when he realizes his knife does no damage to these avenging spirits. "Get back!" Ryuma shouts, but Naruto uses ruler's authority to raises their weapons to pierce Ryuma from all sides to incapacitate him. He falls to his knees as Naruto pulls the weapons out with ruler's authority and draws the sword from its sheath, giving the hidden blonde a better look as the hilt is wrapped in black and purple. The guard is around and etched with dragons in the sky. Kanji for the word sky, fire and dragon were etched on the blade. "This is a magnificent sword. Whoever forged it was a master by the looks of it, but it's wasted on you," Naruto says, swing his pickaxe into Ryuma's head and ending his murderous ways. He grabs the sheath and sheathes the sword to put it in his inventory, but his eyes drift to the workers. "Rest easy. You've been avenged. Raiki, Manta, Ganta, Tanma, Keita, Yusuke and Mosuke, Naruto says, before releasing the 7 from his army. He heads for the surface and meets up with IWA ninja who are coming to find Ryuma. Are you the only survivor? Akunoichi says, and Naruto nods. He quickly uses Shunshin to town where Kuratsuchi is with someone wrapped in what looks like thick ash. You survived, worker, Kuratsuchi says, her voice laced with a hint of surprise and something akin to admiration. I got lucky, Naruto says, but Kuratsuchi closes the gap between them. One of them was a skilled killer, Kuratsuchi questions, acknowledging the level of threat Ryuma was. I have some shinobi training but was busted out because I was a civilian, Naruto says. Kuratsuchi tilts her head but pats his chest with back of her hand. Beat it, worker, she says, though the harshness of her words is slightly undercut by the intrigue in her gaze. Naruto leaves and quickly heads for the cafe Mei works at called Madoka but sees a few bodies along the way. He finds Mei sitting with the owner Nojiko and wife of Keita. Menma, Mei says, and Nojiko sees him. Keita. Nojiko says, hope lighting up her eyes momentarily before she catches the somber look in Naruto's as he shakes his head sadly. A wail escapes Nojiko, a sound so filled with sorrow before Mei pulls her into a hug, a gesture that speaks volumes in the comfort it attempts to provide. Naruto sits down next to them and rubs Nojiko's shoulder. What happened? She whispers in Mei's chest. I working down one of the tunnels while Keita and few others were at the junctions. I heard some talking and hid before seeing some bandits. I managed to deal with bandits and went to look for the others, but they had been killed by this Ryuma. They did some damage to him and I got the killing blow before he noticed me, Naruto explains. Nojiko doesn't say anything and leaves the young couple. She found out she was pregnant today, Mei says, shocking the hidden blonde. I see. What happened up here? Naruto asks. Some missing men were searching for someone named Kuratsuchi, Mei says, her voice tinged with worry for Nojiko. I met her and she's the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, Naruto says. The day would end with 20 dead and weeks end. The mine is closing temporarily but too long for the young couple to illumine. They head south towards wind but move east into grass country. A country rich with forests and some consist of giant mushrooms or bamboo, also many rivers with deep ravines. They also see the battle scars of the Third Shinobi War like Kanobi Bridge with stories of the Kiroi Senko destroying the bridge to sabotage IWA supply lines. They stop in Kusagakure no Sato, and it is here that the young couple meet a member of one's clan. Grass fruit. Grass flower, Mei says, laying on the bed of their hotel room. Mina shadows infiltrated a few places and it's the talk of a few places. Apparently Hozuki Castle contains some weapon. Grass fruit wants to use it and grass flower opposes it, Naruto says. Are you going to sneak in the prison? Mei asks, her voice laced with a mixture of concern and excitement. Naruto moves to the bed to straddle her and settles himself on her chest. No, but I found the story interesting, he says, feeling her heartbeat. His left hand moves to grope her left breast and Mei sighs with a mixture of frustration and affection evident in her breath, but rapid knocking breaks their immersion as Naruto sighs, moving off her to head for the door, but has Samurai Killer in his hand. What now? Mei says under her breath, sitting up fully now. Naruto opens to young woman having long red hair in an unusual hairstyle of short and spiky on the right side, while longer and straight on the left side with red eyes behind a pair of brown glasses. Please let me in, the girl says, her voice laced with desperation. Naruto lets her inside and closes the door before pointing Samurai Killer at her. Who are you? He says. I'm Karen Uzumaki and you're the Shadow Monarch, the girl says, bowing deeply. How do you know that? Mei says, holding a sunbon between her fingers and her stance ready for any threat. Karen looks back to Mei and then to Naruto. I possess the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shingon and I can seize the honorable ancestor Ashborn overlapping your soul, Karen says, an earnest gleam in her eyes. Why did you come? Naruto says, sending Samurai Killer into his inventory and offers her a chair. Karen collects her thoughts for a few moments and clears her throat. My mother Kikyo told me stories about the shadow monarchs of our clan. Select Uzumaki blessed by our honorable ancestor. The last she spoke of was Kushina Uzumaki, she starts. Why didn't you come to Konoha? Kushina Uzumaki was there, Naruto asks, curiosity mixed with a slight edge of confusion in his tone. My parents were attacked by masked ninja with no emotion. My mother and I managed to escape but my father didn't. We came to Kusa, but it is here where our slavery began, Karen replies. Her voice trembled slightly with the weight of her past visible in her eyes. Slavery, May says. Her voice steady but tinged with horror, and Karen nods. My mother possessed our clan's heel bite and those in power here in Kusa, Karen says, and her eyes flicker. They used her to death, she whispers, tears running down her cheeks and tracing lines of untold grief but also resilience on her face. Naruto approaches and gives her cloth to wipe her eyes. Are they doing the same to you, he says, seeing a bite mark on her right arm. Why, yes. I attended their academy but was moved to become an apothecary, not a kunoichi, Karen replies, regaining her composure. Why did you come to find him, May says. Karen adjusts her glasses with look into Naruto's blue eyes. I know this is a lot to ask, but please take me away from this place. I don't want to die like my mother, she says. The vulnerability in her request is palpable, resonating through the silence that falls upon them. May looks to Naruto and then to Karen. You must have minders, May says, her voice a mixture of curiosity and concern. Why, yes. Zosui is a jonin. Midori and Shiba are chunin, Karen says. Naruto sighs and runs his fingers through his still black hair. Can you leave at this moment, he asks, his tone serious yet not devoid of compassion. Yes, Karen says, her eagerness to escape her current predicament clear in her swift response. Then you'll come with us. We'll be heading south through rain country and from there to the land of rivers, Naruto says, and Karen nods. Are you sure, Makoto says. I am. She's family, Naruto thought, and Makoto smiles. The young couple pack their things and check out of their hotel +1 to leave Kusagakure, but they have pursuers. Hand over Kusa's property, a voice says, its tone-chilling voice sliced through the tense air. The three halt on a road heading south and Karen visibly freezes at the sight of Zosui emerging into view from the barely lit morning mist, while Midori and Shiba appear behind them. The sudden encirclement feels like a vice tightening around her hopes of escape, her fleeting dreams of freedom waning under the scrutinizing gaze of their pursuers. Property? Naruto says, his hood obscuring his masked face. She belongs to Kusa, Zosui says, in a very cold and indifferent manner. She doesn't belong to anyone, May says, stepping forward with a mixture of anger and determination in her eyes. The assertiveness in her voice belied her youth, painting her as the protector within this trio. That's a bit naive, girly. That girl serves a function for Kusa, Midori says with a smirk, his voice carrying the weight of arrogance and unwavering loyalty to his village. His stance is casual yet threatening but suggests he is no stranger to enforcing such claims. Which she will no longer do, Naruto says, his tone firm. Who are you to say that, Shiba says, his gaze drilling into Naruto's. Naruto reaches for his hood to pull it down and reveal his mask. You can call Phantom or maybe Shadow, but then again. You'll never tell anyone, he says. Zosui draws the sword from his hip with a blank look on his face. You will return Kusa's property and you both will be made to serve as well, he says. Naruto's shadow-like aura begins to spread out as his eyes glow purple behind his mask. Arise, he says, his voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of power. Karen watches in awe as Makoto, Zabuza, Inari, Yagura, Isabu, Winter, and Spot rise from Naruto's shadow with each figure emerging, while their presence commands attention. What the hell? Midori says, disbelief painting his features as he takes a step back with his eyes wide and tries to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Nah, but you'll be heading there, Zabuza says, catching Zabumaru from Naruto. Karen watches mesmerized as Inari shears off Zosui's head, a display of efficiency and skill that leaves no room for hesitation or doubt. Zabuza, with a display of raw power and a grim determination, tears apart Midori with Zabumaru as his actions as fluid as they are deadly. Spot cuts Shiba in half as the action is so swift it's almost poetic, a deadly dance that leaves no room for mercy. The scene is a tableau of power, loyalty, and a grim understanding of what must be done. Arise, Naruto says, and their shadow variants rise. Hands behind your back and bow your heads to the ground. He orders and all three do so. Karen looks over the three shadows and glances to Naruto as he removes his mask. Thank you, she says. We should get going, Makoto says, having the newbies moving their old bodies. The three stop in a town to buy Karen supplies for the trip, but also making plans to train her in several skills learned from Zabuza and Amuri. They test her affinities to learn she has Doton and Sueton affinities, which allows them to further teach her several jutsu. They skirt the edges of Rain Country and see further battle scars of many shinobi wars, many speaking ill of the great nations and their god will smite them before they reach the land of rivers. You think it is accurate, Naruto says, his voice breaking the silence. Mei is sitting across from him in a cottage they found in the woods while Karen is outside training. It could be. Raiga had a nasty habit of burying people alive, Mei says, her voice low but carrying a weight of understanding and fear for what that meant for their quest. It has been a month since they arrived in River Country and get their first bit of evidence of finding Raiga. We can't take Karen with us, Naruto says, his voice firm but tinged with an underlying current of concern. The thought of bringing Karen into a potentially deadly confrontation with Raiga unsettles him. The distant sound of movement indicates Karen is still training outside, pushing her limits and honing her skills, unaware of the discussion taking place inside the cottage. We can't leave her here either. Her skills can be valuable, Mei says, but sees the bigger picture and the role Karen could play in their pursuit. Naruto sighs with ruffle of his hidden blonde hair. She'll have Zabuza attached to her, he says, and Mei nods. The pair head outside and speak to Karen about their plan to chase a rumor concerning someone they knew and promised to take down. The three pack up their things and erase their presence before heading for the Katabami gold mine, which is about a week's travel from their location. Raiga Kurisuki, Karen says, while they were on the road. He was student of my sensei Amuri Ringo and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Mei says, her voice laced with a mix of respect and disdain. He stole my swords, the Kiba blades, and ran off. I charged the kiddies to kill him, Amuri says, coming from Naruto's shadow in a chibi form and resting on Naruto's head. Will you keep the swords, Karen asks, a question that has been lingering in her mind. Depends. We'd have to head back to Kirigakure or Amuri can keep them, Naruto replies. The journey falls into silence, but about 2 hours later the heavy scent of blood catches their nose. Arise, Naruto says, bring out one of his tigers. It follows the scent off the road and into the forest to find the body of a large wolf. Kami, Karen says. Naruto moves closer and sees numerous slashes to the wolf, but a bit distance away is a large dead boar. Looks like they were fighting and killed each other, Naruto says, but here's whimpering. Find the source being a wolf cub with black fur and blue eyes. The pup growls at Naruto, but the monarch slowly moves his hand close for the pup to sniff and acclimate to him. It slowly sniffs his fingers and after a few minutes begins licking him as Naruto picks him or her up. Their mom is dead but took the boar with her, he says, seeing the pup is a girl. Karen approaches and lets the pup sniff her with it being more at ease with her. Can I keep her, she says. Sure. Mom is mine though. Arise, Naruto says, bringing the wolf and boar back. She'll need a name, Mei says, letting the pup sniff her. How about blue for her eyes, Naruto says, dismissing the wolf and boar as Karen buries the mom with a Doton jutsu. The 3+1 head back for the road and continue towards their destination of the mining town of Katabami. They deal with some bandits and pass a few towns, getting Blue looked at by a vet and gain more information. A few days later, they arrive at a curry shop that doubles as an inn called Curry of Life. Curry of Life, Karen says, Blue in her arms and now sporting a white collar. She is wearing a long-sleeve white shirt with a red tie having black cuffs on her wrists and a waist cincher, black cargo shorts with red tights and black ankle boots. We should it. They have info on the mine, Mei says. She is wearing Naruto's Lightning Storm hoodie over a sleeveless black crop top with a buckled choker at the collar and black jean shorts with dark blue straps around her upper thighs and black lace-up boots. Loose mimetic leg warmers with high-waist black tights. I've never had curry, Naruto says. He is wearing a graphic long-sleeve shirt in a dark purple color with sleeves have bionic designs on it. A pair of hybrid ninja cargo pants with adjustable straps having tight ankles and steel-toe harness boots. He also has on a long black button-up jacket with the upper body featuring a hood having a beaked tip, blue lining along the torso with the lower half of the coat forming 2 tails. The 4 enter the shop and not many are inside but are met by a little old woman named Sancho. We'd like a room and some of your curry, Mei says, as Sancho leads them to a low table. Sure. I'll whip up my world-famous curry, Sancho says, going to grab a ledger for them to sign. Naruto looks around and removes his hood to observe, but only a few older men are drinking in the corner. A young man that introduces himself as Karasher has them sign the ledger and bring water. Karasher. What do you know about Katabami mine? Naruto asks. Karasher begins a small rant about the magistrate imposing high taxes on the workers, but soon a hero came to overthrow the magistrate. What's hero's name? Mei says, her curiosity piqued. Raiga. Raiga Kurisuki, Karasher says proudly. You'll have to take us to meet him, Mei says, sweetly, and Karasher nods with dumb smile on his face. What a minx, Naruto says, under his breath but loud enough for Mei to hear. What's that, love? Mei says, turning her gaze towards him and feigning ignorance. I said what a minx, Naruto says, a slight grin on his face and acknowledging Mei's playful demeanor. Well, I'm your minx, Mei says with a teasing smile, her eyes locked on Naruto's and escalating their flirtatious banter. So, Raiga is in Katabami, Karen whispers, attempting to steer the conversation back to the task at hand. Seems so. Mei and I will head Katabami, while you stay here. Now can sense all the way there, Naruto says, articulating the plan. I can try, Karen says, and closes her eyes to focus, letting her perception spread from the shop outwards. A few minutes pass and Karen opens her eyes. There are at least 20 Chunin and above people there. I can almost feel despair coming from there as well, she says, as Blue paws at her tie. I see, Naruto says and cups his chin in thought. I'll keep Zabuza to your shadow and Blue's mom to her shadow, he adds, and the redhead nods. Here you go. My world-famous curry, Sancho declares, rolling a cart with 3 plates. Karen sees the older men waving their arms and heads frantically as Sancho places 3 plates of nearly black curry. The 2 Uzumaki and Terumi stare at the concoction before them, but the hidden blonde makes the first move, grabbing a spoonful of curry to slip it into his mouth. The pair watch in horror and fascination as his face undergoes a rapid transformation, changing colors from red to green to pink to blue to white. He trembles violently, sweat pouring down his face, before falling back with a dramatic clatter of the spoon hitting the floor. Naruto? Both say. Naruto snaps awake with a look on his face, but tears well up in his eyes. Oh my Kami, I almost died. I almost died. I almost died. He cries and Mei pulls him into a hug. Lock arcane, he mutters, confusing both. He quickly snaps back and glares at the curry on the table. I've eaten food out of the garbage before, but that is evil, Naruto says, getting to his feet, pulling out some money. Order something better. Don't eat that, Blue, Naruto says, stopping the pup and giving Karen money. Mei grabs Karasher and the 3 head for the mine as Karasher extols about Raiga. What do you really know about Raiga? She asks. He's a hero, Karasher says, his voice filled with an unwavering belief. They soon reach the outskirts of the mine with a waterfall feeding into a makeshift river, several buildings, and what appears to be the magistrate's place under construction. You can head back, Karasher, Mei says, a serious tone to her voice. I wish to see Raiga, Karasher says, but Naruto chops the back of his neck. A clone pops to life and takes Karasher back to the shop as Naruto brings out his mask. How do you wish to do this, Naruto says. Flood the area with your mist and lure him out, Mei says, and Naruto makes about 5 clones that uses stealth to begin flooding the area. Looks like his habit is on display, Naruto says, attaching Amuri to Mei and pointing to the graves. At the same time, in front of the magistrate place, Raiga Kurisuki sits on the steps before a frightened man. To his right is a mountain of a man standing nearly 7 feet 2 inches with a muscular physique with long pants and a sweater. So Ryunosuke. Raiga begins, still wearing his former umbu-like attire and the kiba blades at his sides. It seems his friends managed to reach a ninja village, one of his minions says, wearing the hooded mantles of the group. Then in that case, let's have your funeral, Ryunosuke. I'll give a grand speech and cry deeply for you. More than even your family, Raiga says. Boss? A member of the Kurisuki suddenly shouts, running up to them with urgency clearly etched on his face. What's going on, Raiga says with a calm demeanor, masking the intrigue that sparked within him at the unexpected interruption. We're under attack. Some people showed up in a thick mist. The minion stutters out, trying to catch his breath. Raiga rubs his chin with a smile on his face but looks to his mountain. Taiga, take care of our pest problem, he says. Fine, Taiga said curtly, his voice carrying a note of eagerness for the task. With a nod toward the remaining minions, follows the one who brought the news and ready to confront whatever challenge awaits them. Back with Mei and Naruto, they were making short work of Raiga's minions as the hidden blonde raises them to be new soldiers. A heavy gust of wind erupts through the area to lighten the mist, and Mei appears next to Naruto while Taiga reveals himself with 6 others. You are a very good-looking woman, Taiga says with his blue eyes on Mei, but his gaze drifts to Naruto. However, you seem more intriguing, he adds. I would be inclined to agree. Can you handle them and go for Raiga, Naruto says. Mei runs her fingers over blue lips to wipe some excess lava away. Of course. Have fun, she says. Bring out more senbon. Taiga removes his sweater to reveal his muscular body, while Naruto slips off his coat to drop it, creating a small standoff between both sides, but Mei breaks it by charging Raiga's minions. Taiga takes this as an invitation to shoot with a drilling left straight the air, whooshing in the wake of the punch's force and forcing Naruto to avoid it. He's big and fast, Naruto thought, barely keeping his balance. Taiga is on him with 7 heavy punches, but Naruto manages to force a leaping right to his temple, dropping Taiga to one knee, but he simply smiles. Beautiful, Taiga says, quickly coming in a low tackle. Naruto connects with a rising uppercut as Taiga reaches him, but he pushes through to grab him, but Naruto notices these markings overtaking Taiga's body. Sue! Taiga roars, tossing Naruto nearly 20 feet, but he manages to catch himself as his mask falls from his face. Taiga methodically approaches as his body goes through a radical transformation. His skin is beginning to darken and his scarab bleeds black. His arms gain vambrace like plating on his forearms as well. Taiga propels himself with a missile into furious rush of punches, but the hidden blonde manages to get his arms up to block. Naruto uses Kourimi with a body and brings out the scorching gauntlets. Round 2, he says. Ha ha ha. Yeah, Taiga says. Both rush each other into a flurry of punches with neither block. They're snapping from the thunderous blows with blood flying from Naruto's face from each of Taiga's punches connecting. A right hook connects with Naruto's face but uses the trajectory of the punch to spin and gain velocity. Burst knuckle, he shouts, connecting with right that sends Taiga skidding back. Taiga falls to one knee, but the smile on his face never falters while blood runs down Naruto's face and both shoot forward. Naruto ducks under Taiga's left hook and the hidden blonde clenches his left. Futi no Kawami, he shouts. Naruto caves in Taiga's chest and drives him into the ground as 2 blows appearing like one. Fractures as Taiga crashes with a spiderweb crack. Special technique of the scorching gauntlets. Futi no Kawami, Makoto says, her voice steady but carrying an underlying excitement. Yeah. 2 punches that act as one. Arise, Naruto says, turning the gauntlets back into bracelets. Taiga rises as Makoto goes to retrieve Naruto's mask and coat, but the mountain of a man is even taller with a single horn on his forehead. I am yours to command, Taiga says. Naruto pulls a stasis scroll from inventory to seal Taiga's original body for a proper burial as Makoto comes with his things. Now we go kill Raiga, Naruto says. Reizo, Ikazuchi no Yudage, Raiga shouts, driving his swords into the ground. Mei narrowly avoids the bolts of lightning running along the ground and tosses several senbon. She has been doing well against Raiga, but the Kiba blades keep her from getting close to deal the death blow, though a few of her senbon have found the mark. Is she dead? Raiga sneers, firing off a few lightning balls. Thanks to you, Mei says, we've a few signs and spewing some lava globs. Raiga avoids them but knows if one gets him, it'll be his glorious funeral, but that will not happen in his mind. Ha ha ha. A shame the youngest member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist died in some bed, Raiga says and brings his swords together. I'm done playing. Time for your glorious funeral, he shouts. Rumbles of thunder echo as Raiga calls down lightning as Mei prepares to avoid it while he spins in place. Raryu no Tatsumaki, he shouts. Mei sees the snarling dragon with red eyes coming, but suddenly Taiga lands with a large dust-up to block it by a heavy punch. What is that? Raiga says before being shot in the back. He crashes to the ground as Naruto appears from stealth with his rifle in hand. Your former subordinate, Taiga. I also have another surprise, Naruto says, removing his mask and hood. He touches his hair and channels some chakra as his raven locks become golden locks after touching his head. You? Raiga says, pain lacing his voice as he struggles futilely to move but finds his legs unresponsive. Naruto sends his rifle away and walks to pick up the Kiba blade. Yes, me. We made a promise to Aim Yuri and we keeping it, he says, as Aim Yuri rises from Mei's shadow. The kiddies have done right by me and now they'll deport your sorry ass to hell, Aim Yuri says. Her voice a blend of amusement and threat, but revealing her unforgiving nature, and the scars of her past that shaped her into the formidable kunoichi she is today. Mei with a calmness that belies the storm brewing within as she weaves signs to Tiger. Yotan. Rakusiha, she says, before spewing a large projectile of acid. Raiga's screams of agony cut through the atmosphere, a harsh reminder of the brutality that comes with their world. He melts down into a puddle of sludge, his end as tragic as his life while being a victim to the very violence he perpetuated. Sorry, love. Now you can't bring him back, Mei says, but the blonde shakes his head, reapplying his black dye. Don't need a cheap knockoff, Naruto says, dismissing Taiga and Aim Yuri. The pair head back to Sancho's shop, but encounter a Konoha genin team led by Might Guy. Who are you? One says, and Naruto recognizes him as Hinata's cousin Niji, his questions slicing through the air with a gaze as piercing as his Byakugan. You can call me Phantom, Naruto says, recognizing a second member named Rock Lee, but the third he doesn't recognize her. Phantom, we were hired by a villager to deal with Raiga Kurasuki, Lee says, optimism undying in his voice. Sorry you came so far, but Phantom and I have dealt with him, Mei says, her tone even but strong. And who are you? Niji says, his focus shifting to Mei. Call me Ringo, Mei says, a slight tilt of her head. You took our mission, Xiaomao, and the third of Team Guy says, her voice tinged with both accusation and disbelief. Naruto pins his hidden eyes on her with curious tilts of his head. What can we say? We got here first, he says, hiding the underlying tension with a facade of nonchalance. Yes, we killed Raiga. Not some genin who probably aren't wet, Mei says, her tone dripping with a mocking edge and sparking a visible fury in the lone kunoichi of Team Guy. Xiaomao's fists clench at her sides with her body language screaming intentions of attack, but Lee steps in front of her, and his own stance a barrier of calm. Xiaomao, no, he says, a gentle reminder of their teachings and the discipline they must adhere to even in moments of provocation. What is going on, my youthful team? Guy shouts, coming out from the shop with coincidentally Karen and Blue. The sudden interruption momentarily diffuses the tension, redirecting their focus to their sensei as his presence demands respect and adherence to the code of conduct they've been trained to follow. These two have proclaimed they have killed Raiga Kurasuki, Niji says, his brow furrowing as he recounts the event. Guy looks over the pair but for once remembers Naruto's mask from the bingo book. Your Phantom. Kirigakure placed you in the bingo book, he says, recognition mixing with a hint of respect in his tone. It's rare for someone so young to make such an impression that they're noted in the notorious book of shinobi. And you, Might Guy, Konoha's noble green beast, Naruto says, and both shake hands. As I was telling your team, we took care of Raiga, but if you head to the mine near the magistrate's office, you'll find what is left of him, he adds, detailing their encounter and its aftermath. We'll need to confirm it, Guy says, shifting into action. We'll talk the owner and be on our way, Naruto says, heading inside. We should bring them back to Konoha for questioning, Xiaomao says, her analytical mind thinking ahead to the potential intelligence they could gather. I agree with Xiaomao. The information they possess could be crucial for our future operations, Niji comments, nodding with Xiaomao's sentiment. If a fight were to happen, it would not be easy. Phantom is credited with killing the Sanbai Jinchuriki Yagura Karatachi during Mist's civil war, Guy explains, his voice carrying a gravity that underlines the severity of their situation. The mention of Phantom's reputation causes a momentary silence amongst the group. Understanding the potential threat could be far greater than they had initially thought. Team Guy depart for the mine as Naruto's group leaves after listening to Karashir curse them for killing their hero Raiga. Good thing I was wearing my mask and dyed hair. Otherwise Konoha would be hounding me, Naruto says, a hint of relief in his voice at having maintained his anonymity during the confrontation. At least your infamy will spread. That will keep our enemies guessing, Mei comments, trying to find a silver lining in their precarious situation. That Konoha team was weird, Karen adds, and Blue barks her agreement, sensing the unease amongst her companions. Chappie 3. Hashtag Land of Fire hashtag. The death of Fire Daimyo Hideyoshi Oda was a shock to many in Fire Country, but also other countries, as well as the man was fair to both friend and foe. However, now with his death, the country falls into a succession war between his two sons, Nabutatu the oldest and Ayasu the youngest. Nabutatu is a man filled with greed and ambition, while Ayasu is fair, honorable, and heroic. The hidden village of Konoha found itself in the middle of the brothers, but both princes decided to not fight with their country's hidden village due oaths taken by Konoha. Instead, the brothers fought with samurai and Onimusha, but Nabutatu had the clandestine involvement of the darker elements of Konoha in the form of Danzo Shimura. Ayasu had rallied many in the court to his side, but Nabutatu had many on his side as well. The daimyo's court is filled with deceivers and liars, people who spoke in honeyed words and have the blackest of hearts, but Ayasu could weed out these serpents. Fire Country as a whole was wholly affected by the succession war, with Konoha continuing to take missions, but many could feel the unease under the surface. The brothers did not live the capital of Edo, but instead in their domains of Akamitsu for Nabutatu and Owari for Ayasu. The latter to the east of Fire Country, with ample farms, mines, fishing and shipping to create a bastion of stability. The battles between brothers makes the country begin to take sides, but it is the brothers' action that were making the difference. Nabutatu cared not for the common people or warriors under his advisors' commands. Towns used by his forces were filled with unscrupulous actions by bandits or missing nin to create refugees fleeing to various other places. On the other side, Ayasu aids everyone and builds places for refugees that arrive in territories under his control. He has his men and women deal with banditry and missing nin as best they can, even getting some to join his side. Other nations were watching this succession battle between brothers with keen interest, but soon a powerful ally would join Ayasu Oda. The sounds of swords clanging echo in the courtyard of the castle of Prince Ayasu Oda within Owari lands. The mid-20s prince has done everything to improve Owari from when he took over some years ago. Improved farming techniques, improved healthcare facilities, a small and bubbling industrial sector that has propelled the region of Owari into an economic hub. His other ventures like the soup kitchens, his cracking down on banditry and corruption have won him the love of the people of his lands, but his other territories as well. Your skill with the sword rivals my generals, Ayasu says, sword in hand. He stands nearly 6 feet with a slight muscular body from training, sharp dark eyes, and a short black-haired mane. He wears no shirt with dark hakama pants and calf-high boot having segmented shin guards. Thank you, Princess Ayasu, says one Tenten Higurashi, or simply Tenten now. The 18-year-old has come a long way since her heated argument with her father concerning Naruto and his disappearance. She believed her father was on Naruto's side, but it was a facade and caused her leave. Her leaving Konoha had been the right choice, as now she is a student of one of the legendary Sannin and her idol Tsunade Senju. Their meeting was one of chance, but the mention of Naruto brought them together. Ayasu sheathes his sword with a sign of trust and respect in their culture. It's not just your skill Tenten, but your determination. You remind me that each one of us has a role in forging our village's destiny, he says, wiping his brow. It's been a tough journey, Prince Ayasu, but seeing how you lead, how you never waver, it inspires me, Tenten says, balancing her stance. Ayasu nods with an understanding the unspoken hardships she refers to. This village, our people, we have survived through much. It's the bonds we share, the resolve to protect each other, that has always seen us through, and now more than ever. We need that unity, he says. A moment of silence passes between them. How is Lady Momo doing? Tenten asks, her signature panda buns covered by white silk brocades. She also wears a white sleeveless, high-collar cheapao dress with red trimmings and a pink flame pattern on the left, tied with a maroon obi. Underneath she has white-black leggings, black high-heel boots, and arm-length black fingerless gloves. She is well. Lady Tsunade and Lady Shizun are taking good care of her. I cannot believe I'll be a father, Ayasu says, his voice a mixture of pride and incredulity. He knows his brother will sooner or later find out about his wife's pregnancy, meaning he needs to win this succession war. It wasn't fought on a grand scale with ninja, Instead, this war is being fought with soldiers having pikes, swords, or bows led by samurai. Unlike the samurai of Iron Country, these samurai were less in number but stronger. They used their chakra to create aura blades and use various swords arts that were like jutsu. Meaning you need to win this war, a voice says, and both sees Tsunade standing on the landing. The blonde is a beauty despite being nearly 50 with straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair has shoulder-length bangs that frame her face and the rest reaches her lower back. Her eyes are honey brown and she has a purple rhombus on her forehead. She wears gray, kimono-style blouse with short sleeves and a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage, and wears open-toe, strapped black sandals. I plan to Lady Tsunade, how is Momo, Ayasu says, bowing to Tenten to end their spar. She is doing well, but her morning sickness is a something to keep an eye on, Tsunade says, before taking a sip from a jug of sake hanging from a strap. I will go check on her, Ayasu says, and both bow to him. The kid has what it takes to be daimyo, Tsunade muses. Not if the first prince has anything to say about it, Tenten says, her brows furrowing in concern. Add Danzo Shimura as well. That one-eyed bastard is aiding him behind Sensei's back, Tsunade says, her tone dripping with disdain as she takes a seat while the weight of their situation seemingly pressing down on her. Though we have no evidence, Sensei, Tenten says, sitting next to her and her voice carrying a note of caution. Maybe Konoha is staying out the succession war but are prepared to support the prince that gains the advantage and wins, which puts us in a precarious position, as Konoha ninja, Tsunade says but smirks, which is why Shizune and I are no longer Konoha ninja. It sucks to lose my travel rights as a Sannin, but I'm not going to sit idly by as people die, she adds, and Tenten smiles, but thoughts drift to a certain blonde. Do you wonder where he is, Tenten muses? Tsunade looks to the clouds in the sky. I do, but if Kushina did what she intended. He's building his army and making a name for himself, she muses with a hint of pride and hope in her voice. Hidden Dream Village, Mei says, breaking the silence that hangs between them like a thick fog. Naruto, Mei, Karen and Blue were making their way to the Hidden Dream Village for a job commissioned by ruler of the area concerning said village. Jito Akiku Matsumoto is worried about the succession war going on and the first prince deciding he needs to have the edge in battle, Naruto explains, sharing the details of their mission. What's a Jito? Karen asks, tinged with curiosity. It's a low noble and granted land to govern, paying a certain amount of money in taxes to the daimyo, Mei explains, her voice confident and steady. And with the daimyo dead and his sons going to war, things are precarious here in Fire Country, Naruto says, concern lacing his tone. Which we're walking into, Mei comments nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. It's been about 4 months since meeting Team Guy and we're now in Fire Country doing freelance work, overhearing rumors about the princes and their actions. Seems Prince Ayasu is pretty much like my mother said, but Prince Nabutatu is the older and has some skilled samurai despite Konoha not getting involved, Naruto says, a hint of admiration in his voice for the strategic prowess the prince seemed to possess. Mei glances to him with a thoughtful look. Your mother had insight into nobility and their games. It's fascinating, and yet here we are. Caught somewhat in the middle doing freelance work. It taking us to interesting places, she says. Mom knew a lot about a lot according to her journal. Makes me wonder what else we'll find out here, with the princess fighting and Konoha staying neutral. It's a messy situation, Naruto says, his blue eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Neutral or not, our path crosses with these squabbles. We'll need to be more cautious now. In case Konoha ninja happen to see you, Mei says, and Naruto nods, touching his black hair. A few days later they were in Yumgekyur that has a collage of numerous nagaya or longhouses, each home sharing communal facilities. This quaint village was nestled in a flat valley, hugged tightly by embracing forests with a bridged river that dissected it neatly in half. So Fire Country has 2 ninja villages, Karen says, her tone carrying a mix of surprise and intrigue as they meandered along the cobblestone paths that snaked through the village. Apparently, but Yumgekyur is not considered an official ninja village, Naruto says, as they search out the village leader's home. Karen has a sense of curiosity burning within her as the idea of a village outside the traditional shinobi system intrigues her and wonders what unique customs or secrets Yungekure holds within its heart. They soon find it, and it is the compound of the Tenro clan. This reminds me of the Inazuka compound, Makoto says, as Naruto sees wolves at the main gate with bladed weapons on their backs. Halt! Who are you? One guard challenges, stepping forward with a firm stance. My name is Phantom or Menma, and I was hired by Jito Akiku Matsumoto to discuss certain matters, Naruto says, pulling a scroll with Akiku's sigil from his coat. The guard's eyes narrow and scrutinizes the scroll before signaling with a nod. Follow us, he commands, and turns on his heel as another guard falling into step beside him, leading them inside the compound. The atmosphere shifts palpably as those inside pause their activities to cast suspicious glances their way. The air thick with unspoken questions and look upon the three with suspicion in their eyes, but the 3+ wolf pup ignore them. Lord Enzo will meet you in moment, the guard says, putting them in a meeting room. Naruto sits on a cushion before a slightly raised section about 10 feet from them, with Mei on his left and Karen on his right, Blue sitting in her lap with curious tilts of her head. A few minutes later, a large and bulky man with gray spiky hair enter, followed by a young woman. His attire consists of a gray sleeveless kimono shirt with a collar lining of dark blue fur, a Hittite in the shape of Hapori face guard and the symbol of ZZZ on it, a red scarf around his neck with round stone ornament attached, and brown pants having leg warmers in matching fur. I am Enzo Tenro, and this is my daughter Ryuka, the man says, his voice steady and commanding. She has messy purple hair, amber eyes, and has red marking under each eye with a Hapori face guard, but has 2 extensions upward. She wears a sleeveless pink kimono with a furry collar and a necklace consisting of rings attached together by red strings, ending with a tassel to the left. She wears furry wristbands on each wrist, followed by bandages that go up to her elbows. She also wears a short violet skirt and dark brown pants that have furry endings right below her knees, the rest being bandaged up. I am Menma Yusuji, and this Ringo. Rin and Blue, Naruto says, removing his mask to reveal purple contacts. You were sent by Jito Matsumoto, Enzo says, and Naruto nods, holding up the scroll. Ryuka moves towards them and takes the scroll from him before checking for traps. Here, father, she says, reaching him. Enzo opens the scroll and begins reading the contents that Jito Matsumoto has reason to believe Gensui Emijirai has aligned with Prince Nabutatu in seeking the 3-headed guardian beast or Cberus for himself to win the succession war. How can Jito Matsumoto believe this? Gensui is a trusted ally. His son is engaged to my daughter, Enzo says. I do not know. We were simply tasked with delivering the scroll, Naruto says. I agree with father. Elder Gensui would not do such a thing. Perhaps this some sort of trick, Ryuka says, but Enzo raises his hand. This is indeed Jito Matsumoto's sigil and signature, Enzo says, and having disbelief lacing his voice, but looks to Naruto. You will accompany my daughter and I to speak to Gensui. Those two will remain here, he adds. Naruto glances to Karen and Mei with his hidden eyes moving back to Enzo. If that is your wish, Naruto says. Tenro ninja come in to sequester Mei and Karen while Naruto follows Enzo with Ryuka. I do not trust you, she says, her voice steady but yet ripe with an unspoken challenge. That is your decision, Naruto says, a hint of understanding in his tone. His response is measured and devoid of animosity, reveals a level of patience and wisdom not commonly found in one his age. I've heard of you, Phantom. You cut your teeth in Miss Civil War, Enzo says, but Naruto says nothing. The three leave the village proper and head of the Hill of Illusions, giving one a clear vantage point of the surrounding area and the forests of mythic beasts. The forest itself has a heavy mist and visibility is not very far. Reminds me of when I was training you, brat, Zabuza comments. Don't remind me. You made me stand in your hidden mist for hours to get used to fighting in it. If not for being the Shadow Monarch, I would have been completely blind, Naruto thought, seeing large insects around their perimeter as they travel through the forest. Why have you come, Lord Enzo? A voice says, slicing through the tension that filled the air like a sharp knife. Taisa, I'm here to see your father, Enzo says, his voice steady and unwavering. There is a silence, a pause in which the weight of his words seemed to settle over them, before a young man appears from the shadows with his gaze wary yet curious. He has short brown hair and several pinkish-red markings on his face. He wears a samurai-like attire of the same color as his markings with some purple and white. He has 2 purple shoulder guards, loose, dark gray pants with some yellow on the left leg tucked in bandages wrapped around his lower legs, and wears the unique sandals his clan. What about Enzo? Gensui says, appearing next to his son with his voice as grounded and ancient as the earth itself. He is an elderly man with very long white hair, some of which is pointed up. The rest is straight and tied into 2 loose, thick ponytails behind his back, and has 2 strands framing his face with a small goatee. He wears a samurai-like attire that has spots reddish-pink and purple with iron and gold plating. He wears brown pants tucked into bandages wrapped around his lower legs and the unique sandals of the Amajiri. It's like they knew we were coming, Makoto says, sensing the unease that started to creep into their midst. Jito Akiku Matsumoto has sent sensitive information, Enzo says, a clear sign of respect and urgency woven into his gaze. Taisa looks to his father and seeks counsel in his silence while a storm brews behind the calm facade of the older man's exterior. I thought I would have more time, Gensui finally admits, his words heavy with a resignation that spoke volumes of the challenges they were about to face. More time? Enzo repeats, but his words are quickly swallowed by chuckling that seems to echo from all around them. They quickly find themselves encircled by a dozen or so soldiers. The group is led by a strikingly good-looking young man, clad in black and purple samurai armor. A pair of short swords rest in his hands and his long white hair dances in the breeze, his purple eyes shining with an unsettling glee. Gensui? Enzo stammers, disbelief and confusion painting his features. Gensui merely grins with a bitter twist to his lips as he watches Enzo's dawning realization. Poor Enzo. You believed in Gensui when he despised you for the fall of his clan, the samurai says, amusement clear in his tone as Taisa moves next to Ryuka in shock. Enzo's face falls as his expression is a mixture of betrayal and pain. He looks from the samurai to Gensui, seeking some sign of denial but finds none. Mitsuhide is correct. The Tenro persecuted and banished of the Amajiri to this forest, while your clan ruled. However, that time is over. Once I unseal the 3 heads, Lord Nabutatu will crush that arrogant upstart, Gensui says and raises a half-ram sign. Ryuka freezes and her eyes dim as Gensui chuckles with a look to his son. Taisa, take her to the 3 heads shrine, Gensui says. Yes, father, Taisa says, grabbing Ryuka from behind and vanishing. Gensui's treachery hangs heavily in the air as Enzo is overcome with disbelief and struggles to find his voice. Gensui, why you traitor? Enzo says, pointing his staff at the man he once believed to be an ally. Leave them to me and go unseal Cberus, and my lord will pay you handsomely, Mitsuhide says, and Gensui vanishes, leaving Enzo and the others to face their grim fate. Phantom, I am in need of your help, Enzo says, desperation tinging his voice. No problem, just tell don't anyone what you're about to see, Naruto says, as his shadow aura flares out. Enzo and Mitsuhide's men were shocked by Naruto's army, but Mitsuhide ignores this as the battlefield tense with both sides eyeing the other warily. Mitsuhide shoots towards Naruto with a smile as the hidden blonde says arise and his soldiers rise before he blocks Mitsuhide's attack with Zabumaru. Tenro Ryu Ninjutsu, Jujinka no Jutsu, Enzo shouts, transforming himself into a werewolf-like creature. You managed to block me, Mitsuhide says, his tone laced with a mix of surprise and respect. Naruto back jumps and swings Zabumaru with a whip strike, but Mitsuhide avoids it with his eyes sharp and movements even sharper, closing in with his sword crossed and Naruto somersaults over his strike. He swaps out Zabumaru for Inari's fangs as Mitsuhide smirks. Those are beautiful weapons. I look forward to using them, Mitsuhide says, shooting forward, and Naruto does the same. Both meet in furious clash with sparks flying, but Naruto sees chakra humming along Mitsuhide's sword and uses kawarimi with a log to avoid a slash of chakra. You avoided my aura blade, Mitsuhide says, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Interesting technique, Naruto says, his Inari's wrath in reverse grips. Mitsuhide lowers his stance and blitzes forward using the reduced earth technique, but spins rapidly 3 times, attempting to slash Naruto 3 times, but the hidden blonde blocks all 3. Fast but not fast enough, Naruto quips, a slight smirk on his face. Mitsuhide's eyes narrow slightly but is impressed despite himself. Your skills are commendable. It's not often I find someone who can keep up, he admits, reassessing Naruto with newfound interest. Mitsuhide tries to confuse Naruto by rapidly alternating between fast and slow movements, but Naruto uses the mist to his advantage by making it thicker. Have you ever killed someone by making no sound? Naruto says, his voice echoing eerily through the mist. Mitsuhide only scoffs and swiftly moving to counter Naruto's unpredictable tactics. I prefer to hear the screams of my victims, Mitsuhide retorts, blocking Naruto's strike from his right with a quick sidestep. Duly noted, Naruto says, landing a glancing blow to Mitsuhide's thigh and slicing through his armor as if it were made of paper. He cut through my armor? Mitsuhide thought in shock, feeling the sting of the wound. You're probably wondering how I cut through your armor, Naruto says, his voice coming from seemingly everywhere as the mist thickens around them. Mitsuhide swings blindly with a backhand strike, but hits nothing but air as Naruto chuckles. These daggers are special, the hidden blonde says. Mitsuhide stifles a cry of pain as Naruto slashes his outstretched left leg and vanishes back into the mist. Let's try something. I'll strike you in 10 seconds, Naruto says, from the mist. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, Naruto says and appears in front of Mitsuhide. Mitsuhide crosses his sword in a scissor-like motion to cut the hidden blonde's carotid arteries, but it turns out to be an illusion of Naruto. This trickery, it's child's play, Mitsuhide exclaims, attempting to hide the rising panic in his voice. Almost. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, Naruto says, adding his bloodlust to the mist. His presence seems to loom closer until suddenly he slashes Mitsuhide in the back and slips back into the mist. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, Naruto says, from Mitsuhide's left, but the samurai swings. Sword art, wind cutter, Mitsuhide shouts, desperation edging into his voice as he swings his swords like a vortex. It slashes through Naruto, but he crackles with lightning and electrifies the samurai. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, Naruto says, as if mocking the samurai. Mitsuhide whirls around trying to anticipate from where Naruto will strike next with each number, but the slashes never come from the expected direction, leaving Mitsuhide frustrated and wounded. A testament to Naruto's elusive tactics and the unique, eerie battleground the mist has become. Face me head on, Mitsuhide shouts, seemingly losing his composure a bit, but his face explodes with blood. Naruto's voice cuts through the mist with a cool and mocking tone. Is that fear I hear in your voice, Mitsuhide? I thought you were braver than that, he says, seemingly right next to Mitsuhide. You bastard. It'll take more than tricks to defeat me, Phantom. I will have my revenge, Mitsuhide shouts, his right eye missing as he swings right. All right, I attack you head-on in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, Naruto says, voice oddly solemn amid the tension. Mitsuhide focuses in front of him and sees the hidden blonde coming with his heart races, adrenaline pumping, a desperate plan forming in his mind. Mitsuhide throws both sword at the charging Naruto, hitting the end of the first one with the second one for an extra boost. The second sword is hidden directly behind the first to make on believe only one is in their line of sight. This is the end for you, Mitsuhide shouts. Naruto parries the first and not the second as it pierces his left eye, but he collapses into a puddle of water. What kind of trickery is this? Mitsuhide shouts, panting heavily, and scans the area. Game over, Naruto says, slitting Mitsuhide's throat. He staggers forward and clutches his throat as Inari's poison ends his life before crashing to the ground. Arise, Naruto says, spreading his aura and raising all the dead. He searches out Enzo and finds the man being guarded by Spot with a few low-rank soldiers. Go after them. You must stop Gensui. The Three Heads prison is ahead, Enzo says, pointing to his right. I'll stop him, Naruto says, ordering Spot to continue guarding, and the tank smirks. He races through the forest towards the Cberus prison and encounters several Amajiri ninja, but the hidden blonde makes short work of them. He soon reaches a cave entrance that is glowing red, but Taisa appears at the entrance. You will not stop my father's ambition, Taisa says, but Naruto flexes his bloodlust and he falls to the ground. Your father's ambition will bring about the deaths of many innocents. I won't let that happen, Naruto says, walking past the frozen Taisa and into the cave. The cave's interior reveals a treacherous layout of lava pools with dark stalactites and stalagmites creating an ominous atmosphere. Is this like a volcano, Naruto says, navigating past the hazardous lava pools with ease. Perhaps, Makoto says. Naruto picks up speed and sees Ryuka in front of a pedestal with a blue orb, but Gensui is next to her. You are too late, Gensui shouts, his tone dripping with malice. The prison surrounding the pedestal glows ominously and pulsating with a dark energy, then explodes outward to release Cberus but blows Ryuka towards a lava pool as Naruto catches her. So, this the three-heads Cberus, Gensui declares, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Cberus is a giant monster with a body similar to that of a lion and 3 different heads. Its skin is mostly white and has dark purple on several places, including the underbelly. It has beige armor above the main head of a lion on which there are several small, red markings and a row of spikes. The other 2 heads of a wolf and a dog come out of each side of the armor. It has light yellow-green markings under each head's small eyes and thin, sharp teeth. Now 3 heads. You will serve Lord Nabutatu in crushing all his enemies. Gensui shouts with a manic confidence, but the creature bites down into him. Cberus explodes in power as Naruto rushes out the cave with Ryuka in his arms, while the 3-head grows in size and breaks out of the cave. Its entire body becomes covered in dark gray armor with pinkish-red markings on several places. Its original armor increases in size and gains spikes on the end of its tail, as well as pink armor on its underbelly. The necks of the 3 heads now seem to be composed on thick tissues and are much longer. The heads themselves are covered in purple armor with several spikes and red markings, and their rows of teeth are larger now. What have I done? Ryuka says, now awake and seeing Cberus with panic and guilt washing over her face. Don't worry, I have 2 that can handle it. Arise, Naruto says, summoning Ayasu and Inari as both grow to the size of Cberus. 6 clones pop to life and the hidden blonde nods as each vanish to prepare for his heavy artillery. Ayasu and Inari keep the attention of Cberus as a 7th clone takes Ryuka to her father, but she sees several fireballs flying towards the sky in the form of dragon heads. Naruto fires several blasts of magic to further distract the monster while Ayasu slams into it. In the sky, dark clouds begin to form in the sky and rains begins fall with mixtures of lightning followed by thunder. Now then, Naruto thought, beginning to release chakra to mingle with rain as he begins a lengthy chain of signs. Ayasu grabs Cberus from behind with his arms while Inari does the same with his tails, grabbing the 3 heads' outer heads as it growls and struggles. Hijitsu! Kamishini no Yari! Naruto shouts, and thick white spear of lightning comes from the cloudy sky to pierce Cberus' center mass, lighting up the area in flash of light. The light dies down and Cberus lays motionless with a large smoldering hole while Naruto approaches as his hidden blue eyes glow purple. Arise, he says, but nothing happens and he focuses. Arise, he utters. The 3 heads twitches a few times and its shadow rises while the original body breaks down into ashes with another power shadow at his disposal. Mitsuhide is dead, mutters a beautiful woman. She is Miyako Toyomiya and mother of first Prince Nabutatu, her family being one of the most influential in the Land of Fire. Her family keeping her son's bid for the throne alive, and it is not going well due to her son's public image. Her family naturally believed Nabutatu would become Fire Lord, but many nobles in court were hitching their horse to Ayasu. Yes, his spies reported that Phantom was involved in the 3 heads debacle, Nabutatu says. He is a handsome man with brown hair and dark eyes wearing expensive robes. Phantom could spell trouble for us. Should he join Ayasu, Miyako says, the worry creasing her forehead. The strategic mind of Miyako is always at work, pondering the possible moves in the intricate chess game of their political landscape. Nabutatu takes a hit off his Kizaru with a sigh. Everyone has a price. Throw enough money at him and he'll eagerly assist me and we can recoup our money by killing him to collect his bounty. he says, the wheels turning in his head as he considers the angles of this new plan. Have our backer track his movements and have Hanbei meet him, Miyako says, her voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of urgency. Speaking of him, Nabutatu starts and Miyako's perks up. Inform him I'll support his bid for Hokage when I take the throne. Sarutobi's neutrality is foolish, he adds, his tone one of disdain for the current state of affairs. There are oaths in place. Shimura is backing us, but do not underestimate his greed, Miyako, offering a piece of wisdom born of experience. Her cautionary words hang in the air, serving as a reminder of the delicate balance they need to maintain. Shimura needs me much more than I need him. I know he supports me only because he wishes to see himself as the next Hokage. A choice which now lies in the hands of whoever ascends to the throne, Nabutatu says, his voice imbued with a mixture of certainty and disdain. 3 months would pass and Nabutatsu's bid for the throne diminishes each day as Akamitsuwari has small riots beginning to happen. Where is Phantom? Nabutatsu says, his frustration palpable in the air. A masked ninja is kneeling on one knee with her head down. We lost track of him. His movements are erratic, she says in a drawl and robotic tone. Nabutatsu clenches his fist in his robe as his frustrations grow. Hanbei offered him enough for a lifetime and he refused. The nerve of this commoner and his horrors, he thought and looks to the masked liaison. I want him dead. Place a large bounty on his head, he says, through gritted teeth, but the masked woman shakes her head. That will not be possible for the time being. Locating and attacking Phantom at this juncture is not possible, the Nurse says. What do you mean it isn't possible? The lot of you are killers and yet you can't even kill. Nabutatsu begins. Nabutatsu, Miyako cuts, sharply and halts him mid-sentence as their eyes meet. Nabutatsu slowly calms down as Miyako looks to the Na operative. Leave us, she orders, and the woman vanishes, leaving mother and son. What have I told you about dealing with such ninja? Miyako chastises, and he grits his teeth as he gets up and waves away dismissively. I know you warn me to be careful when dealing with such people. Yet she is nothing but a mindless killing machine made to take orders, Nabutatsu said, having learned already the value of the masked people serving under Danzo Shimura. Mindless as they may be, but you must remember that they don't serve at your pleasure but under the commands of Danzo Shimura, Miyako says, warning him. Then perhaps another avenue, Nabutatsu says, and his mother arches one of her delicate eyebrows. The Hibi Sanin, Orochimaru, he adds, shocking her. Orochimaru? You would involve yourself with a snake, Miyako says. Her voice is filled with disbelief and her usually composed demeanor giving way to concern. He may be a snake, but he is a snake with powers and connections that even Danzo may think twice before crossing, Nabutatsu argues, his mind already considering the possibilities that Orochimaru's assistance could offer. Miyako sighs with her gaze softening. Just remember, dealing with Orochimaru is akin to dancing with a viper. You must always be prepared for the bite, she warns. Nabutatsu nods and takes his mother's warning to heart, but his determination does not waver. I understand the risks, but for the sake of reaching the throne, I am willing to take them, he asserts, his eyes holding a resolve that mirrors his mother's strength. Miyako reluctantly concedes due to knowing her son's stubbornness all too well. Then proceed, but proceed with caution, she advises, her voice imbued with a mixture of worry and trust. For aces, Naruto says, showing his cards. 7 groans echo across the table with tosses of cards as the hidden blonde pulls his chips towards him. He is currently in the basement of a mansion in an endless rock poker game. He, Karen, and May were in Tanzakagai about a week ago as he was cleaning out a few casinos that got him an invite to this game. It has been nearly 24 hours since the game has started and he has been doing well. Not bad, Phantom, one man says, unable to hide his surprised admiration. He is a good-looking man with messy silver hair and green eyes, dressed in a black 3-piece suit and white gloves. The man's tone is rich with begrudging respect, a smirk playing at the edges of his lips as he leans back in his chair, eyeing Naruto with a mix of curiosity and challenge. Thanks, Naruto says. He is wearing white, wide-leg pants with 2 black belts, leather shoes and a black turtleneck, a small, open, lapel-less waistcoat patterned with alternating circles and lightning bolts, a high-collared white trench coat with the sleeves rolled up having a blue and white tessellated cuffs. You look good in white, sweetie, Makoto says, but Naruto ignores her. 3 bow out due to being out of money or valuables to sell, with 1 selling herself to pay for her debts. Is this how nobles spend their money? Naruto thought, a hint of disgust lurking beneath the surface of his stoic expression. The cards are passed out once again as Naruto has a 10 and ace of spades while he places his chips for the pot. Everyone places their bets with eyes darting between their cards and their opponents. Raise 10,000, the good-looking guy says with a confident tilt of his head, immediately causing one player to fold. 3 cards are placed on the table after everyone places their bets. King, Queen, and Jack of spades. Royal flush, Naruto thought, his expression unchanging and revealing nothing of his impending victory. You're a shinobi, right, Phantom? The good-looking guy says, his voice casual but the underlying intensity clear. The room goes quiet as the tension palpable as all eyes turn to Naruto. I dabble in it, Mr. Hickey, Naruto says, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the sudden attention, and Hickey smiles with a snapping his fingers. A surly-looking man approaches with large scroll about 4 feet height, and Hickey smiles. Apparently this some sort of summon contract. I got it at an auction for about 100,000 with some other things. I'll bet this to raise 100,000 inch, Hickey says, his smile never wavering. The others at the murmur as there were 2 more cards to be played but quickly fold while Naruto pushes in all chips. All in then, he says, while attention begins to ramp up as the next card is placed down. How about we go further, Phantom? Hickey says and unbuttons his coat, pulling out 2 revolvers with a 7.5 inch barrel, Colt Single Action Army .45. It has a frosty nickel finish and ivory grips, but one could also see whirlpool engraving on it as well. I got these 2 at the auction as well. Apparently the Uzumaki clan that was wiped years ago had some of these. These are worth 250,000 a piece, Hickey says with an arrogant smile on his face. Naruto leans back with a slow exhale and a roll of his neck. You have a royal straight flush. He has nothing to beat you, Makoto says, and the hidden blonde reaches for his mask. How about this? I don't think my bounty covers 500,000, but you can tell the world you killed Phantom, Naruto says, slipping it off to reveal his face, and places the mask on the table. The room's atmosphere is thick with suspense, every patron holding their breath, waiting to see how this high-stakes game will end. Hickey stares at the mask, but then to Naruto's face before flipping the guns to handle first and places on the table. All right, let's show them, he says, revealing a full house aces over kings. Sharp gasps echo through the room while Hickey has this smug smile on his face, but the look quickly vanishes and his eyes widen in shock. Royal straight flush. 10 to ace of spades, Naruto says, grabbing his mask and slipping it back on his face. He rises from the table and looks to the dealer. I'll take my chips in cash, Naruto says, grabbing the revolvers to slip them into his coat pockets, and rounds the table to grab the scroll, but the surly man blocks him. Let him go, Corkies, Hickey says, and Naruto grabs the scroll. Congratulations, he adds, his voice tinged with resignation yet respect. Thank you, Naruto says, hefting the scroll under his left arm. He heads upstairs to await his money, and 30 minutes later, he is leaving the mansion with a silver briefcase. He about halfway from the mansion when he encounters Corkies with several masked men. You are to return Lord Hickey's belongings, Corkies demands sternly. They aren't his belongings anymore. I won them fair and square, Naruto says. I was only fooling around. I never meant to bet those items, Hickey admits, emerging from the shadows behind the masked blonde. Naruto adjusts the large scroll under his arm with a small sigh. But you did. You were hoping I would fold like everyone else, but the card gods were on my side and not on yours. Now I need a shower and some rest, he says, asserting his claim over his winnings. Just hand those items back to me and keep the money you've won, Hickey bargains, trying to find an amicable resolution. I'll have to decline. A summon contract is a valuable thing to shinobi, and these revolvers are from a powerful clan. You certainly don't need them, Naruto says, his voice firm and eyes keenly observing the opponents behind his mask. It doesn't matter. They're mine, Hickey says, and tosses the briefcase towards Hickey. You can have the money I won, and these are mine, Naruto says, steadfast in his resolve as Corkies brandishes a knife and charges at him. Naruto immediately unleashes his bloodlust and freezes all in place with Hickey in a cold sweat as he's surrounded by darkness. Why are you so driven to get these items back? The hidden blonde says, his voice echoing with a hidden depth as he confronts the terrified Hiki. "They are mine," Hiki says, his voice barely above a whisper and betraying his fear. Naruto removes his mask to show his glowing purple eyes. "Aunt Miko," he says, and Makoto rises to use her eyes on him. Hiki spills his guts at this was a second attempt by Nabutatu to get the blonde on his side against Ayasu. "All this makes me want to side with the second prince," Naruto says, his statement hanging in the air like a silent but irrefutable challenge. "Kushina's instincts were right concerning the former daimyo's sons," Makoto says, a slight wrinkle marring her face as she glances over at Hiki as he has visibly lost control of himself out of sheer terror. "I guess we're heading to Owari," Naruto says, turning on his heels and leaving the dazed men behind but also the money. He heads back to his hotel for a much-needed shower, letting Karen and Mei sleep by using stealth with a soundproof seal. The blonde crashes on the floor as soon as he hits his sleeping bag, but they were being watched by a black raven. "You won a summon contract at a poker game," Karen says, the next morning during breakfast with her voice laced with disbelief and a hint of admiration. "Pretty much, and 2 Uzumaki revolvers as well," Naruto says, bring out both from his inventory. "Do they work like your rifle?" Mei asks, her curiosity piqued, and leans in closer to get a better look at the firearms with her eyes scanning them thoroughly. "I'll need to check," Naruto says, putting them back into inventory. The three finish their breakfast and check out of the hotel to hit the road once again, but for Owari lands this time. "Makes you wonder what else you could win in those games," Karen muses aloud, breaking the silence that has fallen over them as they walk. "Or what you could lose," Mei adds, her tone more sober but also a subtle reminder of the stakes involved in the shinobi world. They make a stop a few hours later as Naruto begins to unfurl the summon scroll in a field about a half-mile from the road. "Ravens," Karen says, looking over Naruto's shoulder as they settle in the area where Naruto can test the summoning contract. "Seems so," Naruto says, observing with a mix of intrigue and wariness. "Itachi has crows. Ravens should be similar," Makoto says, from his shadow. "Sign in blood. Sign in blood, Shadow Monarch," a voice says, and all of them look around, but the source is a female raven landing in front of them. "Did you say that?" Karen says, her eyes wide with surprise at the talking raven. "Yes. Sign Shadow Monarch. Sign Shadow Monarch," the raven says, squawking a little. "How do you know I'm the Shadow Monarch?" Naruto says, his curiosity piqued and looking at the raven with renewed interest. "Raven's emissaries. Raven emissaries. Have gifts for Shadow Monarch," the raven insists, hopping closer. Naruto removes his left glove and bites his index finger to begin signing his name under a Yashikage Uzumaki, but Mei notices more raven appearing. "Summoner. Summoner. Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch," numerous raven cawing in unison, creating an eerie yet awe-inspiring atmosphere. "Summon," the raven before him says. Naruto sighs as he begins weaving the signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. "Kuchios no jutsu," Naruto says, but the blonde vanishes. He finds himself standing in the clearing of a dark forest, an amalgam of sounds echoing from various places like howls, whispers, the rustling of leaves, and even the unintelligible chatter of unknown beings that simulate the presence of people hidden within the shadows. "Are you the new Shadow Monarch?" a voice says, one bearing a regal tone that slices through the cacophony of the forest. The flapping of wings echo, and Naruto looks up to see a beautiful woman with ethereal pale skin, long raven hair to her shoulders, haunting purple eyes, and dressed in a white dress that hugs her figure. A pair of long raven wings allow her float down. She lands and her wings becomes a cape around her form. "Greetings, Shadow Monarch. I am Izaoi Yashikage," she greets. "Yashikage," Naruto says, his tone a mix of curiosity and confusion as Izaoi nods. "In honor of our last summoner before our contract was stolen during the Black Day," Izaoi says, and extends her arm for him to follow. "My children have been searching for it for years," she adds. The pair walk through the dark forest as random conversations happen as Izaoi explains after the fall of Yuzushio and the contract stolen. Her children have been searching but also keeping an eye on Yashikage's successor Kushina, but also him. "We ravens work in sync with the Shadow Monarch. We are ideal for reconnaissance and espionage, but also the use of Meitun. You'll also be able to share the vision of my children as well," Izaoi says, her voice a mixture of pride and solemn duty that breaks through the serene night air. Interesting, Naruto says, as they reach a very large but hollowed-out tree. He follows Izayoi inside to see 5 coffins with the bodies of 3 men and 2 women, branches pierced into their bodies as each look like they have recently died. My children found them and brought them here for a future monarch. They have long died, but these roots are keep chakra following through them, Izayoi explains, her tone reverent and almost melancholic. She gestures towards the first figure, a young man with medium-long brown hair, a striking black eye patch over his right eye, garbed in a mixture of blue, black, and traditional samurai attire. He is Date Masamune, Izayoi says with a hint of pride in her voice. The second is a young man dressed akin to a monk with effeminate features. The war god Kenshin Yusuke, Izayoi continues, her voice holding a trace of respect. Her gaze then shifts to a hulking figure, a man with brown hair tied in a top knot, dressed in formidable samurai armor colored in shades of red, maroon, and black. Hideyoshi, Izayoi says, the name carrying weight. The first woman is beautiful with long black hair and hime-cut, wearing onimusha garb in dark pink and black colors. Oichi, Izayoi says, her voice softening. The last is a kunoichi with Tsunehitei 8 having green hair that she tied in a bun on top of her head, with a hair needle running through it, and 1 short and long strands of hair with orange tips framing each side of her face. Suna's hero, Pakura of the Shikuten, they are your to raise, Izayoi finishes with a solemn nod. Naruto stares at the 5 with a run of his fingers through his hair. Rumors where she was killed by Iwagakure, Makoto comments, breaking the silence with a hint of disbelief. Arise, Naruto declares, his eyes glowing. The 5 rise with Date having 6 swords, Kenshin a single sword, Oichi a double-bladed naginata as Hideyoshi and Pakura no weapons. Each bow to 1 knee as Izayoi smiles. Now one more thing. Show me one of your bare arms, she says. Naruto pulls back the left sleeve of his turtleneck and Izayoi kisses his firearm with black lipstick as tattoo forms in the form of kanji around his arm to his shoulder. This will be the summon tattoo. Simply channel chakra into it and it will summon a swarm of my children, she says, and Naruto slowly nods, dismissing his new soldiers. He suddenly finds himself back in the field with the contract in front of him. Summon her back. Summon her back, the raven caws. Where did you go, Karen says, eyebrows raised in curiosity with her gaze fixed on the peculiar tattoo, now adorning Naruto's left arm. Must have been the summon realm of the ravens, Mei says with a hint of awe in her voice, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she tries to get a better look at Naruto's new mark. Naruto nods before rolling up the scroll to put it into his inventory and holds out his arm for the raven to land on it. Do you have a name, he asks. No name. No name. No name, the raven says, its voice echoing slightly in the quiet surroundings. Then today you will be Branwen, Naruto says, a soft smile playing on his lips. Branwen, 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 Branwen declares, as if testing out the name. Naruto sends her flying off with her wings cutting gracefully through the air. Choosing names now, Karen teases lightly, a small smile on her face as she watches Branwen disappear into the distance. As Branwen blends into the sky, the 3 continue their journey to the Owari lands, the weight of their future endeavors resting on their shoulders. Guards at Ayasu's castle stand guard at the gates when one sees 3 figures and a small wolf approaching in hooded cloaks, but one has a raven on their shoulder. Both guards quickly point their pole arms at the 3, and the raven flies off with a caw. Halt! One shouts. The one in front reaches for there and reveals a white mask having black painted lips, a pink star over the left eye. Its eyes are blacked out and purple crescent moon on the right cheek. State your business, the second guard demands, eyeing the peculiar mask with a mixture of curiosity and caution. I am Phantom and I wish to meet Prince Ayasu Oda, our blonde monarch asks, as his companions remove their hoods to reveal Mei and Karen. Phantom, as in Slayer of Yagura Karatachi, one says, keeping his weapon at the ready. I am. I've been told good things about Prince Ayasu and wish to meet him, Naruto says, his voice steady and confident. What is going on? A voice declares sharply but not without a certain regality, and one guard looks to see a young woman with black hair having 2 long ponytails wrapped in white cloth, ending in 2 golden hoops. She wears a sleeveless kosode with white juban underneath. black hakama pants and black ballet flats. Phantom has come to meet His Highness. Madam Lin, one guard says, slightly lowering his weapon but still wary. Lin stares at the masked blonde for several minutes in silence but turns on her heels. Follow. Make one move out of line and you'll die in 2 strikes, she says. Naruto, Mei, and Karen with exchange a brief look but follow Lin inside the castle, noting the numerous guards and servants watching them cautiously. Lin orders them to remove their cloaks and do as ordered with their shoes following before being relieved of their weapon pouches and being patted down. They are taken to meeting hall having tatami mats, shoji doors to let light inside. Several cushions are brought in for them to sit on. Sit here and bow to the prince once he arrives and don't look up until he says, Lin says, pointing to the cushions before a raised section having a low throne. Naruto takes a seat followed by Mei and Karen with both behind him. What did she mean in 2 strikes? Karen whispers, gently and rubbing Blue's head once Lin was gone. She is wearing a long-sleeve white shirt with a red tie having black cuffs on her wrists and a waist cincher, black cargo shorts with red tights and black ankle boots. Who knows? Mei says, her eyes scanning the finely decorated room and trying to distract herself from the nervous anticipation of meeting the prince. She is wearing a sleeveless black crop top with a buckled choker at the collar and black jean shorts with dark blue straps around her upper thighs and loose mimetic leg warmers with high-waist black tights. An unzipped black jacket with purple trim having a high collar and attached hood that comes just above her high-waist tights. The jacket has a zipper running along its entire length, a purple air filter on either side just below the trim. The jacket's sleeves completely envelop her arms, terminating in white glove-like extensions at cat's paws. She must be a skilled warrior, Naruto says, with a thoughtful expression. He is wearing a graphic long-sleeve shirt in a dark blue color with sleeves have bionic designs on it. A pair of hybrid ninja cargo pants with adjustable straps having tight ankles and a high-collar black trench coat with the sleeves rolled up having a dark purple and light purple tessellated cuffs. The atmosphere in the room shifts as the sliding doors to the right of the raised section slide open gracefully, a silent anticipation filling the space. All 3 immediately bow with their heads touching the mats, a gesture of deep respect as Ayasu enters the room. The unexpected presence of Tsunade flanked by Tenten further heightens the tension while Lin takes her place on Ayasu's left. Raise your heads, Ayasu says, his voice carrying a mixture of authority and curiosity. Each raise their heads as Naruto hidden eyes settle on the busta blonde to Ayasu's right and the teen to her right. Sweetie, isn't that? Makoto starts but Ayasu speaks. Why have you come, Phantom? Ayasu says. His gaze is piercing and leaving little room for ambiguity. Naruto pushes his memories aside and clears his throat. I wanted to meet you, Prince Ayasu. My mother spoke highly of you in her journal. He starts and Ayasu quirks an eyebrow. She spoke of you and your brother. How each of you have inherited the best and worst qualities of your father, he continues. His fingers instinctively brushing through his hair and transitioning it back to its natural blonde hue. This catches eye of Tsunade as that shade of blonde she knows very well. It couldn't be? She thought, but her student is having a familiar thought as well. Your brother, the first prince, has on 2 occasions tried to recruit me to his side. The first with an exuberant amount of money. The second in a high-stakes poker game, but both failed, Naruto says, his voice carrying a weight of unseen experiences. So, you've come here to see if I will do the same, Ayasu questions, his tone flat yet curious but pausing to keep Lin from leaping towards the blonde as Naruto shakes his head. No, I've always known I would work for you because of my mother. You didn't even bother to see me. Simply assumed greed motivates those around him. However, your people fight for you. Every person we asked in places controlled by you and especially here. How you treat people with respect and common decency. You fight with your soldiers instead of hiding in a castle, Naruto says and reaches for his mask. Which is why I Phantom, no, Naruto Uzumaki the Shadow Monarch will fight at your call. He declares, shocking Tsunade and Tenten. Foxy? Tenten blurts out but quickly covers her mouth, her eyes widening in shock and confusion at the revelation before them. Why are you not in Konoha? Ayasu asks, curious as to why the Kyubi Jinchuriki is not in Konoha. I left when I was 13 during the Uchiha massacre. I could not remain there due to certain elements, Naruto replies, his tone serious and reflecting on those dark times. Danzo Shimura, Ayasu says, almost as an accusation with his voice low and understanding the gravity of what that name brought with it. You're perceptive. Yes, the like of Danzo Shimura, and I could not trust the Sandame due to other elements. The last few years I've been traveling and working as a mercenary shinobi, Naruto says, revealing a piece of his life that had been hidden in shadows. Before I simply accept your help, I will look into certain matters before I do, Ayasu says, not unkindly but with the caution of a leader who had seen too much betrayal. And they are, Ayasu adds, looking to Mei and Karen. Mei Terumi, Your Highness, Mei says, introduces herself. Karen Uzumaki, Your Highness, and this is Blue, Karen says, presenting not just herself but also her companion. Ayasu rises from his low throne with Lin following. You are welcome to remain my castle until I finish my matters, he says, and the three bow low. Tsunade and Tenten remain behind as Naruto runs his fingers through his blonde hair. The older blonde rises from her spot and makes her way towards the younger blonde to sit in front of him, her hazel-brown eyes staring into his blue eyes for a few moments. You have his eyes and hair but Kushina's face, Tsunade says, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable strength. I do, Naruto asks, and Tsunade nods. Yes. Now where did you go after leaving Konoha, Tsunade says, and pulls out a jug of sake from a seal on her forearm. Yuzushio first. I wanted to see our clan's ancestral home. After some time on island, I left and headed for Mizu, Naruto starts, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. It's where he met me and saved me, Mei continues, and the blonde arches her eyebrow. I possess 2 Kekii Genkai and loyalists were going to rape and murder me if not for Naruto, she adds. The day we met Zabuza Momochi, and he trained us in exchange for assisting the rebels, Naruto explains, his tone reflecting a mix of respect and sadness. You killed Yagura, Karatachi, and Phantom aided the rebels in their victory, Tsunade says, drinking some sake from her jug, and Naruto nods. Naruto and Mei saved me from a life servitude and I became their apothecary, Karen adds, her voice small but carrying a weight of gratitude. Interesting. We'll need to talk shop, Tsunade says, sensing the depth of their experiences and the potential lessons within. What about you, Panda, Naruto says, looking to his childhood friend. Tenten collects her thoughts with her glancing to Mei but clears her throat. It was not too long after you left, she starts and sighs. I overheard the guy who adopted me that he was glad you were gone. I confronted him and he told that some of the merchant clans were pressuring him about associating with you. We continued to argue and I decided to leave. I happened to bump into Lady Tsunade and told her what I doing, she explains. I became her legal guardian and one of my student, but it seems her skill lay in kenjutsu. So I introduced to some teachers but teaching her some of my skills as well, Tsunade explains. Why are you here? Konoha ninja have oaths but you're assisting Prince Ayasu, Mei asks. My student Shizen Kato and I are no longer Konoha ninja. Though we do is medical care. We aren't fighting, Tsunade replies and rises to her feet. Come with me, little apothecary, she adds. Karen scampers to her feet and follows Tsunade out of the meeting hall to leave 2 childhood friends but a girlfriend as well. So, you knew Naruto as a child, Mei asks, her voice soft but laced with curiosity. Yeah. We were both orphans and began to hang but got separated when I was adopted, but we reconnected during the academy before he left, Tenten says, her tone tinged with a mix of nostalgia and regret. Sorry about what happened with your dad, Naruto says, but Tenten shakes her head as her eyes avoiding his as a complex swirl of emotions pass through them. Naruto, can let us girls talk, Mei says softly, giving Naruto a knowing look. Sure. I'll go feed Branwen, Naruto says, rising to his a small wave to Tenten and heads outside. A few minutes pass as both teens sit in silence but Tenten breaks it. How has Naruto been doing? She asks, looking into Mei's eyes for the first time since the conversation began. He's doing well, Mei replies, her tone gentle as she fixes a stray bang covering her right eye. Are you too close? Tenten asks, fiddling nervously with her fingers. We're a couple. We trauma bonded over the ordeal on Fujioka Island, Mei replies, surprising Tenten with the depth of their connection. I see, Tenten stutters out, a mix of emotions crossing her face as Mei tilts her head slightly and detecting the turmoil brewing within Tenten. Do you have feelings for Naruto? May says, and Tenten turns red, causing a slightly sly look to form on the auburn beauty's face. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, Tenten says, her voice barely above a whisper. Does it? If you do have feelings for Naruto, I am somewhat willing to share him, May says calmly, and her declaration leaves Tenten in disbelief. Are you serious? Tenten says, and May nods. I am. You are his childhood friend, and you should see if you have feelings for him, May comments and rises to her feet. If you have feelings for him. No, I confess to him first, May says, her tone firm yet open as she leaves to find Naruto. Tenten would contemplate this choice well into the night as the complexity of her emotions and the unexpected turn of the conversation left her in a state of turmoil, but eventually she would make a decision. She would explore her feelings for Naruto, a choice that would impact their lives in ways none of them could have anticipated. Chappie 4. #Land of Fire Owari #. The clang of a sword and daggers echo as Naruto spars with Tenten. Your skills with the sword is impressive. It's like you're dancing with it, he says, his eyes shining with admiration and a hint of surprise. Tenten couldn't help but blush slightly at the compliment. It's been a month since his group has come to Owari to meet Ayasu, but we're still on probation as the second prince investigates several things, mainly things in Konoha concerning him and his leaving. Anytime any of the three leave the castle, they were accompanied by soldiers or Lin herself. Lady Tsunade had me training with a few of Prince Ayasu's samurai. I have a penchant for weapons as well, Tenten says, going an Iaedo draw. The two have quickly fallen back into their old routine as if 5 years haven't passed since they last saw each other. Naruto avoids Tenten's draw with a somersault into a crouch behind her. Penchant for weapons. Maybe you can give this a good home, he says, his samurai killers going into his inventory. He brings out a katana having a sleek black sheath with intricate designs on the sheath of dragons in gold. The hilt wrapped in black and purple. Its guard is around and etched with dragons in the sky. Kanji for the word sky, fire and dragon were etched on the blade. I took it off a bandit in Earth Country. The blade is made with chakra metal from iron, Naruto says, holding out the sword horizontally. Tenten stares at the sword in shock with wide and flickering eyes. Why you want to give me this sword? She says. Naruto ruffles his hair a little. Yeah, call it a late birthday present, panda, he says. Tenten slowly takes the sword from Naruto and grips it in both hands. Thank you, Foxy, she says. May watches from the shadows with a soft smile but glances to see Tsunade. You sure you want them to reconnect? The blonde says. I am, but I'll be his first. He deserves a lot of happiness according to his Aunt Miko, May says, her voice carrying a hopeful note. He is the last male of the Uzumaki. If he settles back in Konoha, those in power will push for him to be put into the CRA, Tsunade says, with a grave tone. I'll only accept Tenten because she is Naruto's friend and has known him when he was most vulnerable, May comments firmly, making it clear that she trusts Tenten's intentions with Naruto, and Tsunade smirks. Nightfall comes and May strokes Naruto's blonde hair as he falls asleep on her chest. Lady Tsunade told me something, she says, her voice soft but bearing a weight of seriousness. What is it? Naruto says, half asleep but sensing the importance and listening to her heartbeat. If we go back to Konoha, those in power may want to force the clan revival act on you as the last male of the Uzumaki, May says gently, ensuring he understands the gravity of their situation. I don't think I could do something like that, Naruto says, the thought of being constrained by such laws unsettling to him. Could you accept Tenten? May asks, and Naruto looks up into her green eyes. Naruto says, but May pulls him closer to her chest. Tenten and I have been talking, getting to know her and her intentions. So we decided that if she gains feelings for you, from there I'll share you with her, May says, and Naruto sighs softly. Do I have a say in this? Naruto says, his voice laced with a mix of confusion and curiosity. No, but would you mind? May says, and Naruto shakes his head. Then we'll need a name for this. When Tenten joins us, she adds, continuing to stroke his blonde hair until his concerns begin to fade and is comforted by the soothing motions. Naruto finds himself pondering the situation. But, is this what Tenten wants? I mean, have you both talked about this seriously? He says. His voice conveys his concern for all parties involved. We have. It's not a decision we're taking lightly either. We understand it's unconventional, but we care about you. We just want to ensure you're not isolated or feeling left out. Mei explains warmly, her sincerity shining through. Naruto lets out a thoughtful hum as his earlier apprehensions now mingling with a newfound curiosity about the dynamics of their future relationship. And if if she does join us, how will this work? I don't want anyone feeling less important, he says. That's something we'll figure out together, Mei assures as her voice steady and reassuring. We'll communicate and make sure everyone's feelings and needs are considered. That's the most important part, she adds. Naruto nods slowly as he is comforted by Mei's words, their unusual scenario becoming less daunting under the light of her understanding and compassionate approach. As the night deepens, their conversation fades into comfortable silence, the only sound the rhythmic breathing of two hearts trying to navigate their unconventional paths together. Until sleep claims them, Naruto is wrapped in the warmth of Mei's embrace and pondering the future with a cautious optimism. Another month would pass as Naruto, Karen, and Mei settle into life in Owari with their probation lifted. Each of them train in various facets, with Karen and Mei learning from Tsunade but also Shizune, as Naruto and Mei both spar constantly with Tenten, or Naruto learning Meitun from Branwen by using his magic. The ravens teach him a few jutsu like Gashidakuro made of Meitun and can grow in size due absorbing chakra, the skeletal entity starting at 15 times the height of him. He learns to break himself down into ravens as well, but the most interesting is the Ruler of Darkness technique. The jutsu works similar to the hidden mist jutsu but shrouds the area in complete darkness, but it can't fool the Byakugan. However, the Sharingan and Rinnegan are susceptible, which will hide the caster. The prince left in a hurry, Naruto thought, laying on the roof of the meeting hall. Branwen is flying around above him while Mei and Tenten were training in the countryside. The last month he and Tenten have been drawing closer, threading moments of near confessions amidst their growing bond. Yet words of love remained unspoken, captured only in stolen glances and lingering touches. The blonde reaches into his cargo pocket for a flavored cigarette pack to slip one into his mouth. Kushina would be angry to see you smoke, Makoto says in her chibi form coming from his body, her voice a mix of concern and teasing. Blame Zabuza. You need a coping thing, brat, Naruto muses but doesn't light it. It's a rarity for him to smoke, as he does once every 2 weeks. Yeah, blame me, brat, chibi, Zabuza comments. I plan to, Makoto comments, a trace of amusement in her voice. Naruto ignores them and covers his left eye with his hand to look through several ravens that he is keeping an eye on Karen, Mei and Tenten, with shadows attached to Ayasu, Tsunade, and Shizune. The blonde monarch decides on a nap to avoid the persistent Lin, who for some unfathomable reason harbored a dislike for him. About an hour before sunset, Naruto snaps awake as one of his soldiers is suddenly injured. Shadow exchange, he says, swapping with said soldier and finding himself in the thick of a battle. Music. Faust Mick Gordon loop. A few moments before Naruto arrives, Ayasu is fighting for not just his life but lives of his wife Momo, his mother Jiu, but also his newborn daughter Nozomi. The attack is fierce and heavy as ninja wearing Hittite having a musical note attack Hanoji Temple, where his mother lives as a nun, also where his wife is going through labor. Ayasu leads the charge with his retinue of soldiers, with one of his samurai named Saito Himura alongside him. However, Ayasu draws the shortest straws as he found himself facing the leader of the assault. Who sent you, Ayasu says, blood running down his face from a gash above his right eye and half blurring his vision. His foe is a young man with pale skin, vivid green eyes, angular facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair. He has it divided down the middle on his head with a zigzag parting and 2 separate partings on either side of his face. You don't deserve to know, trash, the foe says, his voice as cold as the chill of the deepest winter. He wears a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeve, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around his midcalf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, shinobi sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. Ayasu clenches his sword tightly with the pain momentarily forgotten. Is that so? What makes you think you can judge me? He says, but his foe simply stares. The fact that you're on the verge of defeat says more than enough. You are weak, and the weak don't have the luxury of questions, the foe says, devoid of any emotion. Ayasu shoots forward for an upward arc strike, but the foe avoids it with ease, driving a white bone-like protrusion from his palm into the prince's leg. Ayasu cries out in pain and drops his sword, but the foe follows up with a back elbow to his nose, breaking it and spewing more blood. Weak or not, I've survived until now. And I won't let you or anyone harm those important to me, Ayasu shouts, swaying slightly but his resolve steady. Is that what you call this pitiful existence of yours trash? The foe says, coldly mocking the prince. He then goes for heavy kick that sends Ayasu on his back as stars fill his vision. I can't die. Momo. Nozomi need me, Ayasu thought, turning on his back and tries to retrieve his sword. I'd rather live a pitiful existence than one where I don't recognize myself in the mirror, Ayasu retorts, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand, defiance shining in his eyes as grabs his sword. You will die here. Do not fret. I will send the woman and baby after you, the foe says callously. This ignites a fire in Ayasu as with a war cry swings Iato like strike, but the foe blocks his strike. My bones are as hard as steel. You will not shatter them with such weakness, the foe says, as Ayasu's sword shatters. The second prince staggers back in shock but clenches his broken sword while blood coats half his face. I may not be as strong as a shinobi, but I will not let you kill my wife and child, Ayasu says, determined to protect Momo and Nozomi to the bitter end. The foe raises his left hand with his fingers pointed and Ayasu gasps as white bone comes from the foe's fingers. Then die, Teshi Sendan, the foe says, and the bone fires. Time seems to slow as Ayasu sees the drilling bullets coming. His vision hyper-focused, but everything returns to normal as he on his back with a person made of shadows standing his place. What? Ayasu says, but his breath hitches, as Naruto suddenly appears in the person's place. The foe charges Naruto, but a wave of the blonde's hand sends him crashing through a tree or two. It seems you are in need of help, Prince Ayasu, Naruto says, his back to the prince. I am. They attacked quickly. I rushed to defend my family. Tsunade is protecting them, but I was unluckily pitted against their leader, Ayasu says, panic lacing his voice. Naruto slowly turns to Ayasu with his face hidden in shadow but leaving 2 purple orbs. Then I'll ask you one thing, Prince Ayasu. Can I kill all those who have attacked this place? Naruto says, voice is calm and almost unnerving in its steadiness. Please help me and my family, Ayasu says, wincing several times. Naruto kneels and tears off the left sleeve of his black sweater. Everyone, come out, he says, pulling the bone from Ayasu's left leg. Makoto and everyone rises from his expanding shadow except Inari, Isabu and Cberus while the blonde ties the prince's leg. Fugaku, Spot, Taiga, take the prince to his family and defend them. No harm is to come to them, Naruto says, helping Ayasu to his feet. Taiga lifts the prince carefully with a nod and Spot a thumbs up. We'll handle it, Taiga says. Everyone else, go hunting, Naruto says, seeing his foe on his feet. Makoto and the others vanish as Naruto rolls his shoulders with the scorching gauntlets crawling up his arms to his shoulders. More trash come to die, the foe says. Kimimaro, strange black things have begun attacking. We need, one of the enemies says, running up, but Kimimaro fires his finger bullets through her head. A Kagaya, Naruto thought, and tilts his head. Why would a Kagaya involve themselves in fire country, he says. It is none of your concern, trash. You will die here along with Prince and his family, Kimimaro says. Not happening, Naruto says, as both rush each and the blonde leaps into 540 kick, but Kimimaro avoids it into crouch. He shoots his palms towards Naruto as bones shoot out to stab him, but he turns into an unkindness of ravens. Kimimaro whips around to block a flying sidekick and Naruto uses that to somersault back to punch forward as he lands to disturb the air, forcing Kimimaro right, but the Kagaya goes in with a series of swipes with his palm blades and adding a few kicks to the mix as well. Your bones. They are the weapons of the Kagaya. The Shikatsumiyaku, Naruto exclaims, ducking another bone spike. Yes, and they will be your end, Kimimaro replies coldly, his eyes narrowing as he prepares another attack. His taijutsu is impressive. His speed, agility and dexterity are high caliber, Naruto thought, avoiding a leaping split kick from Kimimaro. He's avoiding my Yanagi no matter. I'll show him my Tsubaki no mai, Kimimaro thought, unzipping his top halfway. His upper left arm undulates as the upper arm bone slowly rises from his skin and Kimimaro fashions it into a sword. I have to call this a fortunate opportunity. I didn't get to meet a Kagaya during my time in Mist, Naruto says, lowering his stance to spring forward. Meeting me will be the last of your fortunate opportunities, Kimimaro retorts, ice in his voice as he advances with blade at the ready. Their dance of combat resumes with increased ferocity, each blow and counter telling a story of two warriors pushing their limits. Naruto meet Kimimaro with a snapping six-piece jab combo, but the Kagaya blocks with his bone sword into several stabs coming from a slightly different angle each time. Is that all you've got? Kimimaro says, his bone sword deflecting each blow with ease with each counterattack, a stabbing motion coming from a slightly different angle. Kimimaro quickly changes the regularity of his strikes, with a few getting through due to the constant and chaotic strikes. Naruto sends Kimimaro skidding from a concussive punch and rockets forward to slice his cheek with Inari's fangs coming from his inventory. Kimimaro's vision begins to blur and his left eye bloodshot, but a tattoo of 3 slightly curved lines on his chest over his manubrium begins to spread in a rip-like pattern. Your death is assured now. My clan's power is beyond your comprehension, Kimimaro says, a sinister cold in his voice. The marking on his chest turns orange-red and expands in lines spreading in contorting and parallel lines. Kimimaro blitzes forward with increased speed, and his chaotic movements force Naruto to put a little distance between them into using ruler's authority to drive the Kagaya into the ground. Naruto leaps as Kimimaro is still pinned and clenches his right fist as his gauntlet glows. Scorching bullet, he thought, his focus laser-sharp and bringing his fist down on Kimimaro's spine to crack the ground under him. Naruto leaps back as Kimimaro lays motionless but remains on guard. That attack would do most in, the blonde thought. Kimimaro begins to move to all fours, his resilience becoming apparent as his skin begins to turn a dark gray. No one, not even Lord Orochimaru, has seen this form, Kimimaro says, his voice low and threatening as he looks up with his teeth much sharper than before. His eye's scara has bled black, transforming his once green eyes into a sickly yellow. 6 large bone spines protrude out of his back menacingly. A long bone-spiked tail slaps the ground with a thud, and 2 dark curved markings form under his eyes, 1 under each eye and 2 more serving as elongated, sinister eyebrows. Naruto brings out his Inari's fangs once again, but Kimimaro tackles the blonde and spears them into a tree with Naruto spitting up some blood. The blonde brings down his daggers into Kimimaro's shoulders to deliver more poison, before breaking down into an unkindness once again. That will not kill me, Kimimaro says, turning to face the reforming blonde with an air of disdain. Naruto spits a glob of blood away. Oh, it will, he says, crossing both blades over one another. Kimimaro lowers himself while struggling a little to maintain his balance and slowly pulls out his spinal cord to make a whip-like weapon. Tasenka no mai, Tsuru, he says, and the atmosphere between them thickens with anticipation. Naruto switches his Inari's fangs for Zabumaru as Kimimaro shoots forward with strike of his whip, but Naruto avoids it, leaping and sending Raitun through Zabumaru with a whip strike of his own. Kimimaro parries it and wraps his whip around the sword to yank it free from Naruto's hands, but is quick to adapt, punching the air to hit the Kagaya in chest. Tsutenkyaku, Naruto thought, shun shining above Kimimaro for a heel dropkick to his head, and it feel like hitting a steel beam. He quickly uses Inari's fangs once again to slash Kimimaro before he recovers and leaps away as the Kagaya slashes at him. He slowly struggles to his feet as Naruto remains on guard, but the blonde sees bone beginning to coil around Kimimaro's left arm. Tasenka no mai, Hana, Kimimaro hisses. The last Kagaya lowers his stance as Naruto sends his daggers away for a moment and weaving signs before Kimimaro rockets forward. Meitun, Gashidakuro, Naruto thought, as his shadow aura expands and begins form a skeletal entity about 10 times his height. It leans down to block Kimimaro and throw him off course, but the Kagaya grazes the blonde's side and Naruto clutches his side while leaping away. Naruto quickly weaves signs once again to a ram sign. Meitun, ruler of darkness technique, he says, before everything around them becomes sheer darkness. Kimimaro looks around but could see nothing. What has he done? He says, confusion lining his tone as the darkness shrouds his vision completely. Welcome to my world, Kimimaro. Can you fight what you cannot see, or will your other senses compensate? Naruto says as his voice echoes around, taunting and distant. I don't need my eyes to defeat you. Kimimaro shouts as he hears voices and feels something slice into his body. He tries to use his bone whip but also hits only shadows before loud pings hit his body. Is this the extent of your power, Kimimaro? Fighting shadows while your real enemy stands unscathed? Naruto teases. His voice seems to come from everywhere and leaving Kimimaro unable to pinpoint his location. I will not be defeated by the likes of you. My bones can cut through darkness itself. Kimimaro yells, but the darkness only thickens, suffocating him as if mocking his resolve. You're going to die here, Kagaya, but don't worry. You'll serve me well, voices say in unison. The air is thick with malice, with a sinister promise lingering in their midst. Kimimaro grits his teeth in anger and prepares to use his Sawarabi no Mai, but suddenly blood spews from his mouth as his vision blurs. I can't die. I need to return to Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro whispers, desperation coloring his tone, but something cold presses to the back of his skull, while his limbs become numb and unable to move. You'll see Orochimaru again, however, as a member of my army, Naruto says, the cold edge in his voice sharper than a kunai's blade, and pulls the trigger of ebony. Kimimaro crashes forward, but it takes a further 6 shots to penetrate his skull and destroy his brain. He slowly returned to a human visage as Naruto brings down his ruler of darkness jutsu. Arise, Naruto says, but nothing happens. Arise, he says, but again nothing. Arise, he says thrice, and a shadow hand emerges from Kimimaro's body. His shadow soldier resembles his transformed state as he kneels to one knee in service of his new master. Song ends. Naruto winces as Shizen looks over his wound to his side while her hands glow a light green. Prince Ayasu owes his life to you, she says, sitting on the steps of the temple with soldiers guarding the area. He had raised all the attackers through a few clones while several had fled back to whatever snake hole they were hiding in. Tsunade was here. I'm sure she would have been a force, Naruto says, a hint of admiration in his voice. Perhaps, but we were concerned with Princess Momo and her child, but also Prince Ayasu's injuries, Shizen says, her tone carrying the weight of their situation and signaling she is finishing up. The blonde pulls his shirt down with a silent thank you etched on his face for the care he's been given. They head inside the temple to see Ayasu sitting on his futon next to his wife Momo's futon as she nurses their daughter Nozomi. Momo has long snow-white hair having a tinge of pink to it and kind blue eyes, her newborn Nozomi resembling her but having Ayasu's eyes. Naruto, thank you saving my family, and Ayasu says, his voice filled with genuine gratitude, yet heavy with the responsibility of what had been risked. He's right, Tsunade says, checking his bandaged leg and forehead. What will you do, my lord? This attack reeks of your brother, Saito says, cutting through the tension. He is a tall man with a lean but fit frame, pronounced cheekbones, and a cross-shaped scar is on his left cheek. His eyes are yellow and give off the air of a wolf. He's dressed in a dark military uniform and a katana strapped to his hip. Prince Nabutatu would actually convince the likes of Orochimaru to aid him, Naruto says, rubbing his chin pensively. It's not out realm of possibility. Nabutatu has shown he'll stop at nothing to get the throne, even if not proven and is just conjecture. Danzo has helped him. That damn Warhawk would jump at this chance to aid the first prince, which could lead to him becoming Hokage, Tsunade says, her concern evident in her furrowed brows. Ayasu quietly stares at his wounded leg, but then to his wife and child as a turmoil of emotions swirling within. My own brother tried to kill them. Just to get to me, he thought, as a soft hand rests on his shoulder. Jiu touches her forehead to his temple, but says nothing as her demeanor is enough to steady his shaken heart. After his father died, she came to Hanoji to live out the rest of her life as a nun, but that mattered not to his brother. When will I be fully healed? Ayasu asks, his voice carrying a gravity that seems to pull at the very air of the room. 2 weeks to month, Tsunade replies with clinical precision, yet not devoid of warmth. It is time for this succession war to end. My brother's actions on this day have proven I need to be more decisive. I can no longer just win with my words, but with my actions, Ayasu says, and looked to the blonde standing by the doorway. Naruto Uzumaki. Phantom. Will you lend me your strength, he adds, a challenge and a plea interwoven in his voice. Naruto pushes off the wall by the doorway and approaches the second prince to kneel next to him with his head down. You will have it, my lord, he says, his voice steady and resolute. A week later in Akamitsuwari, Nabutatu tosses his sake bottle into a wall after being threatened by Orochimaru for losing his prized Kimimaro. The room is thick with tension, the shard of the broken bottle reflecting the dim light. How could this happen? Nabutatu hisses, his voice barely contained. It's as if Ayasu has the gods on his side, Miyako says, her eyes gleaming with an unpredictable mix of fear and fascination, but betraying a hint of respect for their enemy. Nabutatu slams his fist on the table, causing the remaining sake cups to jump. His wife now his heir. While I have neither, he muses bitterly, the weight of his own words sinking in. And with this recent attack, he'll become more fierce in battle, but he'll be less inclined to enter the battlefield himself, Miyako says, trying to analyze their opponent's next move. That's it. Nabutatu starts, his eyes light up with a blend of malice and excitement. We'll have Uncle Sanada take one of his forts near his border, the one in Hoppy. It will serve as entrance for our army, which I will lead, Nabutatu says, a plan forming in the depths of his mind. Miyako approaches and placing a hand on his shoulder with a sly smile forming on her lips. A bold move, Nabutatu. She praises her son. But let us not forget the strength of Ayasu's resolve. Your uncle. My brother must tread carefully, she adds. Nabutatu shakes off her caution as his confidence is swelling with his ambition. Watch me, mother, he says with a fierce determination. I will bring Ayasu to his knees and all will know the might of Nabutatu Oda. Fire Lord, he boasts. Miyako steps back to observe the fire in her son's eyes, but she wonders, not for the first time, whether his hunger for victory and power might be his greatest strength or his most perilous weakness. But the path is chosen and their fates now intertwined with the forthcoming battles. Little did son and mother know, this critical decision, fueled by pride and the desire for power, would come to be one they would regret deeply. A month later, Ayasu with his young family were back in Owari with both mother and daughter doing well, but it was not all good news as Sanada Toyomiya has taken one of the larger forts guarding Owari lands. Saito and Ayasu's military advisor Nao Kanetsugu believe Nabutatu will use this fort as a staging ground for a larger force. Toyomiya has hunkered down in Fort Hoppy with small raiding parties hitting the surrounding villages, Nao says, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He is a good-looking man with dark hair in a topknot, brown eyes, and wearing dark samurai attire with kizaru in his mouth. Ayasu stares at the map in thought while Saito points to small forts to the west and east of Hoppy. And what of the forts to the west and east of Hoppy, Ayasu queries, voice steady but laced with concern. Saito leaned forward with his pointer gliding over the map to rest on two small icons representing the forts in question. Sanada may send forces to secure these forts, which will give the enemy a corridor to move a larger force unimpeded, he says. What do you suggest? We must act swiftly to prevent giving Toyomiya the opportunity to strengthen his position, Ayasu asks, breaking the heavy silence that has formed, the weight of their predicament hanging in the air like a thick fog. Sanada leads a force of about 200 with 2 samurai, the Hinaka brothers. I suggest we reinforce the 2 smaller forts. Lin can take her Onmitsukido to the eastern fort, while Saito can lead a force to the western fort, Nao says, adding tactical depth to their strategy. That leaves Sanada himself and the Hinaka brothers. Things hinge on Sanada going for the smaller forts and spreading out his forces, Saito comments, his analytical mind assessing every possible outcome. Even if he does not, we will strike at the head of the snake, Ayasu says, his voice embodying a leader's determination. Are we going to kill Sanada? Saito says, but Ayasu shakes his head. No, we will capture Toyomiya and possibly the Hinaka brothers. Most of my brother's forces are conscripted men and women. We capture Toyomiya. They may surrender to us, Ayasu says, revealing a strategy that leans towards minimizing bloodshed. Capturing Sanada also puts pressure on the Toyomiya. Consort Miyako treasures her brother, Ayasu adds, hinting at the intricate web of relationships that bind their foes. Think so. She did have her younger brother but also 3 cousins and her niece killed, according to rumors, Saito says, questioning the reliability of using family ties as leverage. Regardless, we need to be coordinated in attacking Hoppy. Speed and coordination are key here, Nao concludes, emphasizing the necessity of a flawless execution for their plan to succeed. Which is why I'll have Naruto Uzumaki, Mei Terumi and Tenten joining me in attacking Happy, Ayasu says, his voice carrying the weight of command. As Ayasu's words hang in the air, Tenten is moving through the forest in search of Naruto after Mei told he was doing some night training to better control shadows. She finds Naruto on a hill meditating with Branwen on his left shoulder, and the raven sees her. Panda, 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 she caws, flying off. The night air seems cooler than before as Tenten approaches the blonde with her steps hesitant but determined. Mei had given her a pep talk on a few occasions the past month about her feelings towards him but found herself retreating, her courage dissipating like mist under the sun. Naruto Tenten begins, but her voice is barely above a whisper. Can I talk to you? She adds, much louder. Naruto looks over his shoulder with a nod, but his blue eyes were curious yet welcoming as he gets to his feet and dusts off his rear. His eyes are a feature she most enjoys about him, as they were like two sapphires, becoming a fierce amethyst when using his monarch abilities. His whiskers were fun to mess with, but they were gone now, though his cheeks were still sensitive. What's on your mind? Naruto asks. Tenten takes a deep breath and musters all the courage she needs to finally let her feelings out. Well, I've been thinking a lot about us, she says, and Makoto squeals from Naruto's shadow, as he tilts his head slightly. We've been friends since we were little, playing with toys, sneaking food when the matrons didn't let you eat, helping you read when no one else would help, spending time together during our brief time at the academy. Now we've reunited and our friendship has progressed into something more, Tenten says. Naruto's expression softens with a small smile on his face and moves closer to her. I have to agree, he says, and places a hand on her shoulder. I wouldn't be the same without you, he adds. Tenten smiles with a mixture of relief and happiness lighting up her features. I know you have Mei, but I want to be by your side, but not just as your friend. I want to be someone who cares for you deeply, she says, almost losing herself in his eyes. Then we'll try. You. Me and Mei, Naruto says, and Tenten nods with pink cheeks. A distance away from the hill, Mei watches with a smile gracing her lips while the stars seem to shine brighter above them. In Happy Fortress, Sanda Toyomiya sits quietly as his fellow samurai, the Hinaka brothers, as they celebrate taking this fort with Owari land wine, while he drinks some tea. Their takeover of the fort went smoothly as they were able to overwhelm the initial defenses rather quickly with their sheer numbers. His next plan is to send forces to take over the forts to the east and west to prepare for a larger force led by Nabutatu. My nephew has never fought in a real battle or lead soldiers, but I must aid him, Sanada thought. He has gray hair with a scar on his neck, wearing dark green and silver samurai armor. He has a sworn oath to his nephew due to his sister, but also as the firstborn son of Lord Oda. Succession is clear, but Ayasu has proven to a better choice, causing the succession war to be born, and unlike his power-hungry sister. He believes in honor and respect, but his nephew's choices or actions were weakening the country as a whole. Ha ha ha. I told you this was going to be easy, the older of the Hinaka brothers Shinso says. His younger brother Hayama nods his head with several gulps of wine. Our lord is overestimating the bastard. He is the younger brother and our place is to serve our older brothers. It is high time he learns his place, he says, savoring the warmth as it slides down his throat. We were successful so far because we were able to catch their forces unaware. However, despite their lethargic response, do not underestimate the enemy force, Sanada says. Pa! They just ran away in fear when they saw us approaching, Shinso says, thinking he could see something that not even the older man could see. We must exert caution. I plan to send out scouts to the forts west and east, to prepare for us to take them over before Ayasu marshals a response, Sanada says, thinking that Ayasu will come himself. We don't need scouts, Shinso says, and Hayama nods, as both brothers drain their glasses of wine. They are rats, whoever the upstart sends. We will crush them like rats, and Lord Nabutatu will march into Owari, burn the upstart's castle down, and slave away their women, Hayama says, smirking at a memory of Ayasu's wife Momo. Something his brother thought, as well as both brothers believe they'll get a chance to have their way with Ayasu's wife. Will the two of you ignore the rumors that Phantom has joined Ayasu's forces, Sanada says, after a sip of tea, and both Hinaka brothers look at the elder samurai. According to his bingo book entry, He fought in Mist Civil War and killed a Jinchuriki. Such a power turns the tide further in Ayasu's favor, Sanada says. Pa! I don't believe that, Shinso says. Sanada knows that despite leading this force of 200 built from conscripted people in lands controlled by his family or Nabutatu, the brothers were too hot-headed and balk at his orders constantly. Old age has caught up to him, and his chosen heir, in the form of his daughter Disgusing as her twin brother, would lead the family in service of whomever won this war. The aged samurai would test Hideyoshi's second son to see if he can lead Fire Country. Ohatsu knows what to do when I fall or I am captured, Miyako. Nabutatu. You've shown that power can corrupt, but has it corrupted Ayasu? Sanada thought, a stern look in his eyes as he watched the Hinaka brothers' incessant drinking. Come on, old man. We have the strength. The men. Let Ayasu come. We'll show him the might of Lord Nabutatsu's army, Shino says, raising his cup and drinking more wine. Sanda shakes his head slightly with his weary eyes observing the flickering flames. Strength without wisdom is a blade pointed towards one's own heart. You would do well to remember that, he says, but Shino scoffs, something his brother share a sentiment with. Wisdom? Ha, old man. You worry too much. With Lord Nabutatsu's strategy and our might, no fort can withstand us. Hayama boasts, his chest puffed out in pride, but neither brother noticed Sanada's troubled gaze. 2 weeks would pass as no counterattack happens, which emboldens the Hinaka brothers to burn 2 villages to the ground, but Nabutatsu's orders were such, despite Sanada's misgivings. He sends scouts out but learns Ayasu has bolstered both forts and would be coming to take back Hapi. Aya! Fire! Get some water. We're under attack. Echoes through the fort. A day after learning of Ayasu's force coming, the shouts reach Sanada as he reaches the courtyard to see a storehouse on fire, but also the watchtower and shouts of fires coming from their army encampments. What is going on? Shinso shouts, reaching the courtyard with his brother. All of them see a large unkindness of ravens hitting the watchtower before a loud roar echoes. What is that? It has 3 heads. One soldier shouts. Arm yourselves, Sanada shouts, drawing his sword as the Hinaka brothers do the same. Cberus leaps over the walls with ease, landing with large dust-up as the 3 samurai and soldiers ready themselves, but the 3-headed beast swirls with black-purple energy. The swirling energy breaks down to change into Naruto with his mask on, Mei with her hood obscuring her face, Tenten with her new sword on her side, and of all people Ayasu dressed for battle. He wears a black hakama with a matching kosode that has a yellow patch on his shoulder. Armor in the form a shoulder guard attached to his left shoulder. Chest armor is attached at the waist with a red obi, a segmented bracer on his left arm and segmented shin guard over his horse-riding boots. Prince Ayasu, Sanada says, with the Hinaka brothers flanking him. Sanada Toyomiya, Ayasu says. Tension thick in the air as the 2 groups face off. The Hinaka brothers, being the ever-brash and bold warriors, let their eyes wander towards Tenten and Mei and barely concealing their lecherous intents with poorly veiled smirks. Sanada Toyomiya, I urge you to lay down your arms and surrender, Ayasu says, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Pa! It should be you who surrenders, Shinso retorts sharply, his voice laced with disdain. You were a fool to come here with just 3 allies, Hayama adds, his sneer directed at Ayasu and his small entourage. Naruto shifts his hidden eyes as his black hair flutters slightly in the tense air but sees a few soldiers with bows trained at them. The 4 of us are more than enough against the likes of you, Naruto says, a mocking tone coloring his words perfectly designed to irk the Hinaka brothers. Fire! Shinso suddenly commands, rage overtaking reason. Stop! Sanada shouts, but it is too late as arrows careen towards the 4, while Naruto grins behind his mask. He raises his left hand towards the 3 samurai and uses ruler's authority to halt the arrows to the shock of everyone but his side. You can have this back, Naruto says, sending the arrows back and summons numerous ravens. Ayasu charges Sanada with his sword drawn and Sanada meets him with the Hinaka brothers fighting off the ravens. Tenten and Mei spring into action as Naruto vanishes to appear behind Hayama with his ivory in hand as the samurai cuts down a raven, but it is a shadow. Bang, Naruto says, firing and blowing Hayama's brains out. Hayama! Shinso's shout is filled with disbelief and burgeoning rage as he grips his sword tightly. rage in his eyes like slits of fury and locked on Naruto. His grief morphs into raw power and turns his sword a menacing red hue as he unleashes an invisible slash, tearing through the ground towards Naruto with a vengeance. The hidden blonde breaks into an unkindness and comes towards Shinso to reform, now with his samurai killers in his hands. "You killed my brother!" Shinso roars, the weight of his loss evident in his voice and swinging a horizontal strike, but Naruto avoids it. Ayasu flies back with a skid as Sanada is approaching with his right sword hand shaking a little as he raises it up and examines it, gripping his sword tighter. "Impressive, Prince Ayasu. Not many can make my hand shake like this," Sanada says, his tone a mix of respect and challenge that compliments the prince, but his sharp gaze sees Naruto leading Shinso away. Ayasu is caught between vigilance and valor, only noting an acknowledgement as his gaze briefly meets Tenten, and made to ensure they're given the strategic space needed to combat their own adversaries. "It seems you are going to make this old man come to you," Sanada says, a thin smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he employs Shikuchi and drastically reduces the distance between them in a blink. Ayasu barely has time to get his sword up to block as the metal of their blades clash against one another and sparks fly. The second prince of Fire Country digs his feet and pushes more chakra into his blade, imbuing it with a mesmerizing blue hue, while Sanada's sword vibrates with an equally impressive green aura. As they break apart, the tension only seems to amplify while the ebb and flow of their power echoing through the battlefield. The uncle of the first prince demonstrates his battle-hardened prowess and closing the distance once again with a sophisticated assault. Ayasu is no less skilled and sidesteps the deadly downward strike with practiced ease. But Sanada is a master of his art and seamlessly alters his blade's trajectory mid-swing, the vertical strike morphing into a horizontal slash aimed with lethal precision as Ayasu avoids it. "I must admit, your agility is quite remarkable for someone of your lineage," Sanada acknowledges, his eyes reflecting a warrior's respect mixed with the thrill of the fight. "And your experience is evident, Sanada Toyomiya. It is an honor to cross blades with a legend such as yourself," Ayasu says with respect mutual, though his stance remains guarded and ready for the next exchange. Their dialogue is amidst the symphony of clashing steel, reveals not just the depth of their individual character, but the complexities of a world where power, honor, and strategy intertwine, hinting at the many layers and battles yet to unfold. "Amazing," Ayasu thought, leaning back as another precise strike passes right above him. He sends a heavy kick and Sanada jumps back but quickly closes the distance between them in a single stride to attempt a slash to the prince's neck. "A daring move, Sanada Toyomiya, but predictability can be your downfall," Ayasu says, parrying the strike and twisting on his heel to swing a swift counterattack. Though Sanada crouches to avoid it into aiming for Ayasu's heart and putting him on the defensive once again. Ayasu parries several strikes as they clash with their blades sending sparks everywhere from their continuous exchanges. "Predictable am I?" Sanada chuckles and ducks under another swing. "Perhaps I'm just getting started," he adds. A break allows Ayasu to put a little distance to use his iron reaver to cut through the ground, but Sanada smirks, parrying his attack with his sheath to the prince's shock. "In terms of skill, you are strong, but," Sanada says, almost praising the prince but only almost. He vanishes in a blur with several thrusting strikes, but Ayasu only blocks the first two. The remaining 5 slash his upper arms, sides, but his armor blocks, and finally his sword as it cracks while he flies back. "It's over, Prince Ayasu," Sanada says, closing in on the prince with a Gatatsu strike. However, the prince vanishes, and in his place is Tenten with her sword coming up and parries the man's strike up as he avoids her counter. Ayasu staggers to his feet as with pain rippling through him, but falls back to one knee as Sanada and Tenten were staring each other down. "Tenten?" Ayasu shouts. "You've saved the prince's life at the cost of your own," Sanada says, taking a Gatatsu strike stance. Tenten stands firm with her eyes narrowing in sheer determination. Her hands grip the hilt of her sword tighter, while her knuckles were turning white. Sanada has his feet planted solidly on the ground, eyeing her with a sense of renewed interest. He realizes that she is not just a mere replacement for the prince, but she is an interesting opponent in her own right. "Tenten, was it? You've managed to catch me by surprise," Sanada admits, his tone carrying a mix of respect and eagerness for the challenge ahead. The air around him crackles with energy as his aura manifests visibly, intensifying the atmosphere of the battlefield. Tenten recognizes the imminent threat and steadies her breathing, focusing her own chakra to counter whatever comes her way. Sanada launches forward with a series of devastating blows aimed with precision. Tenten meets each attack with her blade, with her reflexes sharp while sparks fly with every collision. But Sanada's strikes grow fiercer and pushes her back step by step. It's a dance of intense aggression and deft defense as Tenten scrambles to find an opening, a weakness in his onslaught. "You fight with the grace of 1,000 cranes in flight," Sanada said mid-strike, his admiration seeping through even as he maintained the intensity of his attacks. Tenten is panting and manages a quick retort between blocks. "Flattery won't save you, Sanada Toyomiya. I'm finding that opening." "Just you watch," she says, shifting into a Te Yura Gasumi no Kami stance. Sanada stares at the young woman as in their quick exchanges the seasoned samurai avoids her strikes. Learning Tenten is gifted with the sword. Another quick exchange tells him more about Tenten. Her lack of experience is shored up by ninja training. She fights not just with her impeccable sword but with her mind as well, scheming and planning as all great fighters do. "Did you teach her Saito Himura, or could it be you?" Sanada thought. Ayasu watches Tenten and Sanada as his thoughts go to his former sensei Watashi Hirohito, who taught him but also Tenten Kenjutsu before his death. Tenten in a swift gesture goes for a Ryukensen with a lethal intent, but Sanada's eyes are tracking her every move, stepped back with practiced ease, avoiding the deadly arc of her sword. He closes the distance between them with a forward lunge, his blade singing through the air, aiming to end the confrontation with a single and decisive blow. Tenten twists away and narrowly avoids the strike, but not the follow-up side-sweeping attack that catches her off guard and sends her tumbling across the ground. "Were you schooled by Watashi Hirohito, master of the Hiten Mitsurujiryu?" Sanada says. Tenten immediately clutches her bleeding side with blood welling up between her fingers, painting her hand in a stark but vivid red. "Why yes," Tenten says, her voice laced with pain and pride. But before Sanada could pursue this new line of questioning, the head of Shinso lands with a wet thud between them, severing the tension like a blade through silk. Naruto steps forward with Shinso's sword gripped tightly in his hand, his presence suddenly commanding the attention of Sanada. Sanada immediately takes in the sudden appearance of the hidden blonde, recognizing the gravity of the situation. With a fluid motion belying his reluctance, he plants his sword into the earth and sinks to his knees in a gesture of surrender. "I surrender, Prince Ayasu," Sanada says, his voice steady yet tinged with a hint of resignation. There is a brief silence as all eyes turn to the kneeling warrior, but Ayasu steps forward. "Why," Ayasu says simply, his voice devoid of the triumph one might expect. Sanada meets his gaze as turmoil within him evident, but this is the right choice. "Because there is more honor in laying down my sword than in leading my men to a sure demise," he replies, his voice firm but shifts his gaze. "Tenten. And for you, Tenten, I give you the epitaph of sword dancer for your unparalleled courage," Sanada says, his voice carrying a tone of respect and admiration. Tenten is taken aback by this and sheathes her sword into a deep, "Thank you, Sanada Toyomiya," she says, denoting her respect to the samurai. "Nabutatu is leading a force towards this fort," Ayasu says, breaking the silence that had settled among them. He, Naruto, Mei and Tenten were sitting in the main building of the fortress after taking it back about an hour ago. Most of the force surrendered after learning of Sanada's surrender, but the four have to dealt with almost half the force. "How large of a force?" Naruto asks, steady and betraying none of the concern that flickered in his eyes. Toyomiya said it was double what he brought to take this force and his last two samurai Ryozen Kamatachi and Jin Ichino's, Ayasu says. "We can't fight that with just us," Tenten says, and a frown marred her features. "It would take days for us return with a proper force. Saito and Lin need to defend their forts in case," Ayasu says, his gaze sweeping across the room and resting momentarily on each face. "We won't need to. The three of you head back to Owari with Toyomiya. I can hold things. Send word that you captured Toyomiya. It may stop your brother in his tracks before he arrives," Naruto says, his voice filled with a conviction. Mei and Tenten stare at their blonde as Ayasu contemplates Naruto's suggestion of holding the fort alone. But Naruto, facing them alone, she says, concern etched onto her face. "I have a plan. Trust me," Naruto says, his eyes flickering between blue and purple. Can you really do it? Ayasu says, skepticism lacing his tone but also showing a glimmer of hope. I have some heavy hitters, though once word gets out about one in particular. Konoha will know where I am, Naruto says, a certain confidence underlying his words. Or you could simply not use Inari. Isabu and Cberus are big enough. Mei says, trying to find a compromise to avoid unnecessary attention, and Naruto shrugs with a nod. Then we'll go through with Naruto's plan. We will head back with Toyomiya and conscripts he brought. They'll follow him, Ayasu says, and all three nod, signaling the start of their unexpected plan. The next day, Ayasu, Mei and Tenten leave with 100 of Sanada's conscripts to head for Owari, while leaving Naruto in Fort Hoppy. Naruto sits on the top of a watchtower with his legs dangling. You shouldn't hide me, Inari says, from his shadow. The sweet aroma of flavored cigarette fills the air as he takes a drag, the cinnamon-flavored smoke curling into the night sky. I would rather not have Konoha scrambling to find me. Danzo will be nose open if he learns Phantom is actually Naruto Uzumaki. Former Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto says, expelling some smoke but sucking up the cinnamon-flavored smoke up his nose. 3 days later, Naruto is standing on the wall of the fort with his hood of his lightning storm hoodie keeping the rain off of him. He also wears a graphic long-sleeve shirt in a dark purple color with sleeves have bionic designs on it. A pair of hybrid ninja cargo pants with adjustable straps having tight ankles and steel-toe harness boots. It has been raining heavily since midnight, and this will impede both Nabutatsu's forces but Ayasu's as well. They're here, Naruto thought, looking through some binoculars. He sees the force of nearly 500 strong with about 100 on horseback. Leading the pack were 2 samurai on horseback, but no sign of Nabutatsu until the hidden blonde sees a carriage among the cavalry. He seems too good to be in the rain like us, Zabuza comments, as Naruto slips his mask on and drops the binocular. Seems so, Naruto says, hopping onto the wall's edge, and drops down onto a shadow horse at the sight of white flag between the 2 samurai from an Onimusha. Naruto rides out to meet them as the 2 samurai do the same with a few rumbles of thundering echoing. Where is Prince Ayasu? One says, a serious and clinical tone. He is older man with lightish hair and calculating brown eyes in full armor, even a kabutomushi helmet on his head and mask over his face. In Owari and bringing a force to stop you. However, he has also captured Sanada Toyomiya. Your lord's uncle, Naruto says, watching closely for their reactions, and this angers the second samurai. He has dark brown hair and a topknot with a large scar running down the side of his face through one of his eyes that is milky white in light armor. You dare to stand against us with such disrespect? He hisses, his hand edging towards his sword. Naruto's posture remains unyielded and his voice calm yet firm. It's not disrespect to state the facts. Prince Ayasu aims to prevent further bloodshed, he says, angering the second samurai more. Then he left you to die. Pitiful, the first samurai says, his tone laced with derision. No. He left me because he trusts I can hold off your forces until he arrives, Naruto retorts and looks to the carriage. Where's Prince Nabutatu? Sanada said he was leading this force. Is the rain too much for his sensibilities, he adds, his question sharp and intended to provoke. You cur. My name is Ryozan Kamitachi, and it will be I who will kill you, the second samurai shouts, his hand reaching for his sword once again. Then you must Jin Ichinos. The prince you serve tried twice to recruit me. First by throwing money at me, which would make many fall to greed. Then second through a poker game, but both failed, Naruto says, his eyes locking with Jin's. Then you are him. Phantom, Jin says, his voice filled with a mix of recognition and respect. I am, and I ask you turn your army around. I've learned that your forces are made up of conscripted men and women. Forced to join for one's man greed. Unlike Prince Ayasu's forces made up of people willing to aid in this war, Naruto says, his plea heavy with sincerity. We will not. Lord Nabutatu has been ordained to become fire daimyo by right of being firstborn, Jin says, standing firm on his orders. Naruto sighs as a flash of lightning erupts to cut a mean figure of his form. Then there are no words, only fighting. I'll be waiting, Naruto says, and breaks down into an unkindness, heading back towards the fort as his horse vanishes. He's as arrogant as the upstart Ryozen says, watching Naruto's departure with a sneer. Maybe, but news of Sonata's capture may break the morale of his forces among our group, Jin says, his voice carrying a hopeful note. It won't matter. They know what happens to those who do not serve, Ryozen says, a callous smile on his face and certain of their victory. Music. Solo leveling OST, Dark Aria, LV2, Loop. Naruto reforms on the fort's wall and grabs the binocular to look, seeing the army continuing their march towards the fort. Naruto's shadow aura begin to expand as his eyes glow behind his mask. Everyone come out, but Inari only show one tail and not as big, he says, as his arm rises. Fine, Inari comments, his voice laced with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Many in the approaching army see the three bestial forms of Inari, Ayasu, and Cberus among the shadow army. What are those? A few shout, disbelief and fear evident in their voices. Pa! Petty illusions. Charge! Ryozen shouts, galloping forward and refusing to acknowledge the threat in front of him. Nabutatu looks through his carriage window with wide eyes. That has some sort of illusion. Shinobi tricks, he thought, and opens his window. March forward, he declares. Naruto sends his army forward as Spot is at the forefront with Ayasu and Cberus. Spot swings his axe towards the coming Ryozen with the samurai confident of passing these illusions, but his confidence dies with him. Spot swings his axe and sends Ryozen's horse flying and knocking the samurai to the mud, but Cberus crushes him into the mud. Arrows and rifle volley flies into the charging shadow army, but it does nothing towards them. Tight streams of water tear into the enemy lines, large fireballs from numerous Uchiha and also Inari, while Zabuza, Amuri, and Raiga unleash a thick mist. Sword art! Searing swallows! Jin shouts, swinging his sword from his horse, which glows with an orange hue and creating numerous swallows that explode on contact. Jin takes out a few soldiers, but they manage to separate him from his horse and avoids crashing to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Naruto appears, having replaced his position with Shadow Exchange, samurai killers clutched in his hands and his hoodie discarded while thunder rumbles above them. Around them, Date cuts through soldiers with his 6 swords between his fingers with shouts. Here we go, he shouts, his sword moving like claws of a dragon. Kenshin moves with the speed of like lightning, while Oichi dances elegantly through the battlefield, her double-bladed naginata slicing through enemy soldiers. Hideyoshi upturns the earth and blows back the earth with punches, while Pakura conjures many suns, incinerating soldiers and turning some of them into mummies. You don't have to throw your life away for Nabutatsu's greed. His actions will bring Fire Country down and other countries will prey on that, Naruto says, overlapping his arms and daggers in reverse grips. He may very well, but I swore an oath to him and I must honor it, Jin says, shifting into a Aso no Kami stance. Naruto makes the first move and closes the gap between them, but Jin swings with force to disturb the rain falling as Naruto slides underneath him, going for a strike with one of daggers. Jin moves back using Shikuchi, but quickly has to block Naruto's heavy strikes with his daggers as sparks erupt from each clang. The clash breaks as both fighters leap back while fighting echoes around them, but Naruto sees through Branwen's eyes that Nabutatsu's carriage is fleeing. Coward, Naruto thought, sending his daggers away and holds his right hand down as the Demon King's long sword materializes. He swings and creates a miniature lighting storm that Jin is forced to avoid, but Naruto is on him with several heavying swings that Jin blocks but has to constantly pump chakra through his sword to keep it from breaking. Naruto breaks the clash as Jin swings down hard to slice a gash into the ground, and Jin meets him when he lands. Where is you, Lord? Why is he not fighting? Why is he letting all these people die for him? Naruto says, as both are now locked in a test of strength. Sword art! Searing shockwave! Jin shouts, forcing Naruto back with a shockwave of searing heat. He then sheathes his sword and shifts into a Batajutsu, while focusing his chakra as Naruto raises his sword high, while lightning begins to skate along the long sword. However, unlike before, Jin has this fierce look on his face as his heart is screaming at him to win this battle. Thank you, Phantom. You've given this old man one final fun fight, Jin thought. Cesart's sword art. Hellstorm beheading. Jin roars, drawing with lightning speed. He unleashes a powerful shockwave that becomes a massive and searing tornado, but Naruto brings his sword down. Akuma Raryu no Tatsumaki? He roars, creating a red-eyed dragon-shaped vortex that crashes through Jin's tornado. The dragon crashes into him as his tornado explodes with another shockwave, while Jin flies back and crashes into the muddy ground. He stares at the dark skies as his blood mixes with the mud and rain, but a large discharge of lightning crashes from the heaven-like spear. His blurry eyes see Naruto standing over him with the Demon King's long sword resting on his shoulder. That was amazing. I would love to have a samurai like you in my army, but I won't. Good to the Pure Land with you, honor intact, Jin hears, passing away. Songs ends. Nabutatu manages to push open the door off his overturned carriage with blood coming from his cut cheek and lip. He falls to the muddy ground as fighting is beginning to die down. How can this be happening? Nabutatu thought, remembering a bright flash of light before his carriage was turned over. While your forces were fighting and dying for you, you were hiding inside this carriage, a voice says, and Nabutatu looks up to see Naruto's masked face. This is the first we've met face to face, Naruto says. Nabutatu tries to move his right towards a dagger, but Naruto fires Evany at dagger and the prince snatches his hand back. Why you won't kill me? I am the first prince of Fire Country, Nabutatu says, his voice a mix of defiance and fear. You're right, I won't. Your fate is in your brother's hand, Naruto says, grabbing the prince and knocking him out with swift but non-lethal force. The remains of the day is escort the remains of Nabutatu's forces that didn't flee in terror and raising the others except for Jin. He seals the samurai in a scroll to be buried later. His army would guard Nabutatu's captured army using the same encampments Sanada used. Nabutatu switched between ordering Naruto releasing him, bargaining, anger and whining to be free. Ayasu would arrive 3 days later with his army to find Nabutatu captured. Tell me, brother, was power worth all this? Ayasu says, a mix of anguish and authority in his tone. A set of bars in the fort are between them. The daimyo seat was mine from birth, Nabutatu defiantly asserts. Your right as firstborn justified this war. Turned your domain into a place where innocent are treated horribly. So much that they fled to mine for safety, Ayasu says, his face tightening with emotion. The seat of daimyo is mine by tradition and law. These battles, whether victory or loss, are necessary steps to claim what is rightfully mine. Commoners, their lives are the currency of power. Their sacrifices are expected, if not inevitable, Nabutatu says. His expression is cold and a stark contrast to the fire in his words. Ayasu stares at his brother with disbelief so tangible it seems to vibrate in the air between them and clenches his fist. Necessary? Inevitable? Have you not listened to me? Akamitsuwari has incited open rebellion. Those commoners you speak of with disgust. You don't sacrifice them for personal gain, Ayasu says, but Nabutatu scoffs, a sound that echoes with arrogance and dismissal. You speak of ideals, as if they feed and clothe the masses. Power ensures survival. The lesser simply need to follow their betters, Nabutatu says, his voice cold and firm, leaving no room for dispute. Ayasu stares at his older brother with a piercing gaze, and this shakes a little of Nabutatu's arrogance. Do you think those nobles will still follow you after learned you've been captured? They'll abandon your cause at the first chance they get, and they'll be dealt with in time, Ayasu counter-argues, his tone layered with a calm yet undeniable authority, and turns on his heels. My mother will come for me, Nabutatu shouts, desperate to reclaim some semblance of control over the situation, but Ayasu ignores him. Ayasu heads for the courtyard of the fort with his thoughts on what is to come. News soon spreads of the Battle of Hopi and the capture of Nabutatu by Ayasu's side, but also Sanada Toyomiya as well. This event sent ripples through Konoha and Fire Country, further dividing opinions and testing loyalties. Miyako Toyomiya, amidst the growing unrest, is attempting to rally forces to save her son. Her home was once a place of solace, has turned into a war room where strategies and pleas were as common as the air they breathe. My friends, Miyako begins with her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her heart. Our beloved Nabutatu needs us now more than ever. We must not let the darkness of these times overshadow our will. Who among you will stand with me, she adds, looking at the assembled confidants. The room falls into a heavy silence, each person weighed down by the gravity of her words, and they believe this is a test of loyalty and of courage. Lady Miyako, We are with you. You know that, but confronting Prince Ayasu is akin to facing a typhoon with nothing but our bare hands. And with the riots here in Akamitsuwari, how can we protect our fields and families here while taking on such a formidable foe? Miyako's young beau Kaido says, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Miyako's eyes blaze with a fierce determination as she glares at Kaido. My son is more important than petty riots from commoners, she retorts sharply and looks to the rest. Once Nabutatu is safe and back within these walls, then we will address and put down the riots. We cannot let fear dictate our actions now, she remarks. You are right, Lady Miyako. Forgive my hesitation. Your strength and clarity in these dark times give us light. I for one will follow where you lead, Kaito says and lowers his gaze, chastened. There is a rustle as another confidant named Haruka as she rises from her chair with her determination palpable. Lady Miyako speaks the truth. We are fighting for Prince Nabutatu. If Akamitsuwari is to survive, we need him, she says. Haruka makes a poignant observation. Our fight is symbolic. Perhaps we could use a two-pronged approach. Some of our remaining forces will stay to protect Akamitsuwari and quell the riots, while others will join Lady Miyako to rescue Prince Nabutatu. This way we address our immediate concerns and our long-term survival, an older man Tsuyoshi says. Known for his wisdom, the previously tense room filled with hesitation began to buzz with whispered discussions and contemplations as Miyako believed her son would be saved. The tranquility of the moment is suddenly shattered as the door burst open. Soldiers rush in with their weapons drawn and faces set with determination, while the room turns chaotic as allies ready themselves for a confrontation, but Miyako's nephew rises from his seat. Hayato, Miyako says. Hayato cuts off the armor he is wearing over his kosode, and it drops to reveal a woman's bosom as Miyako's eyes widen, along with many present in the room. I am not Hayato. He died protecting me, his twin sister Ohatsu, Hayato says, and gasps fill the room as the revelation sinks in, while Miyako stumbles on her words. Ohatsu? I thought you were. Miyako says, her voice barely above a whisper. Ohatsu's eyes meet Miyako's with a storm of emotions passing between them. To think you would try to have your own niece killed. The rumors about you are true then, Ohatsu states, not as a question but as a fact. I had no choice. Nabutatu wanted you gone, Miyako says, pinning the blame temporarily on her son. The room shifts uncomfortably at the mention of the crown prince, a silence enveloping the space as everyone processes her words. But why would Prince Nabutatu want that, Haruka says to finally break the silence, her question hanging in the air heavy with implication. Miyako swallows hard as the truth painful to admit, and she needs to spin it to fit her narrative, but Ohatsu beats her to. He was blinded by jealousy and fear. He feared that the people of Akamitsuwari would see me as competition to his rule. Something he considered his right, Ohatsu says, glaring at her aunt. Kaido at that moment, due to his blind loyalty to Miyako, moves aggressively towards Ohatsu, his intent clear in his eyes. Ohatsu, with a swiftness born of necessity, pulls a hidden dagger from her sleeve. The motion is fluid and almost graceful, but the outcome is gruesome. Kaido's throat is sliced open before he could even make his intentions fully known, his body collapsing to the floor as life quickly abandons him. Ohatsu, you are ruining things. Like always, Miyako screams, her voice a mixture of horror and outrage. Ohatsu grips the dagger tightly with a calming breath. Ruining things? I'm not the one trying to kill their own blood. You only care about your son Nabutatu, but what about your brother? My father Sanada Toyomiya, she says, her voice wavering and betraying a hint of vulnerability beneath her steely exterior. Miyako's face twists in anger as she glares at her niece. My brother Sanada chose his path. He swore oaths to my son, who is destined to become fire daimyo, Miyako says, delusion infecting her tone as Ohatsu clenches her fist. Ohatsu is barely trying to keep her voice level despite the roiling emotions within. Destiny is earned, Aunt Miyako. It's not handed down because of your delusions of grandeur, she retorts, unable to contain her disbelief. That's naive, Ohatsu. You know as well as I that power and birthright often decide our paths in this world. Not some idealistic notion of earning one's way, Miyako snaps back, her eyes narrowing. And yet, It is those idealistic notions that have propelled Prince Ayasu over his half-brother Prince Nabutatu, Ohatsu retorts, her fist unclenching slightly as she tries to reason with her aunt. Miyako laughs as this harsh sound fills the room with cold. Ayasu may have the people's favor, but Nabutatu has the rightful claim. That should be enough. Power, bloodline, alliances. These are the pillars that hold our world. You'll understand soon enough, she says. A silence stretches between them and charged with unspoken acknowledgments and the heavy weight of reality. Our people are suffering because of Nabutatsu's actions, with banditry, missing Nin running rampant. Even here in Akamitsuwari it is happening while you look down at them, Ohatsu says, her voice a mix of frustration and worry, but Miyako scoffs. I care nothing for the commoners. Lessers should follow their betters. It is the natural order of things. Those incapable of protecting themselves do not deserve consideration, Miyako declares, her voice laced with disdain, and this shocks her confidence. It that reason why my father named me his heir. Men, take Miyako to a cell. She shall remain there until she recognizes the duty she owes to every villager in Akamitsuwari. Not just the betters, as she says, Ohatsu says. Miyako's face contorts further in anger as Ohatsu's grab her hands and begin to take her away. Ohatsu! My son will rise to greatness, and when he does, I will accept no apologies from you. None of you. You will all be made to answer to Fire Lord Nabutatu Oda, she shrieks, her voice echoing off the walls. Ohatsu turns to the others who were left, and her gaze sweeps over them like an icy wind after her aunt is gone. You have a choice, she begins, and her tone commanding yet not without a hint of empathy. You can follow Miyako into a cell, or you can stand with me to rectify the chaos Nabutatsu has unleashed upon us. She adds, and a tense silence begins. We will aid you, Haruka says, her voice steady and resolute. This decision seems to be a beacon for the rest as a sign of solidarity. I as well. Akamitsuwari will fall to ruin if we fight amongst ourselves, Tsuyoshi says, imparting his wisdom imbued with years of experience and understanding. Others in the room nod, as well as Ohatsu has her men take Kaito's body away, while she discusses with the others to fix this mess created by arrogance. Meanwhile, Konoha's ruling body attempt to discuss on what to do concerning Nabutatsu's capture. Their ancient oaths bound them to the peace of the country, prohibiting them from taking sides in any succession war, especially one involving the daimyo's children. The room is filled with a tense silence before the third Hokage clears his throat to speak. Second Prince Ayasu Oda has captured First Prince Nabutatu Oda and routed a large number of his army. Hiruzen begins and hush fills the council room. Has Prince Ayasu taken Akamitsuwari? Sum asks, her voice edged with concern, reflecting her warrior's spirit with her keen interest in the strategic locations. No, but Ohatsu Toyomiya has taken Akamitsuwari, Hiruzen replies, weighing each word and knowing the complexity this adds to their political landscape. Ohatsu Toyomiya, not Hayato Toyomiya, Choza says, a mixture of surprise and contemplation in his tone as Hiruzen nods. I do not know the details, but it seems Ohatsu Toyomiya masqueraded as her twin brother, Hiruzen says. The room falls into a deeper silence as the council members digest this new piece of the puzzle. The dynamics within the Toyomiya family were known to be volatile, and Ohatsu's move hinted at a significant shift in internal power structures, one that could have wide-reaching effects. The balance in the Fire Country has shifted with Prince Ayasu's victory over Prince Nabutatsu. It holds significant implications for us, Shikaku says, concern evident on his face. Indeed it does. Konoha has remained true to its oaths, but we cannot be blind to the changes this victory brings us, Hiruzen says and puffs his pipe, the smoke swirling around him like an ethereal dragon. Prince Ayasu's methods show a leader who values strategy and the hearts of the people. Though the involvement of this phantom raises questions. We must learn more about this ally of his, Koharu says, her voice steady and diplomatic. I agree. Phantom aided the rebels in Water Country. Now aids Prince Ayasu. Could Water Country be trying to use the prince as a puppet? Hamura says, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I've had Jiraiya investigating Phantom, and his spies found evidence of him parting with the rebels after the installment of Godame Mangetsu Hozuki, Hiruzen says, the lines on his face deepening with the weight of his thoughts. We still need to know more about this Phantom. It is bad enough that Tsunade and her apprentice have joined forces with Ayasu. Now this unknown ninja is in his ranks, Danzo says, his eye narrowing with a hint of his usual suspicion and strategy coloring his tone. Tsunade gave up her rights as a Sannin and to the Senju assets saved the compound. Same with Shizun. Also neither are fighting but providing medical care, Hiruzen says, injecting a note of respect towards his former student and her apprentice, but some feel it was a misguided choice. Even if they are not fighting, their alliance with Prince Ayasu makes them a potential threat. We cannot ignore the influence Tsunade has. Especially with her medical skills, Danzo says, his fingers tapping on the wooden arm of his chair. Hiruzen nods with the weight of leadership heavy upon his brow. Indeed. That's why we must continue our surveillance and prepare for any possible scenarios. We must be ready for any shifts in allegiance. Especially with the succession war nearing its end, he says. The end of the war might bring stability or further chaos, depending on who ascends as the new Fire Lord. Konoha might find itself in a precarious position if we're not aligned with the victor, Hayashi says, already calculating potential outcomes and strategies for his clan. The council continued discussing other matters concerning the succession war perhaps coming to an end and Konoha swearing allegiance to a new Fire Lord. About an hour later, Danzo is sitting in his office within his underground lair and reading a more detailed report from his informants in Nabutatu's force attacking Hoppy. A sense of unease growing with each word he reads. Shadow soldiers, Danzo says and crushes the paper. Could Kushina Uzumaki pass her powers to the Jinchuriki? If so, then it explains the death of several operatives before him going missing, he thought. However, the shinobi no Yami finds himself at an impasse. A very severe impasse as everything he has worked for is crumbling in front of him. If Ayasu takes the throne as daimyo, my power could subtly diminish. The young prince would root out corruption wherever he would find it, Danzo ponders, tossing the paper into the trash. Worse, he has the Jinchuriki, Danzo thought, slamming his cane into the ground in a pattern signaling his decision. He is about to make a risky decision, but one he was willing to take as one of his operatives appeared and knelt on one knee. Assemble a surgical team of 6, including yourself. Assassinate Phantom and Ayasu Oda. Leave no evidence, Danzo commands with his voice cold and determined. Not even yourself, he adds, giving the kunoichi a piercing look. The operative vanishes without a word and blends back into the shadows from whence she came. The tension in the room was palpable and the weight of the order heavy in the air. Danzo's role in the delicate and deadly dance of shinobi politics has taken a dark turn, risking not just the balance of power but lives in the process. The game of shadows continues with moves and countermoves, hidden from the public eye but felt by all within the world of the shinobi. Naruto rides next to Ayasu on a normal horse while Lin, Mei and Tenten are using a wagon with the persevered body of Jin Ichinos. The small convoy were making their way towards Akamitsuwari to meet Ohatsu Toyomiya, but also deliver the bodies of Jin and the remains of Sanada. The samurai chose honorable suicide with Ayasu aiding the samurai after learning of Nabutatsu's capture. Will Ohatsu Toyomiya work with you? Naruto asks, his voice laced with the inexhaustible curiosity. Ayasu looks the lightly clouded sky and thought, I believe so, but I will need to meet her first, he says, his tone measured and revealing little of his concerns or hopes. Naruto nods his head as a raven lands on his shoulder with a few caws and the hidden blonde's eyes narrow into a quick chain of signs. Meitun, Gashidakuro, he declares. The ghastly skeletal body forms around and blocks a sudden hail of explosive kunai while the horse neigh in fear. What's going on? Ayasu says, trying to calm his horse while Lin does the same. We're under attack, Naruto says, his jutsu extinguishing as the explosions cease. The 5 of them dismount and steady their horses as Naruto brings out his repeating rifle with it trained for any movement. Lin goes back to back with Ayasu while Mei and Tenten flank. Where are they? Lin says, scanning the surroundings. They're hiding their presence but not from the eyes my unkindness, Naruto says, swiftly turning to his right and firing to nick a slowly appearing figure. The kunoichi skids to halt as another flurry of kunai fly towards them, but Mei slams her hand down to create a barrier of rock. Naruto moves through the earth and emerges with a high leap but now has his revolvers firing at their foes. They quickly scatter and swap with logs in a classic substitution technique as Naruto lands but once goes for him with her tanto. Naruto blocks with his revolvers and in a swift motion, lands a heavy kick to her stomach that sends her skidding back, but she doesn't recover fast enough as he puts 2 bullets to her forehead. A second Na comes behind with 2 long kunai knives, but he uses the substitution technique with a log. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A third Na shouts, spewing a fireball towards Naruto. He brings out Jin's sword from his inventory to slice through the fireball and shoots forward with Shikuchi to slice through the chest of the third NE. The second Na sends a wave of insects towards Naruto, but he breaks down into an unkindness and swarms her, allowing Mei to engulf the Na with lava. The 6-person team were dead save for the leader, but she uses a suicide jutsu and Naruto uses Gashidakuro to protect them. This Danzo's MO. Makoto comments from Naruto's Shadow. I was lucky to get the Na I got, Naruto says and looks to Ayasu. We'll get him sooner or later, he adds. We should continue our journey, my lord, Lin says, shooting the hidden blonde a look. We should continue, Naruto. Have your raven continue to search for ambushes, Ayasu says, and they climb back on their horses. The journey to Akamitsuwari is one that continues unimpeded, other than bandits once in the domain but were easily dealt with. Ayasu and his tiny retinue of Mei, Tenten, Lin and Naruto could see firsthand how Nabutatu runs his domain. Ayasu makes a mental note to send Tsunade, Shizune and young Karen with other doctors or apothecaries to aid these people here, also appointing a proper Jido to manage things. This domain requires attention. The people here are suffering under Nabutatsu's negligence, Ayasu thought, reflecting on the current state. And he believes he can run a country, Makoto comments, her voice laced with a mix of disbelief and sarcasm. True, bandits are running rampant, Naruto thought, tinged with a hint of frustration. They reach Nabutatsu's residence and guards keeping a few people from getting in amid their shouting. The guards and people see the convoy with a few recognizing Ayasu as the second prince. Prince Ayasu, one guard stutters, a mix of surprise and reverence in his tone. Yes, I am here to see Ohatsu Toyomiya, Ayasu says, his voice clear and authoritative. He then looks to the people with concern for their plight. Return to your home, Ayasu commands, though gentle but was firm enough that the people slowly disperse as the convoy ride into the castle. A guard quickly fetches Ohatsu as Ayasu and company dismount, but before long Ohatsu arrives. She has an effeminate face making her able to pass for male or female, short black hair in a pixie cut, and her eyes are like her father with light samurai armor. Prince Ayasu, Ohatsu says, bowing deeply. Ayasu beckons for Ohatsu to follow him to the wagon to reveal her father's armor, weapon and ashes, but also the body of Jin Ichinos. Ohatsu's knees nearly buckle at the sight of her father's effects, but she knew this would come. He died with honor as a proper samurai, Ayasu says, his tone somber yet respectful, and Ohatsu slowly nods. She calls for her people to carry Jin's coffin and father's effects inside while she and Ayasu go to speak in private. Many things were discussed, like Miyako committing suicide with a servant's aid by drinking poison, most of her family's retainers fleeing along with similarly thinking nobles. By the end of their talks, Ayasu would promise to make Ohatsu Jido of Akamitsuwari and send people for medical aid, but also deal with their banditry by way of Naruto, his army growing by another 100 by the end. Chappie 5. Hashtag Land of Fire, Capital of Fire Country, Edo hashtag. You look good in a suit, sweetie, Chibi, Makoto comments, her eyes sparkling with pride. The hidden blonde is wearing a 3-piece black suit with a purple dress shirt and matching tie. His mask is discarded and purple contacts are in his eyes as party-goers compliment him on his looks. I guess Aunt Miko, Naruto muses, running his fingers along his cheeks. It's been 5 months since the Nabutatsu's defeat at Hoppy and 2 months since Ayasu's coronation as Fire Daimyo. He led his forces to Edo for a fight, but didn't get one as his father's samurai general Kajikatsu Kurigane greets him as the Fire Daimyo. Kajikatsu informs him that once nobles learned of Nabutatsu's defeat at Hoppy and his capture, fled the country, but the number is few. Look 1010. Naruto looks good cleaned up, Mei comments, champagne in her hand. Her auburn hair flowing free, and she wears a dark blue and flowing dress to her calves with detached sleeves but linked by silk and arm-length gloves. 1010 is wearing a white and pink cheongsam having short sleeves, flower designs, and white gloves. I agree. Though I prefer blonde and blue-eyed, 1010 says playfully, her eyes scanning the crowd. The party is held in a vast hall, adorned with banners of the fire country symbol. Around the room, blossoms native to fire's various territories were arranged meticulously that shed a warmth akin to the spirit of the celebration. The atmosphere is electric with various dignitaries and samurai exchanging tales of valor. Naruto, Mei and Tenten see Momo carrying Nozomi flanked by the imposing Kajikatsu, each wondering if the man ever smiles, and his own daughter Tsubaki with them. Lady Momo, Princess Nozomi, the three greet, bowing deeply. No need to bow so deeply. You saved my life and aided Ayasu in ascending to the throne, Momo says, her voice gentle yet carrying an inherent strength. Perhaps, but it's proper decorum, milady, Kajikatsu says, his voice deep and commanding. He is tall and muscular man with almost permanent crease between his thick eyebrows, brown hair and top knot, and dressed in a dark blue kosode with light armor, black hakama and Zora sandals. His daughter has inherited his thick eyebrows with large pink eyes, straight brown hair reaching her lower back with cropped bangs, apart from chin-length strands that frame the sides of her face, and in a high ponytail having a headpiece with two pink flower-like beads. Greetings, Tsubaki says with a small, respectful nod. She wears a white robe with pink lining on the collar and sleeves, a turtleneck undershirt, pink hakama pants, black socks, and straw sandals. Nozomi coos softly with her tiny fingers reaching out towards Naruto. Tickle her hand, Makoto comments. Naruto gently tickles Nozomi's hand and elicits a giggle that draws smiles from everyone gathered except Kajikatsu, but the man had a rep to maintain even though he is girl dad. Momo moves on to other guests with a tiny wave from Nozomi with Momo's help and Tenten waving. The joy of a child really brings everyone together, doesn't it? Tenten muses, watching the mother and child leaving. Mei notices a few casting curious glances in their direction. Some good and some not, as they were of the mind that commoners should not be here. Seems some don't like we are here. We're not of proper breeding, Tenten says, imitating Hinata back in Konoha. Let them be jealous. In fact, how about two dances, Naruto says, a playful glint in his eyes and a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. I like the sound of that, Mei says, her voice carrying a mixture of excitement and a touch of defiance as Naruto extends his hand. Mei and Naruto step onto the dance floor as soft orchestra plays, whispers turning into curious silence. Their movements were fluid as a mesmerizing blend of strength and poise while Mei moves with grace. The dance is a spectacle of synergy and affection as Mei's dress is a flowing garment that mirrors the ocean's depth, swaying with every turn and step, catching the light in a mesmerizing display. Together they paint a picture of unity that transcends their lives, embodying the possibility of a world where differences only serve to enrich communal bonds. The dance slowly with a twirl by Naruto with Mei amidst a wave of applause towards Tenten. Ready, Naruto says, taking her hand. The dance with Tenten is a different kind of magic, where Mei and Naruto's dance was a display of elegance and power. Tenten and Naruto's performance is a symphony of precision but also agility. Her expertise in weaponry is mirrored in her movements. Each step and turn executed with the precision of a master, while Naruto matches her pace with ease. Their movements telling a story of trust, resilience, and unspoken bonds. The Chongsam's fabric flows like water, its movements a dance of its own, capturing the essence of Tenten's strength and grace. The white of her dress reflects the ballroom's light, creating a visual spectacle that drew all eyes to them. Their performance is not only a testament to their skills but a reflection of their journey together. I didn't know Naruto could dance, Ayasu says, sitting with Momo and holding Nozomi with his eyes shining with genuine surprise. He has many secrets, Momo says, drinking some sparkling water with a hint of lemon and a small smile playing on her lips. The second dance ends amid more applause but didn't seem to reach some of the nobles as they turned their noses up at the trio. They ignore this and continue to mingle but also enjoying them until they leave around midnight, heading to their room in the east of the castle. The next morning Ayasu calls them to a meeting that would change things. Present are Ayasu, Kajikatsu, Neo, and Tsunade, who had arrived during the night. Shizune and Karen have been in Akamitsuwari for medical aid to the new Jito Ohatsu Toyomiya. Tsunade, you know of the 12 ninja guardians? Ayasu asks, his voice steady and the blonde nods. Yes, but they fell apart a few years ago during an attempted coup by some of their members. Surely you don't intend to revive it, Tsunade replies, her voice laced with skepticism. Her time in Akamitsuwari has shown her the delicate balance of power and how quickly it could be upended with a corrupt ruler. Indeed I do, but this one will be different. This group I will call the Godai 13 or 13 Court Guard. It will be made up of 6 ninja and 6 samurai. You and Neo will its supreme commanders overseeing each facet, Ayasu explains, his words painting a vision of a new order. Quite the honor, my lord, Neo says, his voice tinged with undisguised pride. Humility is always more of a cloak than a trait for Neo, and his willingness to dive headfirst into the unknown is as predictable as the dawn. I agree, but who would fill these ranks? Tsunade asks, her mind already sifting through potential candidates and dismissing some but pondering over others. Ayasu looks to Naruto and his 2 companions. I will extend the offer to the 3 of you, Ayasu says. Us? Tenten says incredulously. Yes, the 3 of you aided me in taking the throne and deserve such a position. You will have the same rights as Sannin, and you will take orders from either Tsunade or Neo with supreme authority to me or Kajikatsu, Ayasu explains and looks to Tsunade. You will also gain back what you lost to assist me, Lady Tsunade. Same with Shizune. She and Karen will be Momo and Nozomi's personal doctors and ladies-in-waiting. He adds with solemnity. Thank you, Daimyo-sama, Tsunade says, nodding her head respectfully. Thank you for such an honor, Daimyo-sama, Naruto says, as Mei and Tenten quickly voice their gratitude as well. Excellent. Though your first mission will take you to somewhere I believe you will not wish to go, Naruto, Ayasu starts and takes a serious look. I would you to accompany Tsunade to Konoha, he adds, and the room goes cold. Mei and Tenten take Naruto's hands as Ayasu clears his throat. It will be one of recruitment. The 3 of you and Tsunade will search Konoha's ranks from Genin to Umbu for 3 ninja to join the Godai. Now I'm sure Hiruzen and his council will throw certain names for this, but I want people of noble intent. Not to pump up their ego, he adds. I'm sure certain elements will put up their airs, but I agree. Those with skill and noble of heart should join, Neo says, his voice laced with determination. Why from Genin to Umbu, Lord Ayasu? Surely Jonin or Umbu would be best suited, Mei questions, her tone slightly challenging yet respectful, and Ayasu smiles with appreciation for her question. An excellent point, Mei. However, sometimes the true gems are hidden amongst those not yet fully polished. Genin and Chunin may have untapped potential or unique abilities that have been overlooked, in contrast to some Jonin and Umbu who may have been swayed by political motives or personal gain, Ayasu explains thoughtfully. Neo leans forward with his eyes sharp and Kizaru in his mouth. The samurai also hold values that are in sync with what we seek: discipline, honor, and a devotion to their craft. They train relentlessly and perfect their skills. Among them, we might find warriors who value the protection of the realm above all else, he explains, and Mei nods, processing this new information. That is an insightful approach. Integrating samurai could provide a unique perspective and enhance our capabilities, Mei says, a new sense of respect evident in her voice. We must look beyond the surface and beyond the expected. It's those who dream to become more, those who are willing to push their boundaries, who truly make the difference, Ayasu further adds, the conversation circling back to his original point. The room falls silent for a moment, the weight of their tasks settling over them. Each leader knows the path ahead will be fraught with challenges but also understands the importance of their mission. You will leave in 2 weeks' time. During that time I will have special uniforms made as well as special watches made to signify your new position. Lastly, to inform Konoha of your arrival, Ayasu says and looks to Naruto. You can inform the Hokage about you if you wish or remain as Phantom, he adds, and Naruto nods. The hidden blonde, Mei and Tenten excuse themselves to head back to their room but meet up with Karen along the way. Karen is shocked to learn she will have such a position. I'm going to be a lady-in-waiting to Lady Momo, she says. Seems so, Mei says, proud for the redhead. Naruto and company takes Karen into Edo to celebrate their new positions, with Naruto getting kicked out of an all-you-can-eat place. Naruto chuckles as they walk among the citizen. I never thought I'd be kicked out of a restaurant. Guess there's a first time for everything, he muses. You have a bottomless stomach, Makoto and few other shadows say. Karen is still in a slight state of disbelief and mutters to herself, Lady in waiting, I need to prepare so much. I've always been on the sidelines. Now I'm stepping into a role I never imagined. She whispers, but Naruto pats her head. Mei places a reassuring hand on Karen's shoulder. You'll be brilliant, Karen. Your kindness and strength will make you an excellent lady-in-waiting to Lady Momo, Mei says, and Tenten nods with a smile. And think about it, you'll possibly get to play with baby Nozomi, Tenten adds with a smile. Karen's eyes light up at the mention of Princess Nozomi, and the thought brings a genuine smile to her face. That's right. I hadn't thought about that part. It would be wonderful to spend time with Princess Nozomi, she says. Their camaraderie is evident as they continue to share in the preparation excitement. Their spirits high with anticipation for the unknown adventures that lay ahead. The four would spend the 2 weeks preparing for their new roles and new lives, especially Karen as a lady-in-waiting. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Hiruzen calls another council meeting to discuss the scroll-sent Ayasu, the new fire daimyo. His victory and coronation is a hot topic among the populace. As you've read from the missive before you, the formation of this Godai 13 under Prince Ayasu's command marks a pivot in our stance. We remained neutral per our oaths to Fire Country itself, but now that Lord Ayasu has ascended to the throne, we must affirm our loyalties, Hiruzen says, eyeing the room with a gravitas that demands attention. This Godai 13 will be led by Tsunade Senju and Neo Kanetsugu, Hamura says. His tone bore the implicit trust and respect these names commanded. Shikaku steeples his fingers as ever the strategist and leans forward. The creation of such a group. It is a blending of the arts of ninja and samurai. This is unprecedented, he says with his eyes sharp and calculating, seeming to see beyond the room to envision the implications of such a force. This coalition of forces could be a play at balancing power, or maybe it's a new approach to governance, Inoichi comments. His words floated in the room, and suggesting layers of potential that lay beneath the surface of this decision. It could also symbolize a new era of unity between different martial disciplines, potentially leading to peace or a stronger defense mechanism for the country, Choza says as his voice is steady and sure, bringing nods of agreement from several others. Like our ninja, it takes years to properly training samurai. Hence their small numbers save for Iron Country, or it's a show of power. We'd be fools to not prepare for any implications this may have on Konoha. Seeing as we didn't take sides, Tsum says, with a firm voice that commanded attention. Which goes hand in hand with Konoha's oaths. We serve the seat and whoever sits in it, Hiruzen says. The conviction in his voice reinforced the foundation of their allegiance. Hayashi narrows his eyes in thought with a calm demeanor. We must consider all angles. This group under Lord Ayasu's leadership could forge a new ally or a formidable foe. Our response should be equally measured, he says, eliciting thoughtful murmurs from around the room. Koharu and Hamura nod at Hayashi's sentiment as their years lend credence to their words. This is a new era, where strength and diplomacy go hand in hand, she says, emphasizing the duality of their upcoming challenges. Such a force led by Princess Tsunade and Kanetsugu could indeed change the geopolitical landscape. We must remain vigilant, Hamura adds, to the weight of their responsibility. The ever-pragmatist Danzo interjects his opinion with a small tap from his cane to garner attention to him. While your optimism is commendable, do not forget the art of war teaches us to be wary of new formations on the battlefield. The formation of this Godai 13 could be a double-edged sword. I for one find it difficult to place my trust in such a sudden assembly of power, especially when one such as Tsunade is among its leaders. She had forsaken her oaths as a Konoha ninja, and now she stands at the forefront of this new organization. How can we place our trust in someone who turned her back on her own village, he states. This remark sparks a murmur across the room with shinobi and merchants alike exchanging uneasy glances. Danzo, your concerns are noted, but suspicion alone cannot guide our policies, Hiruzen says, quick to interject. But vigilance and preparedness, as Danzo suggests, could prove wise, Hamura says, showing his unity with Danzo. The formulation of our response must be strategic and informed. Understanding their goals might be our best first move, Danzo says. The merchant clan leaders, being aware their role is more supportive, voiced their concerns over trade and the economy. If the Godai 13 brings stability, it might also bring prosperity and new opportunities for trade, one points out, attempting to view the formation from a different perspective. Hiruzen seeks to steer the council back on course. There's more. Lord Ayasu is sending Tsunade, along with 3 members of the Godai 13 to Konoha. Among them is the one known as Phantom. He was instrumental in supporting Lord Ayasu but also fought in the civil war in Water Country. They will come to assess our ninja corps to fill the remaining 3 spots, he says. A ripple of surprise and uncertainty spread through the room, but this intrigues Shikaku as Jonin commander. This presents both an opportunity and a potential threat. How do we ensure Konoha's interests are protected? He says, and Hiruzen nods solemnly. We must showcase our strengths while discerning their intent. It's crucial we engage diplomatically but prepare for all contingencies. Tsunade will be looking at all our ninja from Genin to Umbu, Hiruzen says, eliciting a shocked response from the council. We should push the likes of Sasuke Uchiha or Hinata Hyuga. Both are shinobi and kunoichi of the year. Their skills alone could open up new routes and safeguard our trades, Koharu says, keen on highlighting the village's assets. How exactly would featuring such prominent figures affect us? Aren't they too valuable for the front lines? Let alone trade routes, a merchant member says, voicing the concerns of the more economically focused members of the council. While the potential of the likes of Sasuke and Hinata cannot be underestimated, they are still rookie genin fresh out of the academy. Lord Ayasu did relay genin could be chosen, but their names or clan will not be enough. They'll need to be tested, seasoned by trials. Only then can we truly measure their worth to the Godai 13 and to our ambitions of prosperity, Hiruzen says, his wisdom shining. But surely Hokage-sama. Their potential alone. A third merchant leader interjects, brimming with impatience and ambition, but Hiruzen cuts in. Potential is like seeds in unfertilized soil, without experience or guidance and the right opportunities to grow. They cannot flourish to their fullest, Hiruzen says, his tone firm yet not unkind. The room falls silent at the wisdom in Hiruzen's metaphor sinking in. The discussion that follows is more grounded with considerations on how best to support the growth of these young talents for the future of their nation. Do we know the 2 other members accompanying Tsunade and Phantom to form the shinobi contingent of the Godai 13? Shikaku asks, redirecting the flow of conversation. Hiruzen sits at the head of the U-shaped table and strokes his beard thoughtfully before responding. Their names weren't given, but one is Tsunade's second apprentice, known as Sword Dancer due to her unique fighting style, but this is a recent moniker. The other is a close partner to Phantom. Though details about them are scarce but came from Water Country with him, he says. Shikaku's interest is piqued as he leans forward to rest his chin on his interlocked fingers. A partner to Phantom, and knowing Phantom's reputation, this partner must be exceptionally skilled, he says. It's precisely this kind of unknown that puts us at a disadvantage. We must gather more intelligence on these individuals. Their skills, motives, everything, Danzo comments, his voice carrying the weight of caution. Skills and motives aside, Tsunade leading this group signifies a formidable force. We can't underestimate them. Knowing Tsunade's capability and her knack for picking strong allies, Choza says, adding to the discussion with respect to Tsunade's reputation. Indeed, but we need to be cautious. The formation of the Godai 13 under Lord Ayasu with Tsunade, Neo Kanetsugu and these skilled shinobi but also samurai mark the beginning of a significant shift. We must be ready for whatever comes next, Shikaku says, sitting back and absorbing this information. There is also talk amongst them about Tsunade taking a second apprentice, believing she could be bolstering Konoha or branching out on her own. We have deliberated enough for today, Hiruzen says and bangs his gavel. Inform your respective clans of our discussions and prepare them for what's to come, he adds. Nods of agreement circle the room with mixes of determination and concern etched on each face, as everyone begins to trickle out. The formation of the Godai 13 is a bold move by Lord Ayasu, aligning shinobi with samurai. We've not seen such an alliance in a very long time, Shikaku says, walking with Inoichi and Choza. Indeed, but our most pressing issue is the inclusion of Phantom within its ranks. Konoha's unawareness of his true identity puts us at a unique disadvantage, Inoichi comments. As the clan heads, merchant heads and elders file out of the room, each was lost in thought, pondering the future and the role they would play in the upcoming events. The shadows continue to dance along the walls, mirroring the uncertainty that lay ahead, but all of them are unaware that the phantom they are inviting into Konoha is none other than Naruto. Ever wonder how much Konoha has changed? Tenten says, walking next to Naruto and Mei with Tsunade in the front. Each of them are wearing the uniform for the Godai 13 of black overcoats and a white button-up, cargo pants, black combat boots with a red forager and white gloves. I wonder if Konoha's higher-ups will even listen to us. Considering our ages, Mei says, her voice tinged with doubt yet laced with a hope that they will be heard. Which is why I leading this. Sensei will listen. He and everyone else will want to stay on Lord Ayasu's good side and reaffirm their loyalty to the daimyo seat, Tsunade says and glances back to the three. Plus Sensei understands the importance of balance. She adds, her tone firm, yet reassuring. Mei and Tenten nod, but Naruto remains silent with his mask on, hiding the whirlwind of emotions he is grappling with. Coming back here after so long. I wonder, has Sasuke gotten better or worse? Makoto says, from his shadow. Who cares? The brat is stronger than him, Chibi Zabuza comments. Won't he and Konoha be shocked that the person they scorned is a hero to the outside world and friend of the new fire daimyo, Chibi Amuri says. Even saved his life and defeated his brother's army, Chibi Inari adds, and the hidden blonde ruffles his hair. I wonder what the old man will do when I show him the journal from Uzushio, Naruto thought, to himself and not his shadows. The high gates of Konoha come into view. It's not just about recruiting for Lord Ayasu's cause, but also forging a path that ensures stability and peace, Tsunade says, and all three nod. The Eternal Gate Guardians Izumo and Kotetsu were lounging in the guard shack as Tsunade and company walk up. Excuse me, Tsunade says, breaking the calm with her firm yet soothing voice. Lady Tsunade, Izumo stutters, clearly taken aback by the presence of the legendary Kunoichi. We should be expected, Tsunade says as her voice carries an air of authority that demanded respect, and both nod. Good. No need for an escort, she adds, as they pass through the gates into the village. While the village bustles around them and unfazed by their arrival, the significance of this moment is not lost on the returnees. It's a bittersweet feeling, Tsunade says, her eyes scanning the familiar yet distant scenes of the village, but also catching glimpses of villagers looking and murmuring about them. Tenten feels a knot forming in her stomach as the familiar streets of Konoha brought back a flood of memories, especially the heated argument she had had with her adopted father Tetsuo. Never thought I'd set foot here again, Tenten says, her voice barely a whisper betwixt the village's cacophony. Naruto's hand finds hers and offers a silent reassurance that spoke volumes, reminding her that she is not alone in her return. Konoha has a tendency to push certain people the wrong way, Tsunade says, her tone hinting at her own complex history with the village. It is a reminder that the path to acceptance and understanding within the village's confines is seldom straight. Tenten remembers the argument well, as her father was hiding from her that he hated Naruto like everyone else, but for her he put up with it. However, when it affected his work and he was losing money, the mask came off. Yes. He was more concerned with money than his daughter's happiness, Tenten says. I've been there. When I lost Dan and Nawaki, I was told to move on. People die. The village must come first, Tsunade says, ignoring the curious glances from the villagers. They do catch the attention of known gossip Ino Yamanaka and friend or rival Sakura Haruno, daughter of merchant guild member Kazashi Haruno. Hey Ino, isn't that Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and look, isn't that Tenten our upperclassman who dropped out? You know, the one. She hung out with that bad kid. But who are the other two? Sakura asks, squinting in an attempt to recognize the faces shrouded in mystery. Yeah, but who's the masked guy and what's with their clothes? They are walking with a purpose. Maybe it's a high-profile mission, Ino says, leaning closer to the pinkette. Sakura's brow furrows with concern in her green eyes. You think it's got something to do with those murmurs about Fire Lord Ayasu's plan for this Godai 13, she says. Definitely looks like something big, Ino muses and cups her chin. With Lady Tsunade here like this, it's definitely no ordinary assignment, she adds. Then this is my chance to tell them to add Sasuke. When they do, he'll be so impressed by me, Sakura says, seeing the disappearing group, but Ino rolls her eyes. Forget it, forehead. You just want to swoop in and play the heroine in front of Sasuke. Well, I had the idea first. So I should be the one to talk to Lady Tsunade, Ino says. Their bickering over who would win Sasuke's affections is a momentary distraction from the gravity of the unfolding events. Back with Tsunade and the group, they are at the Hokage Tower and make their way to Hiruzen's office. Tsunade and company reach Hiruzen's office with the venerable wood of the door creaking softly as his secretary give a quick, respectful bow before allowing them entry. The room is steeped in history, every scroll and artifact a testament to the village's storied past. Sensei Tsunade says, Hiruzen's gaze is sharp and discerning but still holds the grandfatherly aura. 3 of the 4 no. Tsunade. It's been a long while since our last encounter, he says, his eyes sweeping over Tenten and Mei, but it is Naruto that gives him pause. Indeed, but I'm here on important business for Fire Daimyo Ayasu Oda, which you know, Tsunade says. Yes, this Godai 13 and they are your new comrades, Hiruzen says, looking over the 3 young ninja. Hello, Lord Third. It's good to see you doing well, Tenten says, bowing, and Hiruzen nods. I am Mei Terumi. I have looked forward to this meeting. Your reputation as a shinobi and leader precedes you, Mei says, her voice carrying the calm force of the ocean, but her gaze is as piercing as the tide. Hiruzen nods in acknowledgement with a slight smile forming on his face as he regards each of his visitors in turn, but his eyes fall on the last of the group. And you must be Phantom. I am well aware of your achievements in Mizu and here. Your reputations as a skilled shinobi has reached even these old ears, Hiruzen says, and the silence that follows is palpable. Naruto simply stares at Hokage as his body is rigid, as if locked in a battle with unseen foes of the past. Your words are kind, old man, Naruto says, and reaches his hand to his black hair, and it becomes sun-kissed blonde, before reaching for his mask and revealing his face. Hiruzen, the wise and venerable leader of Konoha, is taken aback to learn Phantom, someone who defeated a perfect Jinchuriki in Yagura Karatachi and was pivotal in aiding Ayasu, is Konoha's missing Jinchuriki. Naruto, my boy, Hiruzen says, disbelief coloring his tone. Surprised old man, Naruto says. His tone holds no warmth for Hiruzen. He examines Naruto and the blonde looks nearly identical to his father, but his mother's features were there and his whiskers have faded. How have survived all these years, Hiruzen says, almost forgetting Tsunade and the others were there. The room hangs silent for a moment as the weight of the reveal pressing down on the Kage and Naruto's gaze hardens. It's a long story, old man. One fraught with, he starts, but his words were cut short. A figure dramatically enters through the window and it's none other than Jiraiya, making an entrance as grand as always is. Naruto's body goes rigid and he nearly explodes in rage, but Mei grabs his right hand as his rage is abated for the moment. Haim! Jiraiya says and sees Naruto. Minato! No, it's Naruto, he thought, also thinking that his plan could still be salvaged. Jiraiya, you of all people should understand the gravity of why I'm here. As the spy master of Konoha, or is peeping more important, Tsunade says, glaring at him. Jiraiya chuckles, but it fades into a more sheepish grin. You wound me, Haim. As a man of culture and a writer of the Ika Ika series, I need to do field research. It's not all peeping, he says, but Tsunade's glare doesn't waver. I'm in no mood, sensei. We'll talk more later. We'll be staying at the Senju estate, Tsunade says. Yes, Tsunade. I'll call a council meeting to discuss things, Hiruzen says, and the blonde nods, ushering the trio out with her as both blondes glare at Jiraiya. Sensei, why is Naruto with Tsunade? Is he a part of the forming Godai 13-inch? Jiraiya says. Hiruzen, with his usual calm demeanor, lets out a soft sigh. Indeed he is. You might find this hard to believe, but Naruto is Phantom, the one who has been aiding Fire Lord Ayasu and fought in Mist Civil War, he says. But how, sensei? Phantom? That elusive figure is Naruto? Jiraiya says. Yes, the same Naruto I had you looking for, but you returned empty-handed. Saying he was nowhere to be found, Hiruzen says. Jiraiya stumbles for words, and this is an unusual occurrence for him. I searched everywhere I could think of. To think he was right under our nose this entire time and I had no clue, he says. Hiruzen tilts his head slightly with a knowing glance in his eyes. Did you really look for him, Jiraiya, or were your other pursuits too distracting? He says with a tone holding a hint of challenge but also a flicker of disappointment. There's a palpable pause, a moment where the air in the room seems to stiffen. There were times when I might not have been as dedicated to the search. I admit, sensei. There were leads I didn't follow up on. Places I didn't check, Jiraiya says, hiding his intent to make Naruto a weapon for Konoha with Minato. Hiruzen's gaze hardens ever so slightly. I thought so. Naruto needed us, but we failed him. Despite that, he has become a power shinobi. He says, a mix of reprimand and sadness in his tone. There's a pause where Jiraiya seems lost in thought on how to spin this and make Naruto subservient to Konoha. Maybe I can make it up to him. I can tell him I'm his godfather and train him like his dad, he says. Maybe Jiraiya, but don't push him, Hiruzen says, and Jiraiya nods, unaware of the shadow attached to him. Naruto falls on a bed in one of the rooms in the Senju estate as the four settle in with him using clones to air out things. Chibi Makoto rubs his forehead as the blonde stares at the ceiling. You should show the Hokage your Minato's journal. Even the one from Yuzushio, she says. He'll spin it, claim it lies, and the old man will brush it aside and with no real evidence won't do anything. Thinking it is but the words of the jilted dead, Naruto says and rubs his eyes. No, I'll deal with Danzo and Jiraiya myself, he thought. A knock echoes as Naruto lifts on his elbows to see Tenten and Mei as she saunters in. Are we going to talk about the tension back there with the Toad Sannin? Mei inquires gently, her gaze softening. Naruto sits up fully and runs his fingers through his blonde hair. It's a bit complicated, he says, lying a bit as both sit on his flanks. You can tell us, Tenten says, taking his left hand in hers and Mei his right. Naruto takes a few breaths as Chibi Makoto ruffles his hair. When I was still living here, after I awakened my monarch powers, I found my parents' home thanks to the seal my mom placed on me. He starts and sighs. I found 2 journals, one for my mom and one for him. In his were plans to make me more of a weapon than a person. His weapon and shaped by my father's legacy, he adds, reluctant to say father. Your father? Jiraiya see you only as an extension of him, Mei says, and Naruto slowly nods. Yeah. He and Jiraiya are obsessed with the idea of me fulfilling some grand design as his son and consideration of what I want or who I am, Naruto says, and Mei pulls Naruto in her chest. You're not a weapon. You're much more than that, and you've proven it time and time again, Mei says, and Tenten nods in agreement. We believe in you, Naruto. Because of who you are. Not who anybody wants you to be. Your strength comes from your heart. Not from your lineage, Tenten says. They are right, sweetie, Chibi Makoto says. The remains of the day are spent airing out the estate and Tsunade sending clones to buy things like food, toiletries, and things for an extended stay in Konoha. The next day comes all too soon as Naruto, dressed in cargo jeans, a polo and his lightning storm hoodie, sits with Mei and Tenten, wearing casual clothes in the council room. Tsunade is speaking to Hiruzen as the clan heads, elders, and merchant clan heads, with each noticing the masked blonde. Whispers begin to circulate about the seated masked blonde. His identity obscured but his aura unmistakable. That must be Phantom, one merchant member whispers to Kazashi Haruno. Speculation is rife with theories as the very air seems to hum with anticipation as eyes, both wary and curious, were occasionally glancing his way. Hiruzen bangs his gavel and calls this meeting to order and turns things over to Tsunade as the blonde looks over the assembled group at the U-shaped table. As an uneasy silence envelopes the room before Tsunade clears her throat. I stand before you as the co-leader of Fire Lord Ayasu's newly formed Godai 13. Namely, the shinobi side, she begins, her voice resonating with authority. Tsunade-sama, could you elaborate on how the Godai 13 will function within Konoha and Fire Country? Shikaku asks. The Godai 13 will function similarly to the 12 Ninja Guardians did at one time, but will be distinct in its integration of samurai and ninja. This hybrid force will not only enhance our military capabilities, but also pave the way for a greater understanding and cooperation between these two warrior classes, Tsunade explains. The room erupts in whispers and murmurs as the clan heads, elders, and merchant clan heads ponder the implications of such a force and the honor of having their clans possibly represented in this group. Who are those 3? Danzo questions, his visible eye on the seated 3. These 3 fill 3 spots among the Godai. First is Tenten. Originally from here and one of my apprentices, Mei Terumi from Water Country, and lastly Phantom, Tsunade replies, keeping Naruto identity under wraps for the moment. Are you not Tetsuo Higarashi's adopted daughter? One merchant head says. Yes, technically, but we had a falling out, Tenten says curtly. Danzo the ever-skeptic has his eye on Mei with suspicion of foreign alliances ever evident. Why? Why would someone from the Water Country come to Konoha in such times? He says, his typical and underlying paranoia mixing in. Mei being unfazed by his inquiry, and with a steadiness that matches the calm flow of water she wields so expertly. I go where Phantom goes, she replies, simply, and carries a weight of allegiance but mystery as well. This brief exchange adds a new layer to their assembly, hinting at personal loyalties that transcend village boundaries and speak of a uniting cause greater than any individual ambition. What are the precise prerequisites to fill the remaining 3 spots? Inoichi asks, shifting the flow back to the Godai 13. The requirements are multifaceted. The spots can be filled with ninja from Genin to Umbu members. Tsunade starts and looks to the clan heads. Lord Ayasu is seeking individuals with unique abilities that can complement others within. This isn't about sheer power but specialized talents that offer strategic advantages. Lastly, a potential for growth, she adds. The clarity of Tsunade's criteria resonates with those present, sparking conversations among Konoha's council about promising Genin and Umbu operatives who fit these descriptions. Considering the significance of leadership and heritage, I believe special consideration should be given to heirs of the great houses of Konoha. In this regard, I recommend my daughter Hinata. Despite her rank as a genin, her adeptness in the gentle fist and her innate ability to exemplify leadership grace under pressure make her a prime candidate, Hayashi states, but many present know this was ploy by the Haiga to get close to the new Fire Lord. A growl from Tsum interrupts Hayashi's pitch of his daughter. Why should Hayashi's snobby daughter get preferential treatment, she challenges, her voice carrying a mix of skepticism and annoyance. The room falls into a tense silence, the question hanging in the air, heavy with implications of clan bias and the complexities of internal village politics. We should also consider Sasuke Uchiha as an heir of the Uchiha clan, Hamura says. Sasuke's abilities and his lineage hold potential strategic advantages for the Godai 13, Koharu adds. Tsunade, with an undercurrent of killer intent that is not to be ignored, clears his throat. Let me make something crystal clear. The Godai 13 has no place for candidates who rely solely on political clout or the prestige of their lineage. Each candidate will be evaluated based on their individual merits, their combat effectiveness, and their willingness to embrace the responsibilities that will come with being a member of the Godai 13. Anything less would compromise the integrity and purpose of our mission, she says, laced with an unarguable authority. This pronouncement settled the room's immediate disputes, quieting the voices of Hayashi, Hamura, and Koharu, yet it did not deter them from their resolve to champion their choices. What is the timetable for these members to be chosen? Choza asks. While the tension somewhat eased, but the undercurrent of rivalry and ambition still simmers beneath the surface. Lord Ayasu has no given set timetable, but the Chunin exams in half a year could be the end goal, Tsunade replies and gets a few murmurs. Her statement underscores their task and compels everyone to focus on the critical objective at hand rather than personal or clan agendas. Perhaps I can add a suggestion. Why not have Mei, Tenten, and Phantom to observe the recent graduates' genin teams during their training sessions and upcoming missions? This will provide a first-hand assessment of their capabilities, teamwork, and potential for growth, Hiruzen says, and Tsunade nods. That's a sound strategy. It's critical we understand not just their individual strengths but how well they work in a team, Tsunade says, glancing to Naruto. He pats Tenten and Mei on the thigh as he rises to his feet. I am weary of revealing of my identity to all of you, but joining the Godai and aiding Lord Ayasu would put me in the public eye of place I do not have fondest memories of. However, if I plan to work with those from Konoha, they will need to know the real me, Naruto says and reaches for his mask. A collective intake of breath fills the room as Naruto's mask comes off. Many who know the Fourth would swear his young doppelganger is standing before them. Lord Fourth? Kizashi says. The room stills as the mishap by Kizashi is igniting an array of reactions while the veterans and the elders of Konoha's hierarchy exchanged loaded glances. Danzo stiffens as Konoha's Jinchuriki is standing before them, but having Minato's name mixed with the boy would have far-reaching implications. The inadvertent slip-up has inadvertently nudged open a Pandora's box of political implications and unspoken fears. No Kizashi. He's not Minato, Hiruzen starts and looks each in the eyes. What I reveal was done to protect him from his father's enemies, but Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze. Our Yandame Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, he adds. Kizashi and the merchant clan heads realize that boy has come back. A few of them thought him dead, but now he has returned and is son of their beloved Hokage. They spent years thriving on keeping the blonde in almost penurious conditions. Now sit uncomfortably in their seats with their faces a mix of shock and embarrassment. Similarly with the clan heads, who decided to ignore Naruto's plight despite knowing who his parents were. This council is spending too much time dwelling on past wrongs and the neglect of Naruto Uzumaki, but what more imperatives is where this boy has been. Danzo interjects, his voice sharp and cutting through the heavy air. A murmur runs through the room as many council members shift uncomfortably. It was no open secret that Naruto disappeared from Konoha, with rumors swirling about his whereabouts and activities. Naruto has awakened his mother's bloodline, Tsunade says, and the silence that follows as they digest the information. This newfound power, where does his loyalties lie? He is Konoha's Jinchuriki and has obligations, Danzo says, his voice laced with challenge and Naruto's eyes narrow. Tsunade's response is calm yet firm and dispels the doubt that Danzo seeks to seed. Naruto's loyalties lie with Fire Lord Ayasu. Also, before Naruto left, he was not officially recognized as a Konoha ninja. The bonds of allegiance that bind our shinobi are not his to bear. He found his calling outside of Konoha, she says, and looks to him with a nod. Naruto's eyes become to eye glow a haunting purple, a visual testament to the power he wields as the Shadow Monarch. Come out, Naruto says. An inky black aura seems to seep out from under the ground beneath him, shadows twisting and writhing as though alive. The clan heads, elders, merchant clan heads, and even Hiruzen watch in shock, unable to move or speak as the air around them is thick with the weight of unspoken power as 12 shadow soldiers appear. This is only a small portion of the army, Naruto says, his eyes staring directing at Danzo. Sum leans over to whisper to Hayashi with a smirk. It's almost like witnessing Kushina's shadow army all over again. There's that same unsettling power, but with her pup. Feels even more vast, she whispers, but Hayashi says nothing. Why should Konoha ninja leave their home? Danzo says, always scrutinizing and never breaking eye contact with the blonde. Naruto points directly at Tsunade with his eyes beginning to dim back into their blue hue. The Godai 13 is no different than the former 12 ninja guardian. Tell me, elder. Do you not want Konoha ninja to serve their daimyo in other capacities, he says, and moves his index finger up to make a circle. Let's turn the question you asked back around to you, elder. Where do your loyalties lie? With Konoha or with your own ambitions, he adds. The room tenses at Naruto's direct challenge to Danzo, eyes flickering between the two figures. Danzo's face remains unreadable, but there was a spark of something like anger, or maybe a small respect in his gaze. It is clear Naruto has struck a nerve within Danzo, daring to question his allegiance so openly. Your words are bold, Danzo says. Naruto. Enough, Tsunade interjects. Naruto returns his seat between Mei and Tenten, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation in the air as Naruto's confrontation with Danzo has set a definitive tone. Hiruzen bangs his gavel to draw attention back to him. I will call this meeting to an end. I urge you to inform members of your clans about the offer of the Godai 13. I will inform Umbu and Shikaku our jonin, he says. The council members begin to leave with Danzo leading the pack, but a few gazes linger on him, but his honed perceptiveness notices the subtle shifts in their postures and the exchanged glances laden with unspoken thoughts. I can guarantee by tomorrow all of Konoha will know their demon child is back, Naruto thought. Naruto, Hiruzen says, and the blonde shoots him a cold look. You, Tenten and Mei can meet the rookie teams 7, 8 and Tenten at training grounds 3, 7 and 19-inch, he adds. Sensei is right. Observe them. Introduce yourselves if you wish, Tsunade says. Naruto slips his mask back onto his face and salutes with a slam of his fist to his chest as Mei and Tenten do the same before excusing themselves. What an intense meeting, Tenten says, as they make their way down the tower. I agree. I thought Naruto would kill that elder, but directly challenging him, Mei comments. How do you want to tackle these genin teams? Naruto says, changing the subject. 3 teams. 3 of us. We each take 1 inch, Tenten says, but cups her chin in thought. Though who gets who, she adds. Naruto raises his right fist and Tenten smirks. Janken it is, she says. The 3 reach the base of the tower and play their game of Janken, with Naruto winning first with rock against Mei's scissors. Tenten wins with paper against Naruto's rock and beats Mei's paper with scissors. I'll take team 8. Mei team 10 inch, Tenten says. Team 7 for me, Naruto says, and the 3 vanish to find their teams. Chapter 6. Hashtag Land of Fire Konoha no Sato hashtag. Naruto hops along the roofs in search of Training Ground 3 to find Team 7 and observe them for their possible recruitment. The village seems relatively the same as he remembers, with no major changes. Perhaps a stop at Ichiraku. Once I'm done, Naruto muses, before using Shunshin no Jutsu to hasten his arrival. He reaches the training ground and erases his presence with stealth, finding a high tree having wide branch to see 3 genin milling about, but not just any 3 genin, causing Naruto to nearly let a curse slip from his mouth. Hinata Hyuga, Kazashi Haruno's daughter Sakura, and Sasuke Chibi Makoto says, coming from Naruto's shadow to peer at her near-adult son. How are you going to test them? Chibi Zabuza cuts in, his voice low and curious. Naruto's eyes glow purple behind his mask as raises Winter, Blue's mom or IGA, Fugaku or Greed, and Zabuza himself as the 4 head for Team 7. In the clearing, Team 7 were waiting for their sensei Kakashi Hatake. First is Sasuke Uchiha and Rookie Genin of the Year, but also the last loyal Uchiha after his older sister slaughtered everyone. Where is Kakashi? Sasuke says, his tone laced with annoyance. His second teammate is Hinata Hyuga and Kunoichi of the Year, but also uncontested heiress of the Hyuga, brutally stamping out competition from her younger sister Hanabi. He's at least 2 hours late today, Hinata says. Her voice carries a calm demeanor and belying the fierce competitiveness she harbors within. The last of Team 7 is Sakura Haruno, and daughter of a merchant clan leader, second to Hinata in final ranking at the academy, but a devout worshipper of Sasuke. What is that? Sakura exclaims, her eyes widening at the sight of unusual creatures. The 3 genin go on guard as a large bear that is 10 feet tall if standing, a humanoid, and a very large wolf made of what look like shadows are charging them. Sasuke quickly weaves signs to Tiger with an inhale to spew a fire towards the beasts, while a thick mist comes from behind them to cloud their senses. Hinata immediately activates her Byakugan. This mist is man-made, she says, looking from right to left. Not bad, Hyuga, but is it good enough? A voice says, ominously and seemingly from everywhere. What's the plan? Sasuke snaps, glancing between his teammates. Sakura shifts her green eyes from right to left for any movement, steps forward with a little determination in her eyes. We stick together. Whatever is they're testing us. Let's show them we're not just any genin, she says, and Hinata nods in agreement. Right, Sakura. Sasuke. Cover me and I'll try to find the source of this mist, Hinata says, but as they ready themselves to move together, a palpable bloodlust fills the air and paralyzes them in their tracks, while Zabuza's aura unfurls like a tangible shadow and chilling the very air they breathe. Impressive determination, wannabes, Zabuza's voice booms from the mist and laced with an eerie coldness. But the battlefield cares not for words. Let's see how you handle true fear, he adds, circling around them with IGA. Sasuke's eyes narrow with the weight of the moment drawing his Sharingan to the surface. Fear isn't in my vocabulary, he retorts, though his voice slightly betrays the effort it takes to remain defiant. Hinata is while visibly shaken but manages to stay defiant. Our wills are stronger than any fear, she says as her Byakugan flares brighter, attempting to see through the mist and the paralyzing fear. Sakura clenches her fists as her resolve is cracking like tempered glass. We won't back down. Not now. Not ever, she states, the fear in her voice washed away by a minor surge of determination to impress Sasuke. Like I said, words aren't enough, Zabuza says, laughing deeply. From the mist, Winter hurls itself at them with silent ferocity, only to vanish before they can land a hit as they toss kunai or shuriken. IGA darts around to nip at their heels, a ghostly terror that refuses to be caught. Greed strikes with precision at his son amidst the chaos, a daunting opponent that seems to appear and disappear at will and challenging them directly in a whisper that promises no mercy. Not bad so far, but are you three even real ninja? Seems raising the age to 18 has made newbies soft, Zabuza says and strikes Sasuke from behind. How do you expect to survive in the real world? He adds with disdain thick in his voice, emphasizing his doubt in their abilities. Sasuke slightly staggers by the sudden attack, but regains his composure, and eyes narrowing to find his foe. Underestimating us just because we're young is a mistake, he retorts. His voice cool but filled with determination. Naruto watches from his tree with his legs dangling and drops his stealth. Are you upset, Aunt Miko? He thought, the smugness evident even without seeing his face. I don't know him. He was a sweet boy, but greed corrupted him, Makoto says. Her voice tinged with venom as she hisses Fugaku's new name. Naruto is about to reply when suddenly a kunai presses against his back of his neck courtesy of Kakashi and his father's trained dog. Who are you? Kakashi says, his voice cool but filled with a deadly calm. I'm sure the Hokage told you, Naruto says, his voice confident but almost casual, breaking down into an unkindness of ravens towards Kakashi's team, and the copy ninja follows. Naruto lands outside the mist as he pulls out a silver pocket watch from his pocket, engraved with the Fire Country symbol as Kakashi arrives. This is my proof. I'm Phantom of the Goaty Eye. I'm observing you and your team, Naruto says, not even looking back at Kakashi. Those summons. They look like... Kakashi says, seeing Winter and Iga. Naruto turns his masked face to his former Umbu minder. Careful. I do not wish to spoil things, Naruto says, a finger theatrically pressed to his mask's lips. What do you need? Observe Konoha's shinobi, Kakashi asks, slightly unnerved yet intrigued. Naruto has Zabuza dispel the mist before dismissing him and others to see Team 7 rattled but alive. Fire Lord Ayasu. Naruto starts before Sasuke interrupts. Who are you? Sasuke says, seeing the masked Naruto with Ayasu. Who is but the function following the function of what, and what I am is a man in a mask, Naruto says, his voice curiously playful under the circumstances. We can see that, Sakura says, unable to hide her confusion and siding with Sasuke's line of inquiry. Of course you can. I'm not questioning your powers of observation. I'm merely remarking on the paradox of asking a masked person who they are. Do you ask Umbu who they are behind the mask? Naruto states, his tone making it clear he's enjoying this more than he probably should. You are not an Umbu, Hinata questions, her eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion and curiosity towards the masked figure. Naruto pockets his hands with a slow tilt of his head. You are correct, Hinata Hyuga. Though my fate was not meant for here as a nothing but as phantom, he says, tempted to remove his mask right then and there but decides against it for the moment. Here? Sasuke questions, skepticism lacing his tone. If you weren't told by your parents or guardian. I was sent along with Lady Tsunade Senju and 2 others to access Konoha Ninja Force from Genin to Umbu for Fire Lord Ayasu's newly formed Goaty Eye 13-inch, Naruto explains and purposely ignores Sasuke but raises 3 fingers. The group is comprised of 6 samurai and 6 ninja, though 3 positions are already filled, he adds. And you're choosing Sasuke? Sakura says instinctively, a tinge of protectiveness in her voice, but Naruto scoffs and shakes his head. If it were up to me, no. Though I will quote Lady Tsunade, and that is, the Goaty Eye 13 has no place for candidates who rely solely on political clout or the prestige of their lineage. Each candidate will be evaluated based on their individual merits, their combat effectiveness, and their willingness to embrace the responsibilities that will come with being a member of the Goaty Eye 13. Anything less would compromise the integrity and purpose of our mission, Naruto explains and looks to Kakashi. Even your sensei is being evaluated. Now, due to the luck of the draw, I will be observing your team, he adds, leaving the members of Team 7 to absorb the weight of his words. Well, my team and I will taking our first C-rank mission. Would you be willing to accompany us? Kakashi asks, a light-hearted note in his voice, despite the gravity of Naruto's earlier words. Naruto sighs with a slow nod and the weight of responsibility momentarily shadowing the headache forming. I will accompany you, he agrees, but his voice taking on a more serious tone. But remember, this mission is not just about completing your objectives. It's an opportunity to prove yourselves worthy of the Goaty Eye 13. Each of you will be assessed, and that including you, Kakashi Hatake, the blonde says, his hidden eyes on Kakashi. Understood. It'll be an excellent chance for my team to show their skills, Kakashi says. Singular visible eye crinkles up as if smiling. We'll show you and the Godai 13 our determination, but especially why you need to choose Sasuke, Sakura says, and Naruto internally groans. Just watch, Sasuke says, already considering how best to demonstrate his capabilities. Hinata remains quiet but gives Naruto a curt nod as her thoughts were his words about his fate. Could this phantom be originally from Konoha, she thought, and stares at his blonde hair. Deep underneath Konoha, Danzo is sitting in his office digesting the recent events as of late with Fu and Toryun flanking him. Curse that boy. He strolls back into Konoha after abandoning it, Danzo says, his voice laced with a blend of disgust and grudging respect. Fu leans forward slightly as the ever-observer. Lord Danzo. May I speak freely, he asks. His tone careful yet curious, and Danzo nods with a sharp gaze. It's not just him. The Godai 13 created by the new Fire Lord Ayasu Oda. Naruto Uzumaki and his companions, they represent a power unlike any Konoha has seen. His return could change the balance of power in the village, perhaps even in the shinobi world. Fu continues, eyes thoughtful. He's not the boy we remember. His powers have grown beyond our understanding, Toryun adds, being more direct. Danzo's eyes his real one, and his one hidden beneath a bandage gleam with a mix of interest and scheming. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki has inherited his mother's unpredictability. And now with Fire Lord Ayasu at his back and tales of his rise as phantom. He's a piece on the board we cannot ignore, he says, gripping his cane. And his companions. Tenten Higurashi left the village some time after Uzumaki, with her coming under the umbrella of Tsunade Senju and this Mei Terumi. She is a foreigner, Toryun continues, and Danzo rests his chin on his left hand. Our village is at a crossroads. Lord Ayasu's Godai 13's presence in Konoha is an opportunity and a threat, Danzo says, scheming with a ghost of emotion on his face. What shall we do, Lord Danzo? Fu asks, understanding dawning. Danzo stands and turns to look at a map of the shinobi world spread out on the wall. For now, we watch and wait. Naruto Uzumaki's actions will speak volumes about his intent. And as for the Godai 13's desire to recruit from our ranks, we need to see how this plays into our advantages, he says, thinking of calling in a few favors. We move in the shadows. For the greater good of Konoha, Toryun says, a hint of irony in his tone. Yes, and if needed, we will strike from it. For Konoha and for its future, Danzo says, his gaze still on the map. Meanwhile, Tsunade is sitting in the mission hall and looking over mission requests but also personnel files of a particular ninja, Yakumo Kurama. Genin of Team 8. Heiress of Kurama clan and holder of the Mania Kekii Genkai. Capable of making genjutsu real enough to affect reality. Apprentice to Kurenai Yuhi. Yet her physical frailty remains a concern, she thought, putting the file aside and picks up another. Ino Yamanaka of Team 10. Nothing outwardly special but malleable. Same with her teammate Shikamaru Nara. Nara are typically unmotivated but their minds, analytical machines, Tsunade thought, reflecting a mix of skepticism and interest. Anko Mitarashi, Tokubetsu Jonin and former apprentice of Orochimaru. Despite the shadows of her past, her skills remain top-notch, yet it's clear that elements within Konoha have kept her stifled, Tsunade thought. Looking up to see Naruto coming with Team 7 and his stance shows he is not happy. Team 7 for a C-rank mission, Kakashi says, to Irika as Naruto walks towards Tsunade. Having fun, Tsunade says, almost teasing her fellow blonde. Very much so, Naruto says, ruffling his hair and an irritated smirk on hidden face. How's Team 7? Tsunade asks, glancing to the three. A little arrogant. Though they don't know who I really am, Naruto says, leaning close to her with a conspiratorial whisper. Will you take it off? Tsunade asks with her curiosity piqued, and Naruto slowly nods. Be ready, she adds, and Naruto waves his hand dismissively. Phantom. Our mission is a simple escort mission to Naminokuni. We'll meet at the main gate in 1 hour with the clients, Kakashi says, a hint of laid-back ease in his voice. Right? I'll meet you there, Naruto says and looks to the team. One more thing. I'm weary to do this, but given that by tonight most of this village will know who I am, he adds, reaching for his mask and revealing his face. The response from Team 7 is almost immediate, each uniquely striking in its form as the cold and arrogant Hyuga heiress has a flicker of surprise traces across her usually impassive face. Uzumaki. To think someone like you could try overturn destiny itself, Hinata utters, her voice not betraying the shock that her eyes do. Sasuke's reaction harbors a colder edge and his anger barely contained. So, you the dead last is Phantom? Surely you jest, he says, his eyes narrowing and not willing to easily accept this revelation. Sakura is caught between disbelief and a burgeoning understanding but struggles to articulate her thoughts. This can't be. Are we certain there hasn't been some mistake? She asks, looking from Tsunade to Naruto and back again. This is no mistake. Naruto Uzumaki is Phantom and a member of the Godai 13 chosen by Fire Lord Ayasu Oda. His skills have been proven in the field, unlike yours, Tsunade says, defending Naruto. Believe what you want, but right now I sit at a higher level than you. I'll meet you at the gate, Kakashi, Naruto says with a nod to Tsunade, heading out the mission hall. Now we'll see, brat, Zabuza comments, his voice laced with both skepticism and an unspoken interest. Naruto reaches the outside and summons Branwen with another raven to find his girls. Let them know I'm leaving on a mission, he instructs, giving both a piece of bread from a seal. We'll find, Branwen confirms before she and her sibling take to the skies. Naruto shunsins to the Senju estate and changes into his Godai uniform before heading for Ichiraku for some ramen before leaving. Welcome to Ichi. Ayam starts and sees Naruto but immediately recognizes him. And Naruto, she adds, a mix of surprise and joy lacing her voice. Naruto takes a seat on a stool with a smile and wave. Hey Ayam, he greets warmly, and Ayam comes around to hug him tightly. It's been so long. We didn't know what happened, Ayam says, the concern evident in her voice. I left to grow stronger, Naruto says, as Tuchi comes out to see the commotion. Naruto, Tuchi exclaims, a big grin spreading across his face. Hey old man Tuchi, hook me up, Naruto says, rubbing Ayam's back. Got it. Come on Ayam. Our favorite customer is back, Tuchi says. The father and daughter begin on Naruto's order as a few people see him and whisper if that could be that boy, but groan. The first bowl soon comes and the aroma is heavenly for Naruto. The noodles soft, the broth rich and the taste divine. Oh how I missed you, Naruto coos, his voice a mix of reverence and relief as he looks down at the steaming bowl before him. We missed you too, Ayam responds from behind the counter, a playful smile on her face as she watches Naruto prepare to dig in. I was talking to the ramen, Naruto muses, not looking up from his bowl and the corners of his mouth turned up in a mischievous grin. Ayam rolls her eyes and almost hits him with her ladle, but she holds back with a small chuckle instead. Where have you been? Ayam asks, curiosity coloring her tone as Naruto enjoys his ramen. Between bowls, Naruto explains some of his journeys, going to Wave, Yuzushio, Water Country, meeting Ayasu and aiding him in his victory over Nabutatu. Excuse me, sir, but you mentioned Wave. Do you remember when a man at another stool interjects, his voice hesitant as if unsure he should be intruding on the conversation? Naruto looks his way and vaguely recognizes him, but Makoto does. That is man that was being beaten. Kaiza, she says, from his shadow. Kaiza, Naruto says, recognition on his face. Kaiza's eyes widen and he looks over Naruto's face more with eyes widening. Are you him? Waves Kage no Ayu. The one who freed us from Gado, Kaiza says, his voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Kage no Ayu. All I did was get rid of Gado. Who was causing you all trouble, Naruto replies modestly, scratching his cheek with a hint of embarrassment. You're still a hero. Though I wonder if you can help once again, Kaiza says, and Naruto furrows his brow. It's nothing as bad as Gado, but a ship of pirates have been harassing ships and my father's bridge, he adds, hesitance coloring his tone. Naruto picks up his glass of tea and takes a few sips with his thoughts on this. You seem to have luck on your side again, Kaiza. I'm heading to Wave 2 with the Konoha Genin team, he says, after placing the glass down. Really? Thank you so much. I'll be sure to tell father about this, Kaiza says as gratitude floods his tone before he rushes off, presumably to share the good news with his father. You've done good things, Naruto, Ayam comments softly, her words wrapping around him like a warm embrace. Naruto turns back to his bowl of ramen with a thin smile. I guess so, he says, and rubbing the back of his neck. He polishes off 3 more bowls of ramen and pays for it before heading towards the main gate to meet the others. Summoner. Summoner, Branwen calls, landing on Naruto's right shoulder. Delivered my messages, Naruto says, and Branwen nods her head. Both say miss you and be careful, Branwen says, conveying the sentiments of Mei and Tenten. Naruto continues his journey towards the main gate, but could hear a few villagers whispering about him as a few begin to recognize him. It's only a matter of time, Naruto thought, slipping a cigarette into his mouth but not lighting it. He soon reaches the main gate and sees Team 7, Kaiza with his father-in-law Tazuna but no Kakashi. There he is, father. Waves Kage no Ayu, Kaiza says, his voice ringing out clear and respectful. Naruto gives Tazuna a small wave as Team 7 look at the blonde with a look that seems to look down on him due to their past concerning him. My daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari owe their lives to you. Many others as well, Tazuna says, after drinking from his flask. I only did what was right, Naruto says, a hint of humility in his tone. Sasuke scoffs at Naruto's remark while rolling his eyes. Doing what's right doesn't always make you a hero, he comments dryly. Sakura is eager to back Sasuke up and adds with a hint of admiration in her voice. Yeah, but sometimes, doing the right thing at the right time makes all the difference, Sakura says, though clearly directed at Sasuke and not Naruto. Tazuna nods and seizes the moment to reminisce. Maybe, but let me tell you, my country was on the brink of collapse because of Gato. But then one day he's found dead, he says, looking to Naruto. And I'll tell you, Naruto was like a ghost in the night that saved us all. If that's not heroism, then I don't know what would have happened, Kaiza interjects, his eyes reflecting a mix of respect and mystery. I didn't know that, Sakura says, blinking and her previous disposition softening as she processes the impact of Naruto's actions. We do what we can, heroes or not. The important thing is to make a difference where we can, Naruto says, simply shrugging. 10 minutes later, Kakashi arrives and the group can begin their trek at a civilian's pace for Tazuna and Kaiza. What is Wave like? Sakura asks, attempting to envision the place that is so profoundly impacted by Naruto's actions. Wave is a place of contrast, young lady, rich in beauty and generosity among the common folks, yet shadowed by the greed of the few who wish to control it. It's a land that breathes hope and despair in the same breath, Tazuna says, warmly looking over the horizon. But it's also a testament to the fact that change is possible. Naruto saved our country from collapse, but I hope he will do it again if needed, Kazuya adds, agreeing with Tazuna, but Kakashi picks up on the again statement. Hope and change. Naruto might have done his part, but there are battles even he can't fight alone. It's naive to think one person can keep saving the world, Sasuke says, with a small scoff. While Naruto's victories are celebrated, it's naive to disregard the immovable forces of destiny. Not everything can be conquered with hope. Some battles are lost to fate. A reality many are too blinded by optimism to see, Hinata says, her voice giving of an icy demeanor. It's true that Naruto has been a beacon of hope and has reshaped many destinies through his actions in Wave. Yet Sasuke and Hinata make valid points. It's a combination of will, circumstance, and perhaps fate that shapes our world. But believing in change and working towards it is what keeps us moving forward. Though Kaiza, could you please elaborate on what you mean by hoping Naruto will do it again if needed? Has something happened? Kakashi says, acknowledging each perspective, and Naruto sighs quietly. As of late, pirates are harassing ships around Wave, threatening the livelihood of many, including father-in-law's bridge. It's becoming a critical situation that might need Naruto's attention soon, Kaiza says with a worried tone. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it, Naruto says, while moving his cigarette from right to left. My team's primary mission here is to escort Tazuna and Kaiza safely. Dealing with pirates isn't something we were asked to do, Kakashi says, raising a cautious hand. This I know, Kakashi. You will handle your mission and I'll deal with the pirates while observing the 4 of you, Naruto says, hands in his pockets. Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata maintain a loose formation around Tazuna and Kaiza, with Kakashi taking point and Naruto in the rear. The crackle of a freshly lit cigarette breaks the silence, turning all eyes towards Naruto taking a deep drag. Sakura's face twists in disapproval as her voice is shrill with concern. "Naruto, how dare you smoke around Sasuke?" She screeches, her eyes flicking towards Sasuke to gauge his reaction with the concern for his health evident in her gaze. "Relax, Sakura. I'm downwind. The smoke won't reach you," Naruto responds, unfazed with a dismissive wave of his hand and tilt of his head. Kakashi tries to be the mediator and chimes in with a light-hearted tone to seek to ease the tension in the air. "Let's keep our focus, team. We have bigger fish to fry than a bit of wind-blown smoke," he said, pulling up his mask slightly as if to emphasize his point before replacing it back over his nose. Sakura glares at Naruto, but her and the team refocus on the task at hand. Chibi Yuri emerges from his shadow to rest on his head with her tiny eyes surveying Team 7 with a mix of amusement and scrutiny. "They are coddled, aren't they?" she remarks in a voice only audible to Naruto. "Very much so," Naruto whispers, smirking at her comment and his eyes glancing upwards towards his small companion. Sakura catches the smirk on Naruto's face as Yuri vanishes. "What's so funny now?" she demands, her curiosity piqued yet again by Naruto's enigmatic nature. "Just thinking about how everyone has room to grow. Right, Sasuke?" "Hinata." Kakashi, Naruto replies smoothly, deftly avoiding the truth of his private commentary and expelling a cloud of flavored smoke. "Growth is a never-ending path," Sasuke states, begrudgingly echoing Naruto's sentiment as Hinata remains silent. "Indeed, Naruto makes a good point. Let's ensure we all strive for that growth as ninjas and as individuals," Kakashi says, his visible eye crinkling in amusement. About an hour passes as the group continue their trek to the coast and Tazuna's bridge. The atmosphere within the team has lightened considerably due to Kaiza and Tazuna gushing about Inari. Kakashi is leading the group with a seemingly casual demeanor but spots a puddle of water on the road ahead. His visible eye narrows slightly under his Hitai 8, a silent signal that he suspects more than just rainwater at play. That's odd. Wasn't the weather been clear all week?" Kakashi muses aloud, more to himself than to his team, but to test his team and also Naruto. Each pass around the puddle, but Naruto walks right over, and as he passes, two men burst from dressed in rebreather with a large claw on the right and left hand respectively with a shuriken-style chain between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto acts and whips around with ebony in his hand to fire a precise shoot to break the chain linking them, before using ruler's authority to slam both into the ground. Kakashi, Team 7, Tazuna and Kaiza were visibly shocked. However, for Sasuke and Hinata it is anger because the former deadlast is showing them up in front of the clients. "And Naruto, when did you?" Sakura starts, but her shock quickly morphs into annoyance. "Are you trying to upstage Sasuke?" she shouts, a note of accusation in her tone but mixed with disbelief. It is clear she is torn between being impressed by Naruto's prowess and feeling defensive on behalf of Sasuke, perceiving that his pride taken a hit due to Naruto showcasing his strength. Sasuke's scowl deepens at the sight of Naruto's skill, igniting an ember of rage within him. "Show off," he mutters under his breath, his tone laced with of irritation, but his frustration didn't stop. "Think you're better than us now, Deadlast?" Sasuke challenges more loudly, his eyes flashing with a competitive fire. "It's not about being better, Sasuke. We're here to protect Tazuna and Kaiza," Naruto says, not facing Sasuke, and this stokes the flames in him. "Yeah, right. As if you didn't enjoy this little moment of glory," Sasuke retorts, the words slow and deliberate to clearly goad Naruto. "Sasuke, Naruto's actions helped us all. It might be beneficial for us to learn from each other, rather than see it as a competition," Kakashi says, sensing the escalating tension and intervenes smoothly. Sasuke's response is a non-committal huff, though the look he gives Naruto still heated, but it seems Sasuke's anger is tempered by the realization that Naruto's abilities did indeed show some of the blonde's strength, even if admitting it out loud was a step too far for him at the moment. "Uzumaki's strength is noted," Hinata remarks coldly. Her tone is clinical and a detached acknowledgement. "Well done, Naruto. Quick thinking and execution. This is an excellent example of how we must always be prepared for the unexpected," Kakashi says, glancing to his team. Don't get cocky. It was just a couple of low-level thugs, Sasuke says, unwilling to let it go, but the blonde ignores him. Naruto kneels to one knee as both men struggle vainly to move and points Ebony. Who hired you, demon brothers Gozu and Meizu? He asks, each word dripping with a lethal coldness that makes Team 7 and their clients shiver. The demon brothers are visibly shaken by ruler's authority and the palpable danger in Naruto's tone. We were just told to stall you, to not let you reach the bridge. Gozu stutters out, through gritted teeth. By who? Naruto says. His demand is sharp and cutting through the tension like a knife. The atmosphere is heavy and everyone's focus narrows to the answer that might slip from the assailant's lips. We won't say. He paid us a lot of money, Meizu says, but Naruto points Ebony to his left eye, his eyes glowing menacingly. Give me name, Naruto commands, his tone cold as he cocked the hammer of his revolver. Krieg, Meizu shouts, staring down the barrel of Ebony. Thank you, Naruto said simply and rises to his feet before pulling the trigger twice, ending the demon brothers with a clinical shots to the head. The stark reality of Naruto's actions settle over Sakura, Sasuke, and even the normally reserved Hinata show visible signs of shock. Sakura's hands fly to her mouth and her eyes wide with disbelief at the cold-blooded display before them. Naruto, how could you? She says as the words were a whisper, trailing off into silence. Sasuke's expression is usually so guarded and controlled but flicker with an unfamiliar sense of unease. This is not the dead last I know, he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. His eyes remained fixed on Naruto, trying to reconcile this new but unnerving side of their former classmate. The path of the shinobi is indeed fraught with darkness, Hinata murmurs, a hint of sorrow lacing her words as she watches Naruto with a kind of detached curiosity. The silence that follows is heavy but gets interrupted only by Naruto's next actions. Arise, he says, his eyes glowing purple. The bodies of the demon brothers stir as their shadow soldiers rise, but their forms shift and contort, fusing into a single entity with massive and clawed hands. The transformation is grotesque and spellbinding, but eliciting a mixture of fascination and horror from Team 7 as Sakura recoils. This is monstrous, she says, her horror finally finding its way into her voice. Such power. It's both terrifying and mesmerizing, Hinata says. Her eyes narrowed and her analytical mind trying to make sense of the shadows that now dance at Naruto's command. Kakashi observing the scene unfold and feels a chill run down his spine. The display of power is eerily reminiscent of Kushina's power, the same twisted manner and control over death he could scarcely believe. This is not the legacy you were meant to inherit, Naruto, Kakashi says, clenching his fist in anger. Legacy? Sasuke questions, heavy with implications. This dark spectacle is the power of the Shadow Monarch, a formidable and rare ability that manifests in certain members of the Uzumaki clan. The last known wielder was Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's mother, Kakashi, replies, as Naruto stands flanked by his grotesque shadow soldier. Yes, my mother passed this power to me. So did my honorable ancestor. This is no different than any bloodline, Naruto says and dismisses his new soldier. Kaiza, Tazuna, is Krieg the pirate harassing you? He adds, the tone of his voice unexpectedly gentle compared to the dark display moments before. Yes. Some call him Don Krieg, Kaiza replies, with a hesitant nod. Konoha can't openly interfere with the matters outside our jurisdiction, but we will ensure your protection, Kakashi said, addressing Tazuna and Kaiza with a serious yet calming demeanor. Sasuke's eyes were not on Kakashi but were fixated on Naruto with a complex blend of envy and ambition swirling within them. If only I had his powers, Itachi would stand no chance against me. He mutters under his breath. Sakura catches the tail end of Sasuke's comment and looks at him with concern. Sasuke, you shouldn't think like that. We're a team, she whispers, trying to remind him of their bond. Naruto seals the demon brothers' bodies into scrolls for their bounties as Hinata stares at him. Should we not continue on? We have a mission to complete to make a good impression for the Godai 13 that Uzumaki is a part of, Hinata says, looking to her sensei. Hinata's right. This mission is crucial in showing the strengths of Konoha and its hidden talents. We should proceed with diligence and caution, Kakashi says, hearing Hinata's words as the group continues back on the trek to Wave Country. Back in Konoha, Tsunade is in her home as Mei and Tenten return from their evaluations of Team 8 and Team 10. How is it? Tsunade asks, her voice carrying a mix of authority and genuine curiosity. Team 8 showed impressive synergy, especially considering the unique abilities of Kiba and Shino, though Yakumo's control over her illusions adds a strategic advantage. Kurenai-sensei's guidance is what truly binds them. Tenten begins, her words painting a vivid picture of the team's potential. Mei nods with her eyes reflecting a tactical mindset, and Team 10 under Asuma Sarutobi's leadership is like a well-oiled machine. Shikamaru Nara's intellect despite his laziness can't be underestimated. Ino Yamanaka's mind techniques, combined with Choji Akimichi's raw power. They complement each other perfectly, she adds, her tone underscoring the distinct strengths of each team member. Your evaluations give us much to consider. Konoha's strength has always been in the diversity of its shinobi, each team with its unique composition. Bring something invaluable to our cause, Tsunade says, picking up her teacup and pondering the input. It also means we would need a team instead of an individual if we pick someone from Team 10 and Team 8. Tenten says, crossing her legs and her voice thoughtful yet decisive. I agree, Naruto. Tenten and I are a team, but we can work as individuals. Can they face foes on their own? Mei says, challenging the present company to reflect on the adaptability and resilience of their prospective recruits. That's a valid point. The Godai may require more than just team strength. Individual versatility and the ability to think on one's feet are crucial, Tsunade says, purses her lips and pondering. Exactly. While Ino might seem more focused on her appearance at times, her ability to connect with others is unparalleled. Choji's strength is not just physical but his heart too. He fights not just for himself but for his friends, Mei says, her gaze firm. And don't forget about Shikamaru. Lazy yes, but his strategic mind could give us an edge we need. Each member of these teams has the potential to be a key asset for the Godai 13 adds Tenten. Tsunade nods and appreciates the depth of their analysis in a short amount of time. Your insights are invaluable. We will need every advantage we can muster. The talents of Team 8 and Team 10 could very well tip the balance in our favor. We might need to test them further. See how each member fares individually as well as part of their team, she says, and the room falls for a moment, as the gravity of their task settles over them. I believe that is essential. We need to understand not just their team dynamics but their personal strengths and weaknesses too, Mei says, nodding with Tsunade's assessment. I'll arrange for individual assessments, not just team-based scenarios. We need to be absolutely sure of their capabilities before we make any decisions, Tsunade says, and both nod. Speaking of personal dynamics, I wonder how Naruto is managing with Team 7. Given all its members are people he has had, let's say, less than favorable interactions with in the past, she adds, after a moment of contemplation. True, but considering how Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata treated him back at the academy, I can tell he's not exactly thrilled. If he doesn't like them, he'll put the mission's success above all else. He'll do what's needed. Keeping his head straight and focusing on the goal, Tenten says, her expression slightly more reflective. Exactly. Amiri-sensei and Zabuza-sensei always said Naruto has always been one to use every situation to his advantage. And frankly, I think being around those who once doubted him the most gives him a subtle drive to prove them wrong. It's just how he is, Mei says, warm laughter escaping her mouth. And honestly, it's almost entertaining to see everyone's surprise as they witness a side of Naruto they've never seen before. The way he's handling everything, it's proof of his growth, and not just as a shinobi but as a person, Tenten says, a spark of adoration in her eyes. They need to understand Naruto isn't the same kid they knew, Tsunade says, rising from her seat to prepare dinner with Mei and Tenten helping her. Back at the plot, Naruto, Team 7, Tazuna and Kaiza reach the coast as they lay eyes upon the massive structure that is Tazuna's bridge, still 3 miles from completion. Looks pretty impressive, Tazuna, Naruto comments, taking in the sheer scale of the project. It hasn't been easy, but with the help of everyone, we're making progress, Tazuna says, his voice carrying a hint of pride. It's more than just a structure. It represents the hope and resilience of our people, Kaiza adds, his gaze fixed on the bridge. The design is so intricate. It must have taken meticulous planning and execution, Sakura says, admiring the engineering feat before them. Indeed, it's a testament to Tazuna's skill and the determination of the workers, Kakashi says, observing the bridge with a trained eye and his demeanor analytical. And these pirates oppose it, Sasuke comments, ever the pragmatist. Yes, they see as an opportunity to rob, steal or kill for what they want. They even attack our fishermen, Tazuna states, his expression somber. But now our hero has returned to help us once again, Kaiza says, clapping Naruto on the back. Naruto nods as they continue to a makeshift port with some equipment but also a boat that wouldn't accommodate them all. You all take the boat, Naruto says, and his eyes glow. Arise, he adds, and raises jaws. A 25-foot shark. Sakura's eyes widen in a mixture of awe and apprehension, a hint of jealousy flickering across her features. Sasuke remains outwardly composed, but his eyes betrayed a similar sentiment as he couldn't help but envy Naruto's power, contemplating the potential advantages such abilities could provide and again wanted such power to kill Itachi. Hinata studies the shark intently, and her expression one of quiet stoicism while Kakashi steps closer to Naruto. I'll emphasize this. My team's primary objective is to ensure the safety of Tazuna and Kaiza, not the pirates, Kakashi says, glancing to the father and son. I'll handle Don Krieg and his pirates, Naruto says, as Team 7 climb on board the boat with Tazuna and Kaiza. Naruto hops onto Jaws before the boat casts off and with a gentle nudge to Jaws begins to glide through the water. The boat carrying the rest of the group follow closely beside him. Their journey to Wave Country underway, each of them steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the ocean, a man-o-war ship is brimming with activity. Pirates scurry across the deck, some attending to their duties, while others reveling in the spoils of their latest plunder. Among them stands a towering figure, a man whose muscular frame and distinct captain's attire commands attention. Don Krieg, do you think that bridge builder has returned? One pirate says, drinking rum. Maybe, but listen up. Our coffers are brimming, but I won't be satisfied until we've claimed every last treasure the island has to offer. Krieg's booming voice resonates across the deck. A chorus of raucous cheers erupt from the pirates with their loyalty to their formidable captain unquestioned. I wouldn't mind snagging a pretty lad for myself, one of the female pirates slurs, her words muffled by the bottle pressed against her lips. She lets out a raucous laugh with her eyes glazed over from the copious amounts of rum she has consumed. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't ye? Bet ye'd have him beggin' for your affections in no time. Another pirate woman chimes in, her voice laced with mischief. The two women cackle as their laughter echoes across the deck, drawing the attention of their crewmates. A few of the men hoot and whistle, their lewd gestures only fueling the women's lewd banter. Emboldened by the rum coursing through their veins, the two pirates lean in, and their lips crashing together in a sloppy but passionate kiss. The crew erupts into a frenzy of cheers and catcalls, their raucous hoots and hollers echoing across the vast expanse of the ocean. Some of the men whistle and jeer while others watch with unabashed hunger in their eyes. Aye, that's the way, lassies. Give us a show. Will ye? A grizzled pirate bellows, his voice barely audible over the din. The two women, with their inhibitions thoroughly dissolved by the alcohol, heeded the pirate's request. Their kisses grow more heated, their hands roaming freely across each other's bodies, eliciting a fresh wave of raucous cheers from the crew. "Seor blimey, that's a sight for sore eyes," another pirate exclaims, his eyes fixed on the spectacle unfolding before them. As the two women continue their lewd display, the crew's enthusiasm reach a fever pitch, their hoots and hollers reverberating across the deck. It is a scene of unbridled debauchery, fueled by the heady concoction of rum and lust that permeates the air. Krieg makes his way to his quarters as the sound of the crew's raucous celebration fades into the distance. As he enters the dimly lit cabin, his thoughts drift to the demon brothers he had hired to stall Tazuna, allowing and his crew to completely loot the island or claim it as his own for a certain person. His reverie is interrupted by a sudden movement in the corner of his eye, and instinctively, his hand reaches for the flintlock pistol at his hip as he whirls around, only to come face to face with a muscular woman named Sophia and another missing nin he had recruited. "At ease, Captain. I mean you no harm," Sophia purrs, her full lips curling into a predatory smile. Krieg relaxes slightly, but his grip on the pistol remains firm. "Sophia, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" He acknowledges with a curt nod. Sophia saunters closer as her hips sway with a deliberate sensuality. "Merely seeking the company of a strong leader. A man who knows what he wants and isn't afraid to take it," she murmurs, her voice a low but seductive purr. Krieg arches an eyebrow and unmoved by her blatant display of seduction. "I hired you for your skills, not your charms," he said dryly. Sophia chuckles with a low but throaty sound that sends a shiver down Krieg's spine despite himself. "Who says I can't offer both?" she counters, closing the distance between them until their bodies were mere inches apart. Krieg holds her gaze and his expression inscrutable. "We'll see, but for now, keep your mind on the task at hand." "We have work to do," he replies, his voice a low rumble. "As you wish, Captain. But don't think I'll let you off so easily once this is over," Sophia purrs, her smile wide and her eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement but anticipation. The mist is thick and heavy as the group arrives at the sandy shores of Wave, with Kaisa guiding their boat to a dock, while Sakura's eyes strain to make out their surroundings through the hazy veil. "Tazuna, why is the mist so dense here?" Sakura calls out, her voice tinged with concern. "This mist is no mere product of our island's geography," Tazuna comments, as they disembark and looking out at the mist-shrouded waters. "It burns off with the sun, but since it's a cloudy day, it will take longer to dissipate," Kaisa adds, seeing Naruto dismiss Jaws. Kakashi's single visible eye narrows as he looks to his team. "Surround Tazuna and Kaisa in a manji formation in case we run into issues," he orders, and his students immediately obey, taking up defensive positions around the two civilians. Naruto slips a cigarette into his mouth but doesn't light it as Branwen lands on his shoulder, cawing softly and taking a biscuit from him. Naruto places a hand on his left arm, and several more ravens materialize around him from the summon seal on his arm. The ebony birds take flight with their dark wings cutting through the mist as they disperse to scout the island and the surrounding waters for any sign of Krieg's ship. "My home isn't far from here. Just a little further down the road," Tazuna speaks up, after drinking from his flask. "Stay alert, everyone. We don't know what kind of opposition we might face." Krieg may have hired other missing nin, Kakashi says with a nod, his single visible eye continuously scanning their surroundings. Sakura tightens her grip on the kunai now in her hand, her emerald eyes darting back and forth while searching for any potential threats. Sasuke's Sharingan blazes to life, the crimson iris swirling as he scrutinizes the mist, his body tense and ready for action. Hinata activates her Byakugan as the veins around her eyes bulging as she peers through the hazy veil. "I don't see any immediate danger," she murmurs, her brow furrowing in concentration. "Buwa?" Naruto muses, exhaling a plume of smoke, and Branwen perched on his shoulder with her beady eyes ever watchful. "Naruto, stop smoking around Sasuke?" Sakura chides, waving a hand in front of her face to dispel the hazy tendrils. The blonde monarch merely shrugs and takes another long drag. "He'll be fine. It's my vice." "You don't complain when he reads his porn in public," Naruto murmurs, his gaze flickering to Kakashi with his orange book. They soon reach a modest dwelling nestled near the water's edge as a young woman with long, dark hair emerges from the doorway, a 6-year-old toddler clutching her hand. The child's eyes lit up as he catches sight of Tazuna and Kaisa before he lets go of his mother's grasp, tottering forward on unsteady legs. "Papa! Grandpa!" The little boy cries out joyfully, his cherubic face alight with unbridled glee. Tazuna's weathered features soften as he scoops up his grandson, and enveloping him in a warm embrace, Inari, he chuckles, ruffling the child's unruly locks. "Hey son," Kaisa says, kissing his son's chubby cheek. "Father, Kaisa, you're back safely and you've brought guests," the woman says before embracing her husband. Their lips met in a sweet, lingering kiss, a momentary respite from the trials that has plagued their lives. Kaisa's strong arms envelope her, his calloused hands resting protectively on the swell of her belly. Tsunami. Our hero who saved our land has returned to aid us once more, Kaiza declares, and Tsunami gasps. Her eyes widen and her hand flying to her lips as memories of that fateful day flood back. The young boy who had fearlessly confronted Gato's thugs, protecting her and her unborn child from harm. She could still recall the steely determination in his azure eyes as he said he would bring an end to Gato's reign of terror. You mean, waves Kage no Ayu? Tsunami breathes, her voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and hope. Aye, the lad who took down Gato himself. He's grown into quite the formidable shinobi, Tazuna says, pointing to the blonde as puts out his cigarette. Kaiza, my love. It seems our new blessing has brought waves Kage no Ayu back to us again, Tsunami says, tenderly caresses her swollen belly and a soft smile gracing her lips. So it would seem, as I said before, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Have faith and I'll take care of it, Naruto says, and Inari tugs his pants leg. He gives the blonde a smile and Naruto ruffles his dark hair. Big deal. We'll believe it when we see it, Sasuke says, scoffing and his arms folded across his chest. Yeah. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Sakura adds, nodding and her emerald eyes narrowed slightly. Hinata's gaze is cold as she looks at Naruto with her lavender eyes betraying no emotion. You can't change the fate of the lesser, she murmurs, her voice barely audible. Naruto shoots the three genin a blank look and his brow furrowing slightly. Is this what you teach your genin, Kakashi? Naruto says, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Kakashi meets Naruto's gaze evenly and his single visible eye betraying no emotion. They are still young and have much to learn, he replies, his tone even. Naruto scoffs and shakes his head with his expression one of disappointment. We're the same age. Yet they act like children, he said, his tone laced with a hint of bitterness. Don't act so high and mighty. We're the ones who's been trained by an elite jonin. Not some wannabe hero, Sasuke says, his eyes narrowed and his lips curling into a sneer. Yeah. Don't think you're better than us, Sakura says, nodding vigorously and her arms crossed over her chest. Hinata's lavender eyes linger on Naruto with a flicker of disinterest passing through them. Her gaze remains detached as if she couldn't bring herself to care about the common people around her. There is a sense of indifference in her demeanor, a stark contrast to the fiery exchanges between of Sasuke and Sakura. Our mission to escort Tazuna and Kaiza home is finished but will remain to guard them as Naruto deals with the pirates alone, Kakashi says, clapping his hands and garnering attention to himself. Yes. Yes, I will, Naruto says and explodes into an unkindness of ravens as Sakura screeches in fear. Why don't we go inside our humble home and let Naruto do his thing, Tazuna says, watching the ravens fly away. A little time later Naruto reforms on the roof of a building and drops down to begin asks people where the pirates normally attack and when they do so. They strike without warning, raiding and plundering whatever they can get their hands on. Their attacks are sporadic, but they seem to favor attacking on cloudy days when the mist is thick, an older woman says, setting out her fresh blueberry muffins to sell but fixes Naruto a bag. She hands him the bag as Naruto gives her some money with a thank you for the information, before taking a bite out of the freshly baked blueberry muffin. The tantalizing aroma fills his nostrils and the buttery pastry practically melts in his mouth, bursting with the sweet and slightly tart flavor of the plump blueberries. This is delicious, Naruto exclaims, savoring every bite as he strolls down the village street. I'm glad you like it, dear. Be careful out there and stay safe, the older woman says, beaming with pride and her wrinkled face lighting up at Naruto's enjoyment of her homemade treats. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. Thanks again for the information and the tasty muffin, Naruto says, his expression turning serious as he recalls her earlier words about the raids and attacks. He continues on his way with a final wave and mentally notes the details about the sporadic attacks favoring cloudy, misty days. Every bit of intelligence could prove crucial in finding Krieg's ship and put an end to the pirate menace. Naruto takes another bite of the muffin, savoring the delightful combination of flavors and textures as Branwen suddenly lands on his shoulder. No talking. Most don't know about summon animals, Naruto says, giving her a piece of muffin as the raven nods and both enjoy the freshly baked treat from a kind-hearted villager. He closes his eye to look through a few of his ravens while eating and sharing, but his luck rings true as one sees a man-o-war on the ocean about 5 miles away from the bridge to the north. "Game time, brat," Zabuza says, coming from his shadow. Naruto quickly finishes his muffins and tosses the bag into the trash. "Game on," he says, and uses shadow exchange with his raven. Music. Chris classic, "Here We Go Foot Eminem." A few moments earlier, Krieg's ship is making its way towards island for a raid, and using the cloudy day to their advantage. "Listen up, scallywags. We're about to make landfall on that island and we're gonna take everything it's got. Before the bridge builder arrives, we kill all in our path." Krieg bellows, his voice carrying across the ship. The crew erupts into cheers and jeers with their excitement palpable. "Aye, Captain! We'll plunder 'em dry." One of the men shouts, with few more shouts. Krieg grins, his muscular frame exuding confidence. His rugged features and decent looks add to his roguish charm, making him an imposing figure on the deck. "That's what I like to hear. Leave no stone unturned, lads and lasses. We'll plunder this island dry, taking every last coin, jewel and valuable we can lay our hands on. None shall escape our grasp." Krieg bellows, his voice resonating with authority. The crew's enthusiasm escalates as their cheers and jeers echoing across the ship, while they eagerly anticipate the impending raid. Sophia leans against the mast and observes Krieg's ramblings with a hint of amusement, but her attention is drawn to a raven that lands on the rigging above Krieg's head, causing her to narrow her eyes and sensing something amiss. "What is with that bird?" Sophia murmurs, her brow furrowing as the ominous bird. The raven lets out a haunting caw and its beady eyes fixed on Krieg as if observing his every move. Sophia's grip tightens on her tanto, her shinobi training kicking in as she senses a potential threat. The raven's form suddenly shimmers and transforms into a young man perched on the rigging, his piercing blue eyes holding a dangerous glint. "Who are you?" Krieg demands, now seeing the blonde and his hand instinctively reaching for his pistol. Naruto hops down from the rigging and lands lightly on the deck with faint smirk playing on his lips as he regards the pirate. "Don Krieg, I presume," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of power. "That's right, and you've made a grave mistake by boarding my ship," Krieg says, puffing out his chest and a boastful sneer twisting his features. "We'll see about that," Naruto says, materializing ebony and firing a deafening gunshot. The bullet tears through Krieg's skull, punching a neat hole between his eyes. The pirate captain's body crumples to the deck and blood pooling around his lifeless form. "Who are you?" Sofa says, noting Naruto's impassive gaze. "I'm here to kill all the pirates aboard before they reach wave," Naruto said, his voice low and dangerous. "Get him!" the pirates shouts, brandishing their weapons. Naruto's eyes brightly as Winter and Iga burst from his shadow with greed. Zabuza, Amuri, the conjoined demon brothers, Yagura and Haku as well. The pirates falter with their bravado wavering in the face of such formidable opponents and shadow soldiers at the ready, their stances exuding confidence and lethality. Sophia's grin remains unwavering as her eyes are alight with a mixture of amusement and defiance. "You'll have to do better than that, darling," she taunts, unfazed by the display of power. "Suit yourself," Naruto says with a low chuckle and a flick of his wrist, sends his allies surging forward. Sophia wastes no time and shoots forward with impressive speed, her blade slicing through the air as she aims for Naruto's throat. He effortlessly sidesteps her strikes with his revolver still trained on her as his shadow soldiers engage the pirates in a flurry of clashing steel and grunts of exertion. Haku's lithe form dances through the fray as his senbon needles finding their mark with deadly accuracy, while Zabuza's massive blade cleaves through weapons and flesh alike. Greed's fists crackle with energy as each strike sends pirates flying, and Yagura's water techniques sweep them off their feet, and leaving them gasping for air. "Is that all you've got?" Naruto taunts, his voice laced with amusement as he effortlessly dodges her strikes. Sophia's eyes narrow and she redoubles her efforts, her blade whirling with renewed vigor. Yet no matter how skillful her strikes, Naruto seems to anticipate her every move and his revolver parrying her strikes. Naruto fires a shot from his revolver and the bullet cuts through the air with a sharp whistle. Sophia twists her body and narrowly avoiding the projectile, but it grazes her right thigh to draw a thin line of crimson. Sophia leaps back undeterred and wipes the blood from her wound with her hand. She swiftly weaves a series of hand signs with her fingers moving with practiced precision. Summoning jutsu, Sophia shouts, slamming her palm onto the ground. A summoning array forms and the boat suddenly lurches beneath their feet as something colossal emerges from underneath the ocean. Ha! Naruto thought, as massive tentacles rise from the churning waters and each thick like a tree. A gargantuan octopus breaches the surface and its beady eyes fixated on the ship. Try and stop, baby, Sophia taunts, a wicked grin playing on her lips as its tentacles grip the ship. Naruto's eyes narrow and a confident smile spreads across his face. You're not the only one who can summon powerful beasts. Isabu, he retorts, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Isabu launches from Naruto's shadow and slams into the octopus as he grows in size, unleashing a deafening roar that's shaking the very air. Sophia's cocky expression falters with her jaw dropping in disbelief. Impossible, she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the crashing waves and the rumbling growls of the summoned titans. Very possible, Naruto says, his grin wide and pointing Ebony at Sophia. The kraken lashes out with blinding speed and its colossal tentacles whipping through the air like massive bullwhips. Isabu swivels its bulk and avoids the initial onslaught with surprising agility for its immense size. Krieg's ship is at the mercy of the waves, but Sophia charges Naruto with her tanto clutched in her hand. She thrusts her weapon forward, but Naruto explodes into an unkindness of ravens, the shadowy birds swirling around her with their wings buffeting her face. Sophia's eyes widens as the shadows coalesce behind her and reforming into Naruto with both his sleek revolvers, leveling it at her legs, and two thunderous shots ring out. The bullets tearing through the flesh of her thighs, and Sophia cries out in agony, collapsing to the deck as blood seeps from the wounds. Naruto steps over her writhing form, his gaze fixed on the titanic battle unfolding before them. Lay there and watch your baby die, Naruto murmurs, his voice devoid of emotion. The kraken unleashes a barrage of strikes and its tentacles slamming into Isabu's shell with thunderous force. Isabu unleashes another deafening roar. The kraken's tentacles recoil momentarily, as if stunned by the sheer volume of the sound. You bastard! Sophia hisses with her teeth gritted, glaring at Naruto through the haze of pain. My mother loved me very much, Naruto says, chuckling, but the sound is devoid of mirth as he points Ebony. Isabu seizes the opportunity and surges forward, its colossal bulk slamming into the kraken with devastating force. The creature's armored shell pummels the kraken's rubbery flesh and driving it down into the depths of the ocean. A few moments later, tattered tentacles begin to surface, drifting listlessly amidst the turbulent waves. Game over, Naruto says, leveling Ebony with her forehead, and Sophia's eyes widen in fear with her lips parting to plead for mercy. A single gunshot rings out and echoing across the deck as Sophia's body went limp. Now, arise, Naruto says, his voice devoid of remorse. Sophia's body twitches as her shadowy doppelganger rises to her feet and eyes glowing with an eerie purple radiance. Krieg is next along with the fallen pirates rise, and the kraken is last forming into a colossal, amorphous mass that towers above the deck. Glowing purple eyes burn within its inky depths, fixing their baleful gaze upon Naruto. You shall be called Krathok, Naruto says after thinking of the name for the octopus, and with a wave of his hand, dismisses his shadow soldiers. He then summons a dozen shadow clones into existence. Scour every inch of this ship, Naruto instructs them. The pirates are dealt with and Wave is free again. I can only imagine how Team 7 will react, Naruto muses, as his clones disperse to carry out their orders and sighs. Chibi Amuri rises from his shadow and takes a seat on his head. They'll be jealous. Especially Makoto's baby boy, she quips, her tiny form exuding a mischievous energy. I blame greed, Makoto huffs, casting a playful glare at Naruto. Naruto summons greed, and without a word, the hulking figure drops to all fours as the blonde plops down on his back. Naruto chuckles and plucks a cigarette from his pack that was in pocket and slips it between his lips as he lights with a Zippo. Thick tendrils of smoke curl into the air as he takes a long drag and savoring the rich flavor. The gentle rocking of the ship lulls him into a contemplative state, and Naruto's thoughts drift to the potential recruits that might be found among the ranks of Konoha's forces. Chapter 7. Land of Waves. Naruto strolls through the town but lets out a weary sigh as a familiar figure trails behind him. Sakura follows as her pink hair sways with each determined step, trying to catch up to him with a resolute expression etched on her features. Naruto, you need to pick Sasuke for the goatee eye 13-inch, Sakura declares, her emerald eyes boring into his own as he turns. Oh! And why should I do that, Sakura? Naruto says, arching an eyebrow and his lips curling into a half-smirk. Because he's the last Uchiha. He's powerful and he'll be a valuable asset to the group. Much than you seem to, Sakura retorts, her hands planted firmly on her hips. Power alone does not make one worthy, Sakura. There are far more important qualities to consider, Naruto says, shaking his head and chuckling softly. Sakura opens her mouth to protest, but Naruto holds up a hand and silences her. Tell me, what do you know of Sasuke's true motivations? His dreams? His desires? He walks a path of vengeance, consumed by hatred and a thirst for power to kill Itachi. Such emotions can lead one astray, clouding their judgment and corrupting their soul, he says, his gaze intensifying and challenging her. Sakura falters as her brow furrows while she struggles to find a rebuttal. I may not know him as well as you think, but you need to give Sasuke a chance. He's powerful and could be a valuable asset to the goatee eye 13-inch, Sakura retorts, her brow furrowing with determination. Naruto lets out a groan of exasperation. You are so blinded by your infatuation with him. Can't you see beyond this edifice you've built concerning him and recognize the darkness that festers within him? He says, pinching the bridge of his nose. You! Sakura starts, but Naruto breaks down into an unkindness of ravens, putting distance between them. Sakura stands there with her mouth agape, watching as the flock take flight and her fists clenched at her sides. Naruto, this discussion isn't over, Sakura calls out, frustration lacing her voice as several townspeople turn to look at her and shaking their heads disapprovingly. Her cheeks immediately flush with embarrassment at the unwanted attention, but she remains undeterred. Her fists remain clenched tightly at her sides and she huffs in annoyance. A middle-aged woman tuts, muttering something about the youth of today under her breath as she bustles past, her shopping basket swinging precariously from the crook of her elbow. A group of children giggle and point, whispering to one another before scampering off, their laughter echoing in the narrow street. Damn that Naruto, Sakura thought, gritting her teeth while ignoring the judgmental stares and whispers from the townspeople. She would not be deterred so easily, and with a determined gleam in her emerald eyes, sets off in pursuit and her footsteps echoing against the streets as she followed the path ravens took. The unkindness of ravens soon reform into the physical body of Naruto as he approaches Tezuna's house. Naruto, thank you again for your assistance in dealing with Krieg's pirates. You are truly waves, Kage no Ayu, Kaiza greets warmly, a grateful smile spreading across his weather-beaten features. It was no problem, Kaiza. I'm just glad I was able to put an end to their reign of terror and restore peace to Wave, Naruto says, returning the smile and his eyes crinkling at the corners. Kaiza nods with his admiration for the young monarch evident in his gaze. Our people owe you a debt of gratitude again. If there is ever anything we can do to repay you, please don't hesitate to ask, he says, patting the blonde on his shoulder before heading for the docks. Heads up, Chibi, Makoto says, as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. He turns to see Sakura approaching, her brow furrowed with determination and her cheeks flush from her brisk pursuit. Naruto, we need to talk about this now, Sakura calls out, her voice laced with a mix of frustration and resolve. Naruto turns to face her with his expression hardening as he meets her determined gaze. No, we don't, Sakura, and no amount of screeching is going to convince me otherwise, he said firmly, his hands in his pockets. Sakura's jaw clenches with her fists balling at her sides. Screeching? Is that what you think I'm doing? I'm trying to reason with you, Naruto. Sasuke is a valuable asset and you need him on your side, she says after taking a deep breath, attempting to rein in her temper. You're repeating yourself and you have me doing the same. He's a ticking time bomb and I won't risk the safety of the goatee eye 13 by bringing someone like that into our ranks, Naruto says, shaking his head with a scoff. You're being unreasonable. Sasuke has incredible power and with the right guidance, he could be a force for good, Sakura says, her voice rising and her frustration mounting. What seems to be the problem here? A familiar voice calls out from behind them, before the blonde could respond. Naruto, Sakura. I couldn't help but overhear your spirited discussion, Kakashi says, strolling over, and his visible eye crinkled in a casual eye smile. Kakashi-sensei, please, you have to talk some sense into Naruto. He's refusing to consider Sasuke for the Godai 13, and they need his power on their side, Sakura says, her eyes blazing with determination. And I said no, and that is a complete sentence, Naruto says, rubbing his upper right arm. Now, let's not be too hasty. Sasuke's path has been a difficult one, but he possesses immense potential. With the right guidance, he could be an invaluable asset, Kakashi says as he regards his student and the blonde monarch. Guidance? Then what has your proper guidance done for him? It hasn't made a dent in his obsession with revenge on his brother, Naruto says, tousling his blonde hair as Kakashi sighs and runs a hand through his silver hair. Unless Sasuke makes a complete 180. I won't even change my mind, Naruto states firmly, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Sakura opens her mouth to protest, but Kakashi raises a hand and silences her. I understand your concerns, Naruto, he said evenly. Naruto turns on his heel and strides toward Tezuna's house, leaving Sakura and Kakashi standing there with her lips pressed into a thin line, frustration and disappointment etched on her features. He enters the humble dwelling with the sound of Tezuna's boisterous laughter greets him, followed by the soft but melodic tones of Tsunami's voice. He finds Tezuna on the well-worn sofa, his calloused hands gently resting on Tsunami's swollen belly and Inari playing nearby. The older man's eyes are dancing with delight as he coos and chuckles, no doubt regaling the unborn child with tales of his exploits. Ah, Naruto, come! You must feel the little one kicking, Tezuna exclaims, his jovial demeanor brightening even further upon seeing the young monarch. Yes, please join us, Naruto. This child's arrival is a blessing, and we owe it all to you for protecting our island once again, Tsunami says with a warm smile, her cheeks flushed with joy and radiant contentment. No thanks are needed, Tsunami. Protecting those in need is my duty, and I'm honored to have played a role in ensuring the safety of your family and Wave Country. Naruto returning her smile, shaking his head gently. He approaches the pair to kneel beside Tezuna and places a hand on Tsunami's belly. He immediately feels the gentle flutters of the child's movements, a sense of wonder filling his heart. We may not be able to repay you, but please know that our gratitude knows no bounds, Tsunami says, reaching out and her delicate hand resting atop Naruto's as the blonde nods. Tezuna, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak with you privately, Naruto says, his expression turning serious. Tezuna's jovial demeanor sobers as he catches the gravity in Naruto's tone. Of course, lad. Lead the way, he says as he gently pats Tsunami's hand and rises from the sofa. The two men venture outside and making their way towards the docks. Tezuna, I need to understand how Krieg and his pirates managed to attack Wave Country so brazenly. Weren't there supposed to be measures in place to prevent such incursions, Naruto asks, once they reach the end of the dock and his brow furrowed in concern. I'm not entirely sure, lad, but perhaps the answer lies with the new daimyo lady Miyuki Tachibana. She controls the shipping lanes now, Tezuna says while scratching his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his weathered features. Tachibana, huh? What can you tell me about her, Naruto says, his eyes narrowing at the mention of the daimyo's name. Well, she's a newcomer, that's for sure. Came into power after Gato died. Rumor has it she's got connections with some less than savory types, but nothing concrete, Tezuna muses, looking out at the water. Is that so? If true, it would certainly explain how Krieg managed to slip past the defenses undetected. I'll need to look into this Lady Tachibana and her potential ties to the criminal underworld, Naruto says, intrigued by Tezuna's claim, and gives him a glance. Be careful, if these rumors are true. She's not someone to be trifled with, Tezuna says, worry etched on his face. I appreciate your concern, Tezuna. I'll be fine, Naruto replies, a hint of a smile on his lips. Nightfall comes as Naruto slips away from Tezuna's house, his form melting into the shadows and his mask hiding his face. The new moon provides the perfect cover for his approach to the daimyo's manor as he explodes into an unkindness of ravens and the blackbirds scatter, flying silently through the night sky towards their target. Naruto nears the manor and reforms but sends a few ravens to circle the building, searching for a weak point in the defenses as he hides in a tree. He covers his left eye and links to one of his ravens. The black bird soars silently through the night air and its keen eyes scanning the building below. Let's see, Naruto thought, as the raven notices a window left slightly ajar and directs the raven to land on the windowsill. The raven hops inside with its talons clicking softly on the polished wooden floor as it moves down the hallway, keeping to the shadows. The raven creeps forward as voices drift from a nearby room, and it maneuvers closer to the partially open door, careful not to make a sound. Shipment will arrive tomorrow night. Make sure our friends are ready to receive it, a woman's voice said, her tone hushed but authoritative. Naruto's eyes narrow as it seems the rumors might hold more truth than Tsuno wanted to believe. A guard's footsteps suddenly echo down the wall, and the raven quickly vanishes in a puff of smoke as Naruto explodes into an unkindness to fly towards the roof of the manor. Naruto takes a seat on the cool tiles as Branwen lands gracefully on his shoulder. The Shadow Monarch strokes the bird's glossy feathers, his mind racing with the implications of what he'd overheard. It seems our dear Lady Tachibana isn't as innocent as she appears. Perhaps a healthy dose of fear will change her mind. What do you think? Naruto murmurs to Branwen, and his lips curving into a wry smile. Fear. Fear. Corruption runs deep but not beyond your reach, Branwen says, ruffling her feathers. You're right. We can't let this continue, Naruto says with a nod and his expression hardening. Let's pay our corrupt daimyo a little visit, shall we? He adds, rising to his feet and breaking down into an unkindness as Branwen took flight. Music. Statue of God theme solo leveling episode Wanandake Reberu Atpernajan OST cover. Inside Lady Tachibana's opulent bedroom do the shadows coalesce, forming Naruto's imposing figure. The daimyo is a woman in her early 30s with elaborately styled hair, and she jolts awake at the sudden chill in the air. Who are you? Guards. Guards! She shouts, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of the masked man at the foot of her bed. Naruto's voice is calm but laced with an undercurrent of menace. Your guards can't hear you, Lady Tachibana. It's just you and me now. Or should I say, it's just you and Waves Kage no Iu, he says, his blue eyes gleaming in the darkness. Tachibana's eyes widen in recognition, and a gasp of horror escapes her lips. You're Waves Kage no Iu? She whispers, her voice trembling with fear. I am. And I've come to address the troubles plaguing this land once again. Troubles that seem to lead back to you, Naruto says. The shadows around him seem to deepen. The daimyo's face pales even further, her hands clutching the silk sheets as if they could offer some protection. We need to have a little chat about your business arrangements with certain unsavory characters, Naruto says, his hidden blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly purple light. I don't know what you're talking about, Tachibana stammers, her bravado crumbling. Oh, I think you do. Pirates attacking Wave Country freely. Mysterious shipments arriving in the dead of night. Ring any bells, Naruto replies, his tone deceptively gentle. Tachibana's eyes flash with some blossoming defiance, and her fear is momentarily forgotten. You're lying. You have no evidence. These are baseless accusations. She spits, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto's lips curve into a smile behind his mask and his blue eyes glinting with amusement. Is that so? Then perhaps we should consult some witnesses, he asks softly and says one word. Two shadowy figures rise beside him and they solidify as Tachibana's eyes widen in horror. To Naruto's left is the imposing Krieg with a wicked grin spreading across his face. Krieg? Tachibana whispers, her voice barely audible. To Naruto's right is the lascivious Sophia with her eyes cold and calculating as she regards the trembling daimyo. And Sophia, I believe you're all acquainted, Naruto adds, gesturing to the kunoichi. The color drains from Tachibana's face as she stares at the two figures, their light blue skin amongst the inky blackness. Her mouth opens and closes but no words come out. Krieg's eyes narrows with his face contorting into a menacing scowl. The imposing pirate captain glares at Tachibana, his silence more threatening than any words could be. His massive frame seems to loom larger in the shadows, casting an ominous presence over the trembling daimyo. Sophia's lips curl into a sneer, her cold gaze fixed on Tachibana. Her arms remained crossed and her posture rigid with barely contained anger. Her eyes that are usually calculating and distant now burn with a fierce intensity that spoke volumes of her displeasure. They would speak if they could, Naruto muses, cutting into the tension as Krieg and Sophia maintain their silent but accusatory stares. Tachibana squirms under their gaze, her earlier bravado completely shattered. This is impossible. What are they? Are they? Tachibana says, her gazing darting between the three and panic evident in her eyes. Dead. Yes, but shadows have a way of revealing even the most carefully hidden secrets. Naruto finishes for her, his tone soft but dangerous. The daimyo's shoulders slump in defeat with her earlier bravado completely evaporated. What do you want from me? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. The truth, Lady Tachibana. And then we'll discuss how you're going to make things right for the people of Wave Country, Naruto said, his presence filling the room with an otherworldly chill. Tachibana's eyes dart nervously between Naruto and the shadowy figures of Krieg and Sophia. She swallows hard, her hands trembling as she clutches the silk sheets tighter. I understand, Tachibana whispers, her voice barely audible. Now, tell me, are there any other pirates involved or was it just Krieg? Naruto says, his hidden eyes boring into her. The daimyo hesitates for a moment with her gaze flicking to Krieg's imposing figure, but her eyes widen as she sees numerous other eyes opening around her, causing her to flinch visibly in fear. It was just Krieg. I swear there were no others, Tachibana admits, her voice shaking. Good. That simplifies things, Naruto says, nodding slowly and his expression unreadable behind his mask. He moves around to the left side of the bed, the shadows seeming to swirl around him and the numerous eyes following as Tachibana shrinks back and her eyes wide with fear. Consider this a sign, Lady Tachibana. A sign that it's time for change. You have a choice to make now, Naruto said, his voice low and dangerous. What choice? Tachibana says, struggling to find her voice and her lip trembling. You can choose to ensure Wave Country continued prosperity, to rule with fairness and integrity. Or, Naruto says, his form glowing with an otherworldly light. He pauses to let the silence stretch uncomfortably as the shadowy figures of Krieg, Sophia and the numerous eyes loom larger, their presence a palpable threat in the room. Or you can end up like Gato did, your corpse on display for all to see. A warning to those who would abuse their power, Naruto finishes, his voice barely above a whisper. Tachibana gasps with her face draining of what little color that remains. No, please. I'll do anything. Just tell me what you want, she begs, her earlier defiance a distant memory. What I want is simple. You're going to end all dealings with pirates and criminals. You're going to continue investing in Wave Country's infrastructure and security. And you're going to do it all under my watchful eye, Naruto says, his posture relaxing slightly but no less intense. He leans in closer with his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Remember, Lady Tachibana, the shadows are everywhere. I'll be watching your every move. One step out of line and… Naruto says, letting the threat hang in the air and unspoken but unmistakable. Yes, I understand. I'll do everything you say. I swear it, Tachibana says, nodding frantically and tears streaming down her face. Naruto straightens up and is satisfied with her response but turns to the shadowy figures of Krieg and Sophia, before dismissing them as they dissolve into wisps of darkness. Remember this night, Lady Tachibana. Remember the choice you've made. The future of Wave Country depends on it, Naruto says, as the eyes recede and gives her one last piercing gaze with those final words, does his form begins to blur and melting into the shadows that fills the room. In moments that he is gone, leaving behind only the chill in the air and the terrified but trembling figure of the daimyo. Song ends. The next morning's sunlight streams through the windows of Tezuna's house, casting a warm glow over the dining area. Team 7 sit around the table, their breakfast laid out before them. Sasuke's dark eyes are alert despite the early hour, methodically eating his rice and sipping miso. Hinata is beside him with perfect posture, her pale eyes focused on her meal. She handles her chopsticks with grace, each movement precise and deliberate, befitting her status as the Hyuga heiress. Sakura's pink hair is neatly combed, engaged in light conversation with Kakashi as he lounges at the head of the table, his ever-present book set aside for the moment. Tazuna is out on his bridge and doing an inspection while Kaiza has gone out on his boat, and Tsunami has taken Inari on a walk. The sound of footsteps on the stairs draw their attention as Naruto appears, his blonde hair tousled and eyes still heavy with sleep. He let out a massive yawn as he approaches the table. "Good morning," Naruto mumbles, sliding into an empty seat across from Hinata. "You look tired, Naruto." "Late night," Kakashi says, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been amusement. Naruto pauses in the act of reaching for a bowl of rice, his blue eyes meeting Kakashi's sharp gaze, but for a moment, tension seems to crackle in the air between them. "Oh, I just went on a quick patrol last night. Wanted to make sure there weren't any more pirates lurking around," Naruto said with a forced chuckle, his hand resuming its journey to the rice bowl. Sasuke's eyes narrow slightly at this explanation, but he remains silent, continuing to eat his breakfast with practiced indifference. Sakura couldn't contain her curiosity and leans forward as her green eyes sparkle with interest. "Naruto, if you were going on patrol, you should have brought Sasuke with you. It would have been a perfect opportunity for him to prove he deserves a spot in the Godai 13-inch," she exclaims, gesturing towards her brooding love. Naruto's chopsticks pause halfway to his mouth and he sets them down with a soft sigh, his blue eyes meeting Sakura's eager gaze. "We've gone over this. Stop asking," Naruto said, his voice low and tinged with a hint of frustration. The pink-haired Kunoichi opens her mouth to yet again protest, but Naruto's stern look makes her think better of it and slumps back in her chair, a small pout forming on her lips. Kakashi's visible eye crinkling with amusement and leans forward slightly. "Naruto, Sakura might have a point," he said in his usual lazy drawl. Naruto scoffs and his blue eyes flash with annoyance as he picks up his chopsticks again, stabbing at his rice with more force than necessary. "With all due respect, Kakashi, I think I know what I'm doing when it comes to the Godai 13-inch," Naruto said, his voice low and controlled. Sasuke silently observes the exchange, raising an eyebrow at Naruto's tone, and his face twists into a scowl directed at Naruto. "What's your problem, Uchiha?" "Upset I won't cave like everyone else," Naruto challenges, meeting Sasuke's glare with one of his own. Hinata's soft voice cut through the tension before Sasuke could respond. "Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei. Since our mission to escort Tazuna is finished, will we be returning to Konoha soon?" she said, her voice polite but firm. Kakashi looks thoughtful and his visible eye surveying his genin around the table, but also Naruto. Well, given that Naruto seems to have handled the pirate issue quite thoroughly, I suppose we can head back," he muses, tapping his chin and giving Naruto a pointed look. "Actually, I'll remain another day to speak to the daimyo. Your team can return. Just tell the Hokage I remained," Naruto says, meeting Kakashi's gaze as he slips some rice in his mouth. A moment of silence falls over the table with Sakura's eyes widening in surprise, while Sasuke's narrow suspiciously and Hinata's pale gaze flicks between Naruto and Kakashi, a hint of intrigue in her expression. Kakashi raises an eyebrow with his visible eye studying Naruto intently. "Oh, and what business might you have with the daimyo?" he said, his tone casual but with an undercurrent of curiosity. "Just some follow-up regarding the pirate situation. Nothing for you to worry about," Naruto says with a shrug, his face a mask of indifference. Sasuke scoffs to break his silence. "Since when do you handle diplomatic matters?" he asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Naruto's blue eyes flash with a mixture of annoyance and something else, a weariness that seems out of place on his young face. He sets down his chopsticks with a soft clatter and turns to face Sasuke fully. "Unlike green genin like the three of you, I have been dealing with diplomatic matters for some time now, and your words are proving why the Godai 13 don't need you," Naruto said, his voice low but carrying a sharp edge. The table falls silent with the tension palpable in the air. Sasuke's face contorts with anger, his dark eyes blazing with indignation, and without a word, abruptly stands up with his chair scraping loudly against the floor. He storms out of the room, his fists clenched at his sides, and Sakura immediately follows after the king of the brooding. "Sasuke, wait!" Sakura calls out, hurrying after her teammate. Hinata remains seated and her pale eyes fixed on Naruto with a blank expression. The silence in the room grows heavy, broken only by the distant echoes of Sakura's voice calling out to Sasuke. Kakashi sighs while running a hand through his silver hair. He fixes Naruto with a stern look and his visible eye narrowed slightly. "You didn't need to say that, Naruto," he said, his voice carrying a note of disappointment. "What? It's the truth, isn't it?" Naruto retorts, meeting Kakashi's gaze without flinching and a defiant set to his jaw. Kakashi leans back in his chair with his visible eye narrowing slightly. He lets out a long but tired sigh before speaking. "Perhaps you should set a better example as a member of the Godai 13. I'm sure Lady Tsunade and Lord Ayasu would think so," he said, his voice calm but carrying a note of reproach. The blonde reaches for his cup, taking a slow sip of tea before responding. The warm liquid seems to soothe some of his irritation, and when he speaks again, his voice was more measured. "Perhaps. But Sasuke needs to learn that things are different now. At the academy, he was the big fish in a small pond. But now he's swimming with sharks in the ocean." Naruto concedes with a wry smile, setting the cup down gently. "You're a shark then," Hinata said curtly, her voice carrying an edge that cuts through the tension in the room. "I am." He needs to see the reality he faces. The world outside Konoha isn't going to coddle him just because he's an Uchiha, Naruto says, his expression calm and measured. "You're not wrong, Naruto. But remember, you were once in Sasuke's position too. It wasn't so long ago that I'm sure you were struggling to find your place in the world," Kakashi said, his tone thoughtful. Naruto's blue eyes harden with a cold look settling over his features. "Have you forgotten, Kakashi? I left Konoha at 12 and survived the last 6 years in the real world. Not in the safety of this village like your team," he says, his voice dropping to a low but intense whisper. The Jonin's visible eye widens slightly and is caught off guard by the intensity in Naruto's voice. "I've traveled to various countries, seen things that would make your genin tremble in their sleep. The world out there, it's not the same as the one you're preparing them for," Naruto said, gesturing vaguely towards the window. Hinata's breath is caught in her throat, her pale eyes fixed on Naruto, wondering just what he had experienced in those 6 years away from Konoha. "I see," Kakashi said, leaning back in his chair and his earlier relaxed demeanor replaced by a more serious expression. "Yes, you should see. Sasuke needs to understand that his name and his clan's reputation won't always be enough," Naruto says, his voice losing some of its earlier edge and some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Naruto pushes his chair back and stands up with those words, his movements fluid and purposeful. "I'm going to get dressed. I'm heading out for a patrol," Naruto announces, his tone leaving no room for argument, and heads towards the stairs with his footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet room. Kakashi and Hinata watch him go with a heavy silence settling over the table. The Jonin's visible eye follows Naruto's retreating form, a mix of intrigue and slight anger in his gaze. Hinata's pale eyes too remain fixed on the spot where Naruto disappeared, her brow furrowed in quiet contemplation. "Hinata, find Sasuke and Sakura. Tell them to pack their things. We'll be leaving soon," Kakashi said, his voice gentle but firm. Hinata nods as her pale eyes flickers with understanding. "Of course, sensei," she said, rising gracefully from her seat. Without another word, turns and leaves the room, her steps light but purposeful as she goes in search of her teammates. As Hinata's footsteps fade away and Kakashi left at the table, his thoughts turned inward. The Jonin's visible eye narrows slightly as he considers the complexities of the situation and how much his sensei's son changed, but not in a way he likes. In Konoha, there are 2 kunoichi who are feeling the absence of their favorite blonde shinobi as they stroll the street of the village. Mei turns to her companion with a mischievous glint in her green eyes. "Ten, what do you say we do a bit of shopping while Naruto's away? It might help take our minds off missing him," she said, a smile playing on her lips. Ten perks up at the suggestion. "That's not a bad idea, Mei. I've been meaning to explore more of Konoha anyway. Maybe we could find something nice for Naruto while we're at it," she replies, her voice brightening. Mei chuckles and links her arm with Tenten's as they set off at a quicker pace. "I like the way you think, though I'm not sure what we could get for our man," she said, her eyes scanning the various shop fronts. "I agree. Konoha doesn't elicit good memories for him," Ten says, getting a few curious glances from passers-by. Mei and Tenten continue their conversation while discussing potential gifts for Naruto, but then Tenten suddenly freezes mid-step. Her eyes widen and are fixed on a point across the street, or namely a certain weapons shop. Tenten? What's wrong? Mei asks, concern evident in her voice. It's him. My adopted father, Tenten says, pointing to the man coming out of the shop. Mei follows Tenten's gaze to see an older man with graying hair, his stern face etched with lines of disapproval as he notices the two kunoichi. Memories flood Tenten's mind of her adopted father's true intention concerning Naruto, heated arguments beginnings, disapproving glares, and the final explosive fight that led to her leaving Konoha at 13. She could still hear his voice, filled with venom as he spoke about Naruto and vitriol coming from his mouth. I still remember our fight, Tenten says, her fist clenching at her side. Do you want to go back? We can go back if you're uncomfortable, Mei said, placing a comforting hand on Tenten's shoulder. No, I'm not that scared teen anymore. I've grown, and thanks to Lady Tsunade's guidance these past 6 years, Tenten says, squaring her shoulders and taking a deep breath. The pair begin to walk past the shop, but Tetsuo gets in their way after seeing his adopted daughter and some unknown kunoichi. His face is etched with deep lines of disapproval, his graying hair neatly combed back. Tenten feels her heart rate quicken as his familiar gait brings back a flood of both happy and bad memories. Tenten, I see you've returned to the village. The rumors were true, Tetsuo said curtly, his voice as stern as she remembers. Yes, I have. It's good to see you're well, Tetsuo, Tenten says, meeting gaze steadily and trying to cordial while drawing strength from Mei's presence beside her. Tetsuo's eyes flick to Mei and takes in her vibrant auburn hair and striking green eyes before returning to Tenten, the child he raised until 13 and had decided to leave for some cursed boy. I had hoped you've come to your senses about that Uzumaki boy, Tetsuo says, his lips thinning into a disapproving line. Tenten feels a surge of pride and affection at the mention of Naruto. Actually, Naruto and I are together now. He's remarkable and an even better person. I wish you could have seen that, but you let prejudice blind you, she says, straightening her shoulders with her voice clear and confident. Tetsuo's face darkens with his brows furrowing deeply. I see you're still as foolish as ever. That boy will only bring you pain and… He spits, his words laced with disappointment, but Mei interrupts his words. That's enough. You don't know Naruto, and you clearly don't know the amazing woman Tenten has become. She doesn't need your approval anymore, Mei interjects, her green eyes flashing dangerously and her posture protective as she moves in front of Tenten. The bun-hair girl feels a rush of gratitude towards Mei and is touched by her friend's fierce defense. She places a hand on Mei's arm, gently moving to stand beside her. I'm sorry you still feel that way, Tetsuo, but I'm not sorry for my choices. They led me to become who I am today. A strong kunoichi, a trusted friend, and a young woman in love, Tenten said, her brown eyes meeting Tetsuo's unflinchingly with her voice calm but firm and pauses. I've grown beyond the girl you knew, Tetsuo. I've trained under Lady Tsunade, faced challenges you couldn't imagine, and found happiness with Naruto, but also Mei. Your bigotry will no longer affect me. I'm no longer just an orphan named Tenten, but Tenten the sword dancer, Tenten says, determination in her brown eyes as Mei smiles. Tetsuo's face contorts with a mix of anger and something that might have been regret as he opens his mouth to speak, but Tenten holds up a hand, silencing him. Goodbye, Tetsuo, Tenten said softly, a note of finality in her voice. She links her arm with Mei's, ready to walk away from the man who had once been her whole world. Tenten, wait, Tetsuo calls out, his voice gruff but tinged with uncertainty. But Tenten and Mei were already walking away, their steps in sync and leaving Tetsuo standing alone in the bustling street. Thank you, Mei. I needed that, Tenten says with a shaky breath, after they turn a corner. That's what friends are for. Now how about we find something extra special for Naruto? I think we both deserve a treat after that encounter, Mei said, squeezing her arm reassuringly. That sounds perfect. And Mei, I'm really glad you're here, Tenten says with a smile, feeling a little lighter. The two continue their shopping trip with their bond strengthened by the shared experience as they eagerly anticipate Naruto's return. They walk with light laughter and detailed chatting, neither noticing the subtle movements in the shadows around them. "Oh, look at this. Naruto might like one of these," Tenten exclaims, pointing to a shop window displaying an array of beautifully crafted throwing knives. "They're gorgeous, though knowing Naruto, he just uses his dagger." "Pistols or rifle," Mei said, leaning closer to the window and her eyes sparkling with interest, but they quickly share laugh while still unaware of the eyes watching their every move. Targets are still on the main street. Heading towards the market district, a figure says dressed in civilian clothes speaks quietly into a communication device in a nearby alley. "Understood. Keep visual contact. Do not engage," another voice crackles through the device. "Beautiful ladies, would you like to try some dango? Freshest in Konoha." A seemingly innocent street vendor calls out as Mei and Tenten continue their stroll. "Oh, that sounds great. What do you say, Mei?" Tenten says, her eyes light up at the food. As they approach the stand, a member disguised as a fellow shopper bumps into Mei, muttering a quick apology before disappearing into the crowd. "How clumsy. Now about that dango," Mei remarks, brushing off her sleeve. The two kunoichi enjoy their sweet treats, blissfully unaware of the network of eyes tracking their movements. They spend the day window shopping, trying on clothes and debating over what Naruto might like best. "You know, I think Naruto would appreciate anything we get him. He's just that kind of guy," Tenten said as they exit a bookstore. "You're right. It's one of the things I love about him," Mei says, a soft smile on her face, as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the streets of Konoha. Mei and Tenten decide it is time to head back. They walk arm in arm, their shopping bags swinging gently at their sides, filled with the day's purchases. "This was nice. Thanks for suggesting it, Mei. It really helped take my mind off things," Tenten said, a contented smile on her face. Mei squeezes her arm affectionately with a smile. "Anytime. That's what friends are for," she says, and paused for a moment. "You know, I have an idea. Why don't we surprise Lady Tsunade with some home-cooked dinner?" she adds with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Oh, that's brilliant. We could head back and whip up something special. I bet she'd love that after a long day of work," Tenten says with her eyes on the sky. "Exactly. And I know just the recipe. Emiri-sensei taught me this amazing seafood dish that I think Lady Tsunade would adore," Mei says with a nod, her auburn hair catching the last rays of sunlight. "I hope you're a better cook than me. The last time I tried to make something fancy, I nearly set a kitchen on fire," Tenten says, as they change direction back to the market district. "Don't worry, I'll guide you through it. We'll make a chef out of you yet, Tenten," Mei says with a laugh, the sound carrying through the busy street. They make their way through the crowded market, picking up fresh ingredients for their surprise dinner. The air is filled with the enticing aromas of spices and freshly baked bread, making their stomachs growl in anticipation. "Do you think Lady Tsunade will be surprised?" Tenten asks as they headed towards the Senju Manor, their arms now laden with groceries and the purchases. "Definitely, and who knows? Maybe we'll even manage to get her to take a break from her sake for one evening," Mei comments with a soft grin, as they near the gates of the Senju compound. The two friends shared a knowing look, both well aware of their mentor's fondness for alcohol. They arrive at the manor with the excitement of their surprise plan bubbles between them, momentarily pushing aside thoughts of Naruto and the challenges that lay ahead. Targets returning Senju compound. Awaiting further instructions, a cloaked figure on a nearby rooftop whispers into a communicator. In the depths of Konoha and in a dimly lit room does Danzo receive the reports from his operatives. "Continue surveillance. I want to know everything about their movements, their relationships, and especially potential weaknesses for Uzumaki," Danzo orders, his single visible eye narrowing as he processes the information. Back in Tsunade's kitchen, Mei and Tenten bustle around it. The aroma of simmering seafood and fragrant herbs fill the air. Tenten watches in awe as Mei expertly seasons the dish with her movements graceful and assured. "Wow, Mei, you really know your way around a kitchen. This smells amazing," Tenten said, stirring the pot of rice. Mei smiles with a light blush dusting her cheeks. "Thanks, Tenten. Emiri-sensei always said cooking is an art form," she says but pauses. "You know, speaking of things that are amazing, she adds after gather her thoughts. Yeah, Tenten says, looking up, curious about Mei's sudden change in tone. Mei's blush deepens as she focuses intently on chopping vegetables. I was thinking about Naruto. And us? She starts and takes a deep breath before meeting Tenten's gaze. What would you think about, well, about all three of us being together when he gets back? She adds and Tenten's eyes widen. You mean? Tenten says, her hand stilling on the wooden spoon. Yes, I mean, intimately. All three of us, Mei says, her voice soft but determined. The only sound in the kitchen is the gentle bubbling of the seafood dish for a moment. Mei, I think that's a wonderful idea. We all care about each other so much and, well, I've thought about it before too, Tenten says, her face breaking into a warm smile. Really? I'm so glad you feel that way. I was a bit nervous to bring it up, Mei says. Her relief is palpable as she returns Tenten's smile. No need to be nervous with me. We're in this together, remember, Tenten says, moving closer and giving Mei a reassuring hug. Well then, we should start planning how to surprise Naruto when he returns. I have a few ideas, Mei says with her eyes sparkling from mischief. As they pull apart and both women giggle softly. The two continue cooking and their conversation is now peppered with playful suggestions and shared laughter. The bond between them growing stronger with each passing moment. The anticipation of Naruto's return is now tinged with an exciting new dimension, added an extra warmth to the cozy kitchen scene. Suddenly there is a clearing of a throat behind them, causing both girls to jump in surprise. They spin around to find Tsunade standing with an amused smile playing on her lips. Well, what do we have here? A secret cooking session in my kitchen, Tsunade said, her honey eyes twinkling with mirth. Tenten and Mei exchanges quick glances as their cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. We wanted to surprise you with dinner, Tenten exclaims, hastily wiping her hands on her apron. It's a special seafood dish from my homeland. We thought you might enjoy it after a long day, Mei adds, gesturing to the simmering pot. Tsunade's smile widens as she steps into the kitchen. I must say, I'm impressed and touched. It smells divine, she says, the scent of herbs and spices filling her senses while peering into the pot with interest. Though I can't help but wonder, what were you two whispering about so excitedly when I walked in, Tsunade says, her expression shifting to one of curiosity and looking to her protégés. Tenten and Mei exchange another glance, but this time with a hint of conspiracy in their eyes. Well, Lady Tsunade, we were actually discussing our plans for when Naruto returns, Mei says, her voice a mix of shyness and determination. Oh, and what kind of plans might those be, Tsunade asks, raising an eyebrow and her smile turning sly. Let's just say we're planning a special welcome for him. All three of us, Tenten replies, emboldened by Mei's openness. Understanding begins to dawn on Tsunade's face and she lets out a hearty laugh. I see. Well, aren't you two full of surprises today? I think this calls for a toast to new beginnings and creative welcoming committees, she says and moves to the cabinet, pulling out 3 sake cups. Tsunade pours the sake as Mei and Tenten share a relieved smile. The kitchen is already warm from cooking but now is buzzed with an energy of shared secrets and anticipation. The 3 women raise their cups and the clink of ceramic echoing in the cozy space. To Naruto's return, Tsunade said, her voice filled with affection for her Godai member. To new adventures, Mei adds, her green eyes sparkling. And to us, Tenten finishes, her heart full of love for her chosen family. As they sip their sake with the aroma of the simmering seafood dish mingling with the sharp scent of alcohol, the bond between the 3 women deepening. Naruto is preparing for his journey back to Konoha with the sun at midday and casting its beams across Tezuna's bridge. He stands on the wave side of the bridge and saying his goodbyes to Tezuna, Kaiza, and Tsunami. Thank you, Naruto. We couldn't have dealt with those pirates without you, Tezuna said, his voice gruff but filled with genuine gratitude. Think nothing of it. You've all been through enough, Naruto says, a small smile playing on his lips. You've saved again. You are truly waves Kage no Iu, Kaiza says, clasping Naruto's hand firmly. Be safe on your journey, Tsunami says, her eyes shining with unshed tears, and pulls Naruto into a tight hug, her round and swollen belly with her second child, pressing gently against him. Naruto returns the hug carefully and is mindful of Tsunami's condition. He could feel the slight movements of the unborn child between them, a reminder of the new life that would soon join this brave family. Naruto pulls away and takes a moment to adjust his attire of black cargo pants and sturdy boots, perfect for the long trek ahead. His graphic hoodie is adorned with a swirling storm design, hangs loosely on his frame as he pulls the hood up, shrouding his face in shadow. With a final wave to the three does Naruto turn and begin his walk across the bridge. The midday sun struggles to break through the thick blanket of clouds that hang low in the sky, casting a soft but diffused light over the landscape. The waters below the bridge were a muted gray, reflecting the overcast sky above. The steady rhythm of Naruto's boots against the bridge's surface echoes softly, punctuated by the occasional gust of wind that rustles his clothes. "I thought you planned to meet Tachibana as yourself to gauge her," Chibi Makoto asks, as Naruto pulls his hood closer. "I did but changed my mind. She has a shadow attached and I'll know," Naruto replies, shielding himself from the cool breeze that sweeps across the bridge. The cloudy weather seems to match his contemplative mood, his thoughts drifting between the things he'd just completed and the anticipation of returning home to Konoha. A flock of seagulls fly overhead with their cries carrying on the wind. Naruto pauses for a moment to watch them wheel and dive above the bridge. He takes a deep breath and inhales the salty sea air, a reminder of the unique blend of climates that characterizes the land of waves. "I hope Mei and Tenten are doing okay," Naruto muses, slipping a cigarette into mouth and lighting it. He continues on, and from beneath his hood with a small puff of smoke escaping, curling upwards before dissipating in the wind. Above him Branwen is soaring with her wings spreading wide as she rides the air currents. The bird's keen eyes scan the horizon and is ever watchful for any potential threats. He soon reaches the midpoint of the bridge, but something makes him stop in his tracks. Two figures stood there with black cloaks having red clouds, their faces hidden in shadow from conical hats. One is tall with a large and wrapped bundle on their back, while the other is shorter than the first. Naruto takes a long drag from his cigarette, blowing out a stream of smoke, but lifts his head and revealing a single glowing orb beneath his hood. Well, looks like I've got company. You guys lost or something?" Naruto said, his voice low and amused. "Naruto Uzumaki, we've been waiting for you," the shorter one says, their voice calm and cool. "Waiting for me? I'm flattered. But I've got places to be," Naruto says, flicking ash from his cigarette in the wind. "You're coming with us, Jinchuriki," the taller one says, shifting slightly, and the bundle on their back is making an odd chittering sound. "Am I now? And here I thought I had a date with two lovely ladies back home," Naruto says with voice being light, but there is an edge to it, and another drag happens with the ember of his cigarette glowing brightly. The shorter figure reaches up and grips the edge of his conical hat, with a slow and deliberate movement to reveal a face that Naruto knows all too well. Itachi Makoto's voice whispers in Naruto's thoughts, a mix of longing and pain coloring the name. "Itachi Uchiha," Naruto said, his voice a mix of surprise and his casual demeanor slipping for just a moment. Itachi's dark eyes meet Naruto's hidden eyes and his face an impassive mask. "It's been a while, Naruto," he said, his voice as calm and measured as ever. "Yeah, you could say that. Last time I saw you, you were," Naruto says with a chuckle, but it didn't quite reach his eyes and trails off a bit, memories of Itachi flashing through his mind. "Things change," Itachi said simply. "I've heard some interesting rumors about you. You've been busy by helping rebels in Kirigakure, even taking down the Sanbai Jinchuriki, and had a hand in the new Fire Lord's rise to power. You've been messing with our timetable," Itachi's partner says, his voice gruff and tinged with amusement. "Didn't realize I had a fan club," Naruto says, taking another drag from his cigarette. "Don't underestimate him, Kisame. He's not someone to take lightly," Itachi says, his eyes narrowing slightly. Naruto's brow furrows as realization dawns on his face. "Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. Quite the reputation you've got there," he said, a hint of recognition in his voice. "My fame precedes me. I'm flattered you've heard of me," Kisame says, reaching up and removing his conical hat with a toothy grin. His blue-gray skin and shark-like features were unmistakable. "So what brings you here?" Naruto says, flicking his cigarette away and his glowing eyes fixed on the two Akatsuki members. "Sharp as a tack, this one," Kisame says with a laugh, the sound harsh and grating. "Sorry to disappoint, but I've got plans. How about we reschedule?" Naruto says with his posture shifting slightly and readying himself for whatever might come next. "I'm afraid that's not an option, Naruto. Come quietly," Itachi says, his Sharingan activating and the red eyes glowing ominously. "I won't come quietly," Naruto says, reaching up to pull back his hood. As the hood falls away and Branwen swoops down with a loud caw to land on Naruto's shoulder. The raven's beady eyes seem to glare at the Akatsuki members. "Sorry, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve," Naruto says, his bright blue beginning to glow an eerie purple. "Oh, this should be fun," Kisame says with a grin, reaching for the bundle on his back. "Arise," Naruto utters, before Kisame could fully unwrap his sword. His army begins to rise around, starting with Yagura and Zabuza with his massive sword gleaming in the light. "What the?" Kisame says, his eyes widening a fraction. Amuri is next with her twin lightning blades crackling with energy, but then, "Mother!" Itachi says, and his usually stoic face cracks, showing genuine shock. Makoto and Greed stand among Naruto's shadow soldiers with their eyes fixed on their eldest son. "Yes, before she passed away from her illness, she asked to join my shadow army. And this large and hulking fellow is Fugaku. Well, I got him when you massacred your clan," Naruto says with a hint of sadness concerning Makoto. As if on cue does Greed drop to all fours with his once proud stance now subservient. Naruto casually sits on his back as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and the sight sends a visible shudder through Itachi. "Father!" Itachi whispers, his composure slipping for a moment. "Itachi," Makoto says. Her glowing eyes are filled with a mixture of love and sorrow as her voice is soft and clear. "Mother, Itachi says, a flicker of emotion crossing his usually stoic face, but Makoto holds up a hand and silencing him. "Greed doesn't speak unless I tell him to," Makoto explains, as Naruto pats Fugaku's head almost affectionately. "What kind of jutsu is this?" Kisame says with a little unease in his tone. "This is no jutsu. This is something else entirely. This power, it's similar to Lady Kushina's, isn't it?" Itachi says slowly, his analytical mind working. "Yes, Itachi. This power is similar to Kushina Uzumaki's. Given by our honorable ancestor. The power of the Shadow Monarch," Naruto says, his expression serious and almost regal with his eyes glowing to meet Itachi's Sharingan gaze. The declaration hangs in the air and heavy with implications as the bridge, once filled with the sounds of seagulls and crashing waves, is now eerily silent. Kisame's hand tightens on the hilt of his wrapped sword. "Shadow Monarch, huh? Sounds fancy. But fancy titles don't mean much in a real fight," he says, his sharp teeth bared in a mix of excitement and apprehension. Naruto's lips curl into a small but knowing smile. "Perhaps. But I think you'll find that this particular title comes with some very real power," he says, turning his attention back to Itachi. "The path you've chosen is not an easy one," Itachi, Makoto says, and she could see a flicker of regret or curiosity in her son's eyes. "Indeed. You slaughtered clan and now you want to hunt me down. Why?" Naruto asks, his voice tinged with genuine curiosity. For a moment, it seems as if Itachi might actually respond, might reveal something of his true motives. "It is something you will not understand," Itachi says, his eyes hardening. "Perhaps, but I can't let you take me," Naruto says, his arms folded and his legs crossed. The tension on the bridge is thick enough to cut with a kunai as Kisame's shark-like grin widens, his beady eyes glinting with bloodlust. Itachi's Sharingan spins lazily and ready to trap Naruto in a genjutsu at a moment's notice. Naruto is casually perched on Greed's back and raises his hand with a smirk. "Oh, I almost forgot. I've got a few more friends I'd like you to meet," Naruto said, his tone light despite the heavy atmosphere. "More tricks up your sleeve," Kisame says, pointing his sword Samahata. "You could say that. First up is the Sanbai Isabu," Naruto says, his grin growing wider. The water to their right begins to churn and bubble as the massive and shadowy form of Isabu bursts from the waves. 3 shrimp-like tails whipping through the air and visible eye locked on the 2 Akatsuki members. Well, I'll be damned, Kisame mutters, his eyes widening a little. Next is something I picked up recently here in Wave, Naruto says, uncrossing his legs and pointing left. The left side of the bridge suddenly erupt in a tangle of writhing tentacles to grab the bridge as the rest twist and curl in the air, its gelatinous form dripping from its breaching. Meet Krathok, Naruto explained casually, as if discussing the weather. You've indeed inherited Lady Kushina's power, Itachi says, his Sharingan tomo spinning. Last but not least is Inari, otherwise known as the Kyubi no Yoko, Naruto says, his haunting now glowing brighter, and Inari appears behind Naruto but is horse-sized with 9 swishing tails. There are more, but this should suffice. Now shall we dance, Naruto says, preparing to bring out Inari's fangs. Kisame's grin widens with his sharp teeth glinting in the fading light and grips Samahata, readying to shave off Naruto's limbs, but Itachi's left arm shoots out to block him. We're leaving, Itachi said, his voice calm but firm. What? But we just got to the good part, Kisame says, looking to Itachi with disbelief etched on his face. Itachi's eyes were still swirling with the Sharingan and never leave Naruto's glowing orbs. We're not prepared to face him. His shadow soldiers are nearly equal to their strength when they were alive. He has the Kyubi and Sanbai under his control. We can't beat both, he continues, his tone leaving no room for argument. You would be correct, Itachi, Naruto says, glancing between the members of his army. Come on, Itachi. We can take him, Kisame growls, his frustration evident. No, Kisame. This isn't a fight we can win today. We need to report this to leader. The situation has changed, Itachi says, shaking his head and his voice lowering a bit. Smart move, Itachi. Always the strategist, Naruto says with a tilt of his head and his hidden in shadow as his glow orbs were visible. This isn't over, Naruto. We'll meet again, Itachi says, his gaze returning to Naruto and something unreadable flickering in his eyes. Looking forward to it, Naruto replies, his tone light but his eyes sharp. Itachi, be safe, my son, Makoto says, as Itachi and Kisame begin to back away with her voice filled by a mother's longing. Itachi's mask slipped for a moment once again, revealing a flash of pain and regret, but as quickly as it appears vanishes. Itachi vanishes into a murder of crows with one last look at his mother, and Kisame reluctantly follows suit into a swirl of mist. Well, that was an experience, Naruto says, letting out a low whistle and rises to his feet. Naruto, this changes things. The Akatsuki now know they might not be able to capture Inari or Isabu, Makoto said softly, her glowing eyes filled with concern. Yeah. We'll need to ready, Naruto says, running a hand through his messy blonde hair. We should have fought them, Inari grumbles, its tails swishing in agitation and letting out a low growl that sounds suspiciously like a scoff. Maybe, but let's not play all our cards, Naruto says, his eyes glancing to Krathok, and the octopus moves its tentacles. Indeed, discretion is sometimes the better part of valor, Isabu says, his voice rumbling and his tails moving. Naruto nods with his expression turning serious. For now, we need to be careful. Itachi, he's not the type to act without reason. There must be someone pulling the strings. Someone powerful enough to keep even Kisame in line, he said, his voice low and thoughtful. Itachi is working for someone, Makoto says, concern evident for her son. It's the only thing that makes sense. Itachi's too smart to just follow orders blindly, and Kisame, well, he's not exactly known for his restraint. For them to work together, to be part of this organization, there has to be someone or something bigger at play, Naruto replies, his brow furrowed in concentration. Then we need to be prepared, and perhaps we should inform the Sandaime about this, Makoto says, her eyes reflecting a mix of worry and determination. A group with red clouds, Naruto muses, and is not keen on talking to the Sandaime as the man doesn't have his best interests in mind. I'll think about it, he adds, dismissing his soldiers one by one. He pulls out another cigarette and lights it with a Zippo with a small drag. Konoha, I'm eager to see you, my beauties, Naruto murmurs, exhaling a plume of smoke. With a last glance at the now calm waters does Naruto set off. His footsteps echoing on the bridge as he walks, each step taking him closer to Konoha and the challenges that awaited him there. The journey back to is uneventful and giving Naruto time to mull over his encounter with Itachi and Kisame. The sun begins to dip below the horizon, while painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and pink with the massive gates of Konoha coming into view. Naruto approaches the entrance and his eyes scan the familiar guard shack, seeing Kotetsu and Izumo hunched over a small table and deeply engrossed in a game of cards. "Evening fellows still guarding the gates with your lives," Naruto calls out, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Hey Naruto." "Back from wave," Kotetsu says, looking up and a small smile on his lips. "You know the drill, Naruto." "Sign in please," Izumo chimes in, not taking his eyes off his cards. Naruto nods while stepping forward to scribble his name on the visitor's log. He gives the pair a friendly wave as he strolls into village, but both guards exchange looks between themselves before going back to their card game. The streets of Konoha were bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows across the familiar buildings, but he notices the whispers. "The demon has indeed returned. I thought we were free of him," an older woman mutters, her eyes narrowing as Naruto walks by. "Shoo, not so loud. You know what they say about him now." "He has the favor of the daimyo," her companion hisses, casting a nervous glance at Naruto. Naruto keeps his face impassive but inwardly sighs as it seems the council had been busy in his absence. Danzo, his fellow elders, merchant heads and clan heads have been spreading his return, playing on the villagers' old fears and prejudices. As he continues through the village, the whispers follow him, with some being fearful, others filled with barely concealed hostility, but a few seem more curious than afraid, eyeing him with a mix of awe and uncertainty as perhaps his good deeds have spread. Naruto quickens his pace to head towards the Hokage tower. He needed to catch the Hokage before he left for the night, but as he approaches the tower, sees the Sandaime exiting the building with his traditional robes billowing slightly in the evening breeze. "Naruto," Hiruzen calls out, his voice warm and welcoming. "I wanted to catch you before left. I needed to discuss something with you," Naruto says, studying the Hokage's face. "I see. Did the extra day help you?" Hiruzen says, his brow furrowed slightly. "It did. I wanted to make sure there were no more pirates lurking around," Naruto confirms, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The Hokage nods approval clear in his eyes, but there is something else there too, a hesitation that Naruto couldn't quite place. "Something on your mind?" Naruto asks, his piercing gaze fixed on Hiruzen. "Naruto, about what you said to Team 7. Hiruzen says with a sigh, his shoulders sagging slightly. "I'm not taking back my words, if that's what you're asking." "They needed to hear it, Hokage-sama," Naruto says with his eyes harden, his posture straightening. "I understand, Naruto, but perhaps the manner in which." Hiruzen says and raises a hand, a placating gesture. "No, with all due respect. They need to hear it from someone who's lived in the world and not behind Konoha's walls. The life of a shinobi isn't a game, and they need to understand that." Naruto interrupts, his voice firm but trying to be respectful. The Hokage studies Naruto for a long moment and his eyes searching. "You've grown, Naruto. In more ways than one, it seems," Hiruzen says, a mix of pride and sadness in his expression. "The world doesn't wait for us to grow up. Sometimes we have to catch up to it," Naruto says, his stance relaxing slightly but his eyes remaining serious. "I see. Since you've returned, would you care to join me for some tea?" Hiruzen says with a smile and trying to get back on the blonde's good side. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I want to see Mei and Tenten," Naruto says curtly, his glancing in the direction of the Senju compound. "Of course, Naruto. I won't keep you," Hiruzen says, his face one of understanding. Naruto turns to leave but then pauses. "Oh, there is one more thing. On my way back, I encountered Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki," he said, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. "What? What happened?" Hiruzen says, his eyes widening and his posture stiffening. "I'm fine. I managed to chase them off by showing some of my army," Naruto says, a hint of pride in his voice. "I see. Then you should know. Itachi is part of a group called Akatsuki. Their goal, as far as we know, is to capture the Biju. Hiruzen said slowly with brow furrowed deeply and his eyes clouding in concern. I'll contact Jiraiya. He has some information that might be useful in this situation, Hiruzen adds, his tone grave. Naruto keeps his mouth shut as Jiraiya is on his kill list, but he'll be civil to quell his suspicions about Akatsuki and gives the Hokage a curt nod. Be careful, Naruto. These are dangerous times, Hiruzen says, reaching out and placing a weathered hand on Naruto's shoulder. I always am, Naruto says and meets the Hokage's gaze. Good evening, Hokage-sama. He said over his shoulder after turning to leave, vanishing into an unkindness of ravens and heading for the Senju compound. The evening air is cool against his face as he reforms in the forest of the Senju compound, his footsteps barely disturbing the undergrowth. The trees here were old and thick, their branches intertwining to create a natural canopy that filter the fading sunlight. He moves deeper into the woods with the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a night bird. I know you hate Jiraiya, and I understand your desire to address his possible actions regarding Uzushio. But his information could be useful, Makoto's voice whispers from his shadow, her tone cautious and gentle. I'll be good, but if he pushes me, Naruto replies, his voice low and controlled. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions that threaten to overwhelm him. Chibi Makoto's ethereal form shimmers into existence in front of him. I know, Naruto. Just be careful, she says, her expression one of concern and understanding. You're right, as always, Naruto said, his posture relaxing slightly. Naruto makes his way through the dense foliage towards the Senju Manor and reaches it, slipping inside and taking off his boots. A faint sound of laughter reaches his ears and his eyebrows raise in curiosity, before following the sound of merriment. He nears the living room with the laughter growing louder, punctuated by the distinct clink of sake cups. He pauses at the doorway and takes in the scene before him. Tenten, Mei and Tsunade were seated comfortably around a low table, several bottles of sake scattered between them. Tsunade's cheeks were flush from the alcohol and is in the middle of regaling the younger women with what seems to be a particularly amusing story. Tsunade's sharp eyes immediately lock onto him. Finally back, brat, she calls out, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Yeah. I wanted to stay in Wave another day. Plus, I needed a day away from Team 7-inch, Naruto replies, running a hand through his messy blonde hair. I bet, Mei said, her lips curling into a knowing smirk and her voice tinged with understanding. Tenten gets to her feet as she crosses the room in quick strides and wraps her arms around him in a tight embrace. Naruto returns the hug while breathing in her familiar scent of steel and cherry blossoms. Welcome home, Tenten murmurs into his chest, her voice muffled but filled with warmth. Naruto pulls back slightly and looking down at her with a soft smile. It's good to be back, he said, his voice low and sincere. Well, don't just stand there. Sit down and tell us about your mission. And pour yourself some sake while you're at it, Tsunade said with a clearing of her throat, gesturing to an empty cushion. Naruto chuckles while moving to join them at the table to settle down between Tenten and Mei with the latter leaned in, her breath tickling his ear. We've missed you, Mei whispers, her voice carrying her affection for him. Naruto feels a warmth spread through his chest that has nothing to do with the sake Tsunade is now pouring for him. So, how was Wave? Tsunade said, leaning forward with interest gleaming in her eyes. Naruto takes a sip of sake, savoring the warmth as it spreads through his chest. Well, it all started on the way to Wave. We hadn't even made it out of Fire Country when we ran into trouble. The Demon Brothers decided to pay us a visit, Naruto said, his eyes distant with memory. Those Kiri missing Nin, Tsunade says with a sip of sake. The very same. They thought they were being clever by hiding in a puddle on a sunny day, Naruto says with a shake of his head. What happened? Tenten asks, leaning forward with interest. I made short work of them. I used ruler's authority and killed them and added them to my army, Naruto replies with a shrug, his eyes glowing faintly. Impressive. But I'm guessing that wasn't the end of your troubles, Tsunade says with a low whistle. Far from it. Turns out the brothers were hired by a pirate named Krieg. He and ship were terrorizing wave, Naruto said, his expression darkening slightly. A real pirate? Tenten's brow furrowed and a hint of excitement in her voice. Yeah. When we got to wave, I asked around about him and soon dealt with him. Him and his crew now a part of my army, Naruto explains with another bump of sake. But honestly, dealing with Krieg was almost easier than putting up with Team 7-inch, he says, his voice tinged with annoyance. Let me guess. That pink hair girl, May says, a knowing smirk on her face. Got it in one. The entire time she wouldn't stop screeching at me about getting Sasuke to join the Godai 13. As if I'd want that brooding idiot anywhere near our organization, Naruto says with a groan, running a hand through his hair. That girl needs to get her priorities straight. And what about the Uchiha, Tsunade says with a snort. Sasuke. He spent half the mission trying to talk down to me, acting like he knew better than everyone else. I stayed calm as I didn't want to tarnish Lord Ayasu, but I swear, if I didn't, his Sharingan would be lodged firmly up his. Naruto says, his eyes flashing with irritation. Naruto Tenten cuts in, her tone gently chiding despite the amusement in her eyes. Sorry, it's just frustrating. They have no idea what the real world is like and they don't seem interested in learning either, Naruto says, taking a deep breath and calming himself. The room falls silent for a moment, but Tsunade finally breaks the silence by refilling Naruto's cup. Well, sounds like you had quite the adventure. And it seems like you handled it well. But remember, not everyone has seen what you've seen or done what you've done. Sometimes patience is the hardest skill to master, Tsunade said, her voice carrying a mix of pride and concern. Yeah. There's actually more to the story. The Wave Daimyo was being pretty shady. So I decided to give her a little scare as Wave's Kage no Iu. Figured it might help keep things in line there for a while, Naruto said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. And how did that go, Tsunade says, her eyes narrowing and swirling her sake cup. Let's just say she'll think twice before trying to take advantage of her people again, Naruto muses with a faint smirk on his lips. Clever, May murmurs, a hint of approval in her voice. But that's not all. On my way back I ran into Itachi Uchiha. Turns out he's part of a group called Akatsuki. The Hokage filled me on that when I got back, Naruto says, his expression sobering. Akatsuki? That's not good. What do you want to do about this, Tsunade repeats, her voice low. For now, we focus on what's right in front of us. We've got our time in Konoha until the Chunin exams in 6 months to deal with. That's where our attention needs to be, Naruto says, after taking a deep breath and downing more sake. Speaking of which, how did Team 8 and 10 fare while I was gone, Naruto asks, his gaze sweeping across the room. Tenten sits up straighter and eager to share her observations. They were interesting. Both teams are very group-oriented, which has its pros and cons. Team 8 especially seems to work well together, but, she said, choosing her words carefully. But Naruto prompts, holding out his sake cup. Well, there's this girl named Yakumo Kurama. She's got some unique abilities. I think she might be worth keeping an eye on, Tenten explains, her eyes lighting up with interest. As for Team 10, it's much the same story. The Ino-Shikacho combination is skilled, no doubt about it. But they're almost too reliant on each other. I can't help but wonder how any of them would fare if separated from the group, May says, adding her own observations. Naruto listens intently and his brow furrowed in thought. I see. It sounds like we've got our work cut out for us, he said, his voice low and contemplative. You know, it might be worth checking out some of the older ninja too. Get a feel for the overall state of Konoha's forces, Tsunade says, her amber eyes glinting with an idea. That's not a bad idea. And speaking of teams, I was wondering if you could do me a favor, Naruto agrees, nodding slowly and looking to Tsunade. Oh, and what might that be, Tsunade says while raising an eyebrow. I was hoping you could check out Team 7 for me. That way, I don't have to put up with them, Naruto said, a hint of relief in his voice. All right, I'll keep an eye on them for you. As for older ninja, I have 2 in mind, Tsunade says, shaking her head in amusement concerning Team 7. Thanks. I appreciate it, Naruto says and gets to his feet. If you'll excuse me. I think I'll go take a shower, he adds, stretching and his muscles aching from the long journey. Mei and Tenten exchanged glances as Naruto leaves the room, a mix of concern and affection in their eyes. Tsunade notices the exchange and takes a long swig of sake before addressing the two younger women. He's back. Don't lose your courage now. You wanted to be with him intimately when he returned, Tsunade said, her voice carrying a note of pride tinged with amusement. Tenten's cheeks flush a bright red at Tsunade's blunt words. She reaches for a sake cup with slightly trembling hands, downing it in one swift gulp. The alcohol burns pleasantly as Goze went down, giving her a boost of liquid courage. Why yeah, Tenten stutters, getting to her feet. Her heart is racing with a mix of nervousness and excitement coursing through her veins. Mei follows suit and rises gracefully from her seat. Her cheeks were also tinged pink, though whether from the sake or the implication of Tsunade's words was hard to tell. She places a reassuring hand on Tenten's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. As the two young women make their way towards the door, "Don't forget to put up a silencing seal," Tsunade calls out, her voice a mix of amusement and concern. Both Tenten and Mei freeze in their tracks, their blushes deepening to a brilliant crimson. They exchange a quick glance, a silent conversation passing between them. "All right. Thanks for the reminder, Tsunade-sama." Tenten manages to stammer out, her voice barely above a whisper. Mei is more composed and manages a small nod. "We'll keep that in mind," she said, her voice steady despite the fierce blush on her face. As they hurry out of the room, does Tsunade chuckle to herself and shaking her head. "Ah, young love, Naruto. You are one lucky brat," she murmurs, pouring herself another cup of sake. Lemon alert. Avert your eyes. Naruto is savoring the hot shower and letting the warm water wash away the fatigue of his journey. The steam fills the bathroom while fogging up the mirror as he finally steps out, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. He dries himself off with a soft towel with his mind still processing the events of the day. He slips on a pair of comfortable but loose-fitting pants that root low on his hips and drapes another towel over his head to catch the water droplets from his damp hair. He grabs his tank top but didn't put it on, preferring to let his skin breathe after the hot shower. Naruto opens the door to his bedroom with a content sigh, expecting to find it empty and quiet, but is instead greeted by an unexpected sight that makes him pause in the doorway. Mei and Tenten were sitting on his bed, both dressed in night clothes that leave little to the imagination. Tenten wears a silk nightgown that hugs her curves, while Mei had opts for a more revealing outfit of shorts and a crop top. Hey there. Didn't expect to find you two here," Naruto said, his voice a mix of surprise and amusement. Tenten's cheeks flush a deep red as her eyes trail over Naruto's exposed torso as Mei meets his gaze with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "We thought we'd surprise you. We missed you," Mei said, her voice low and sultry. Naruto feels a warmth spread through his chest that has nothing to do with the hot shower he'd just taken before stepping fully into the room and closing the door behind him with a soft click. "Is that so? Well, consider me pleasantly surprised," Naruto says, a smile playing on his lips as he moved closer to the bed. Tenten finally finds her voice, but it comes out as more of a squeak. We thought maybe you'd like some company tonight," she said, her eyes darting between Naruto's face and his bare chest. Naruto's smile softens as he looks at Tenten while sensing her nervousness but sits down on the edge of the bed, close enough that his knee brushes against hers. "I'd love some company, especially from the two of you," Naruto said softly, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of free hair behind Tenten's ear. Mei shifts closer with her hand coming to rest on Naruto's arm. "We've been talking, Naruto. About us. About you. About everything," she said, her voice serious despite the intimate setting. "Oh, and what conclusions did you come to?" Naruto says, his gaze moving between the two women. Mei leans in closer with her hand, gently cups Naruto's chin, and turns his face towards her. Her emerald eyes lock with his, a mix of determination and vulnerability swimming in their depths. "Tenten and I, we want to go all the way, Naruto. We want to give our virginity to you," Mei begins, her voice soft but steady. Naruto's eyes widen with his breath catching in his throat and glances at Tenten, who is blushing furiously but nodding in agreement. Are you sure? This is a big step. I don't want you to feel pressured or… Naruto asks, his voice soft. Tenten reaches out and takes Naruto's hand in hers. We're sure. We've thought about this a lot, Naruto. We care deeply about you and we want to share this with you, she said, her voice trembling slightly but filled with conviction. All right, if you're both sure, Naruto said softly, his voice filled with tenderness and a hint of nervousness. Mei's lips curve into a gentle smile and her emerald eyes sparkling with affection. She leans in and presses her lips against Naruto's in a soft but tender kiss. Naruto's eyes flutter closed as he savors the warmth of her lips and the sweet taste of sake still lingering on her breath. Mei pulls back after a few moments, her cheeks flush and her breathing slightly quickened. Tenten is emboldened by Mei's action, reaching out and gently turning Naruto's face towards her. Their eyes meet for a brief but intense moment before Tenten captures Naruto's lips with her own. Her kiss is more hesitant but filled with just as much emotion, and as they kiss, Mei's hand begins to wander to trace the contours of Naruto's chest before slowly sliding down his abdomen. Her fingers dance along the waistband of his pants, teasing for a moment before slipping beneath the fabric. Naruto's breath hitches as he feels Mei's warm hand wrap around his manhood, which is already beginning to respond to their intimate touches. Easy now, Mei coos. Her fingers move with gentle expertise while stroking Naruto's length in slow but deliberate motions. Her touch is feather-light yet electrifying and sends waves of pleasure through his body, causing him to let out a soft groan against Tenten's lips. Tenten's kiss grows bolder, with her initial hesitation melting away as passion takes over. Her tongue darts out tentatively, at first to beg for access to his mouth, then with growing confidence as it meets Naruto's. Their tongues dance and swirl around each other, exploring and tasting with fervent curiosity. Naruto's free hand finds its way to Tenten's body, cupping her right breast through the thin fabric of her nightgown. He could feel her nipple hardening under his palm, and he gently kneads the soft flesh and eliciting a muffled moan from Tenten. The room fills with the sound of soft gasps and quiet moans as the three explore each other with growing passion. Lay back, Naruto, Mei coos softly, her voice a sultry whisper. Naruto complies and slowly leans back onto the bed while reluctantly pulling away from Tenten's lips, their kiss breaking with a soft and wet sound. Tenten followed his movement as her brown eyes are dark with desire while she begins to trail kisses down his neck and onto his chest. Mei's hand never left Naruto's manhood, with her strokes becoming more purposeful as she gently tugs at his pants. With practiced ease, pulls the fabric down just enough to reveal his hardened length and freeing it from its confines. My, aren't you a sight to behold, Mei purrs, her eyes raking over Naruto's exposed form appreciatively. Tenten's kisses continue their journey downward, with her lips leaving a trail of fire across Naruto's skin. Her tongue darts out occasionally, tasting the salt on his skin and eliciting small gasps from Naruto with each touch. She pauses at his abs with her breath hot against his skin as she looks up at him through her lashes. You too, Naruto manages to groan out, his voice husky with desire. Mei chuckles softly, with her free hand coming up to caress his cheek. Oh, we're just getting started, she murmurs, her eyes glinting with mischief and promise. Mei guides Tenten closer to Naruto's arousal and her brown eyes widen slightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement flickering across her face. Mei's hand continues its steady rhythm, but now she shifts slightly, making room for Tenten to join her. Here, why don't you try, Mei said softly, her voice encouraging. Tenten hesitates for just a moment before reaching out, her callous fingers trembling slightly as they wrap around Naruto's shaft just below Mei's hand. Naruto lets out a low groan at the added sensation, with his hips involuntarily bucking upwards. That's it. Nice and slow. Just like that, Mei coos, guiding Tenten's movements. Tenten grows more confident in her strokes, and Mei leans down, her tongue darting out and teasing the tip of his manhood with a feather-light touch. Naruto gasps with his hands fisting in the sheets beneath him, and Tenten is encouraged, her curiosity overcoming her initial shyness. She follows Mei's lead and lets her tongue explore Naruto's length, tracing the veins and ridges with tentative licks. Mei and Tenten exchange a glance of silent communication as, in perfect synchronization, both lower their mouths onto Naruto's shaft, their lips meeting around his girth, tongues swirling and dancing together as they pleasure him. The wet heat of their mouths, combined with the visual of the two beautiful women working in tandem, is almost too much for Naruto to bear. I'm close, Naruto warns with a ragged breath, his voice strained. Mei and Tenten were about to redouble their efforts, but Mei pulls back suddenly with a soft giggle. Her emerald eyes sparkling with mischief as she looks up at Naruto, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Not so fast. Your first will be inside one of us. It's a safe day for me. What about you, Tenten? Mei purrs, running a hand through her auburn hair. Tenten's cheeks flush and her lips are slightly swollen. I'm safe too, but, she says before pausing and sitting up. I want you to taste me first, Naruto, she adds, biting her lower lip. Naruto's eyes widen at Tenten's bold request. Are you sure, he asks, his voice hoarse with desire and a hint of nervousness. Tenten nods with her determination overcoming her shyness. Yes, I'm sure, she said, her voice growing stronger. That's a wonderful idea. Why don't you show our Tenten just how skilled that tongue of yours can be? Mei said, her voice warm and encouraging. Naruto nods while sitting up slowly with his eyes never leaving Tenten's as he gently guides her to lie back on the bed. If you want me to stop at any time, just say the word, he murmurs, his hands caressing her thick thighs as he positions himself between her legs. Tenten nods as Mei's hand slips into hers, offering silent support and encouragement. Naruto's breath ghosts over her most intimate area as Tenten's eyes flutter closed, surrendering herself to the sensations that were about to unfold. Naruto starts slow while placing gentle kisses along Tenten's inner thighs. His lips were soft and warm against her skin as he works his way closer to her center. Mei whispers, her lips hovering just above Tenten's. She nods with her heart racing as Mei's lips meets hers in a soft but exploratory kiss. Naruto's tongue makes its first tentative swipe along her folds and the dual sensations make Tenten gasp into Mei's mouth, her body arching slightly off the bed. Mei's kiss is gentle and encouraging with her tongue tracing her lips before slipping inside to dance with hers. Naruto is growing bolder with his ministrations, his tongue circling Tenten's clit before dipping lower, exploring her folds with careful attention. He brings one hand up, gently parting her labia to give him better access and slowly inserts a finger into her warm but wet channel. Tenten moans into Mei's mouth while being overwhelmed by the sensation. Naruto's finger moved slowly at first and allowing her to adjust to the intrusion. Once she relaxes to begin pumping it in and out, curling it slightly to hit that special spot inside her. Mei breaks the kiss while peppering Tenten's face with smaller and lighter kisses. How does it feel? She coos against Tenten's ear. Amazing. Be better than I do. It's, oh Kami. Tenten gasps out, her hips beginning to move in rhythm with Naruto's ministrations. Naruto adds a second finger while stretching Tenten gently as his tongue continues its assault on her clit. He alternates between broad but flat strokes and quick flicks, paying close attention to her reactions to learn what she likes best. Mei's hand wanders down Tenten's body while cupping her breast through the thin fabric of her nightgown, rolling her nipple between her fingers and adding to the growing pleasure. Tenten feels like she is on fire, every nerve ending alive with sensation. The combination of Naruto's skilled tongue and fingers, coupled with Mei's soft kisses and gentle touches, is pushing her closer and closer to the edge. And Naruto, Mei, I think I'm going to. Tenten pants, her voice thick with need, and Mei gentle nips her ear. Naruto sends Tenten tumbling over the edge as her body squirms and trembles from her orgasm, her thighs locking him in to taste her essence as it spills out. She slowly comes down with heavy breathing while feeling aftershock as Naruto gives her inner thigh one more kiss. Are you ready, Panda? Naruto asked softly, using the affectionate nickname from their childhood. His manhood grazes her wet slit and Tenten shivers with anticipation. Yes, Foxy. Fill me up, Tenten says with a loving nod. Naruto positions himself carefully with the tip of his manhood pressing against her entrance before slowly pushing inside. Tenten's eyes widen and she lets out a small cry as she feels herself stretching to accommodate him. Her fingers find Mei's hand and seek comfort in the touch. That's it, Mei murmurs encouragingly, stroking Tenten's hair with her free hand. Naruto pauses to allow Tenten to adjust to the new sensation and her initial discomfort begins to fade, replaced by a feeling of fullness and a growing pleasure. She nods for him to continue and Naruto pushes in further, inch by inch, until he is fully sheathed inside her. Naruto begins to move with slowly and short pumps as the friction creates waves of pleasure that wash over both of them. Tenten's soft moans fill the air while mixing with Naruto's low groans. Mei watches them but slips off her shorts and panties. "Naruto, I want Tenten to taste me," she calls out softly, her voice husky with desire. Naruto moves enough to allow Mei to position herself over Tenten's while facing him. "Is this okay?" Mei asks, her voice gentle and encouraging. Tenten nods eagerly with her hands coming up to rest on Mei's thighs and guiding her down. Naruto resumes his slow but deep thrusts, his eyes locked with Mei's and their gazes full of mutual desire and affection. Tenten's first tentative lick makes Mei gasp softly and her back arch slightly, but encouraged by the response, grows bolder as her tongue explores Mei's folds with growing confidence. The room fills with a symphony of soft moans as the three lovers lost themselves in the throes of passion, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony. Naruto continues to rock his hips as Mei slowly pulls off her crop top, revealing her full breasts to his hungry eyes. "Show me how much you my beautiful breasts," Mei whispers, a mix of affection and lust in her eyes. Naruto captures her nipple between his lips while suckling gently, his tongue swirling around the sensitive bud, and elicits a soft gasp from Mei. She presses herself closer to his mouth and holds his head while Tenten continues her ministrations on Mei's center, her tongue exploring with growing confidence. The taste of Mei on her tongue, while combined with the sensation of Naruto moving inside her, is overwhelming in the best possible way. Naruto's thrusts become more purposeful while driven by the dual stimulation of Mei's breast in his mouth and Tenten's warmth enveloping him. He alternates between gentle sucks and playful nips, reveling in the soft sounds of pleasure he draws out of Mei. Naruto continues to move as he feels Tenten's inner walls beginning to flutter around him. Her muffled moans grow more urgent and vibrating against Mei's center as Naruto could feel his impending release coming back with becoming more urgent, more purposeful to chase the peak of pleasure. "I'm close, Panda. Come with me," Naruto coos, his breath coming in short but ragged gasps on Mei's chest. Naruto's pace quickens as the room fills with the sounds of skin against skin, punctuated by their collective moans and gasps of pleasure. Mei is caught up in the increasing intensity and grinds herself harder against Tenten's mouth, her body trembling with each swipe of her friend's tongue. "Oh, Kami," Mei breathes out, her voice thick with arousal. She could feel her own climax approaching and a tightening coil of pleasure in her lower abdomen. Tenten is overwhelmed by the dual sensations of Naruto's thrusts and Mei's taste on her tongue, feeling herself teetering on the edge. The air crackles with tension and a palpable energy building between the three lovers as they race towards their shared release. All three soon reach their climax in a symphony of pleasure. Tenten's inner walls clamp down on Naruto and pulses rhythmically as waves of ecstasy wash over her. Naruto groans deeply with his release spilling into Tenten as his hips jerk uncontrollably and Mei throws her head back, a cry of bliss escaping her lips as her own orgasm crashes over her, her body shuddering with the intensity of it. Time seems to stand still as they ride out the waves of their shared pleasure, bodies intertwined and breath mingling in the heated air of the room. The intensity of their climax begins to ebb and Naruto slowly but almost reluctantly pulls out of Tenten. A small gasp escapes her lips at the sudden emptiness, followed by a soft moan as she feels their combined essence begin to trickle out of her. Naruto's chest heaves with exertion and falls onto the bed beside Tenten. He lands on her right side with his arm draping lazily across his forehead as he tries to catch his breath. Mei is still trembling slightly from the aftershocks of her own orgasm, gracefully lowering herself onto the bed on Tenten's left side. Her auburn hair is tousled, framing her flushed face as she curls up next to the younger woman. "Amazing Tenten," Mei says, her fingers intertwining with Tenten's as they both bask in the afterglow. Mei is still flush from their shared passion and slowly disentangles herself from Tenten's side, crawling over Tenten's body and her eyes locked onto Naruto's form. Tenten watches through hooded lids as Mei's gaze travels down Naruto's body, coming to rest on his manhood. It is still impressively half erect and a testament to Naruto's stamina as Mei lowers her head towards his groin. "Mei!" Naruto breathes out, his voice a mix of surprise and renewed arousal. His words were cut off as Mei's warm and wet mouth enveloped his semi-erect member. A low groan escapes his lips while Tenten watches in fascination as Mei works her magic, her skilled tongue and lips coaxing Naruto back to full hardness. The sight is incredibly arousing and Tenten feels a new wave of heat pooling in her lower abdomen. Mei's movements were slow and deliberate, her tongue swirling around the tip before taking him deeper into her mouth. Mei soon releases him with a soft pop. "My turn now, darling," she says, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of satisfaction and desire. Mei shifts her position and guides his hardened length to her entrance, before lowering herself onto him while savoring the feeling of him stretching and filling her. A soft gasp escapes her lips as she takes him in completely and her inner walls pulsing around him. Naruto's hands instinctively moved to Mei's hips and she begins to move, finding a slow but sensual rhythm. Mei runs her nails lightly across Naruto's chest with a few breathy moans escaping her lips. "I love you, Naruto. I love you so much," Mei whispers, her voice filled with genuine emotion. "I love you too," Mei, Naruto says, interlocking their hands. Their bodies move together in perfect harmony as Tenten slowly crawls behind Mei, her hands reaching around to cup her full breasts. "Tenten," Mei says, her voice a mix of surprise and pleasure. Tenten leans in with her lips finding the sensitive spot where Mei's neck and shoulder meet, tasting the salt on Mei's skin before she begins to suck gently and careful not to leave a mark. Mei's head falls back against Tenten's shoulder and a low moan escaping her lips. Tenten's fingers explore Mei's breasts while kneading the soft flesh gently. Her thumbs found Mei's nipples to pinch and roll the buds between her fingers, eliciting a series of soft gasps and moans from Mei. "Oh, Cammy," Mei cries out, her body trembling with the onslaught of sensations. Tenten's ministrations on her breasts, her lips on her neck and Naruto's powerful thrusts below her were pushing her rapidly towards another climax. Tenten continues her exploration with one hand remaining at Mei's breast, while the other slowly trails down her stomach, fingers dancing across the smooth skin. Her hand reaches the junction where her lovers were joined, her fingers brushing against Mei's sensitive bundle of nerves. "Tenten, please don't stop," Mei moans out, her voice thick with need. Tenten continues her ministrations with her fingers moving in small and deliberate circles against Mei's sensitive bud. The dual sensations of Tenten's touch and Naruto's thrusts drive Mei wild, her moans growing louder and more urgent with each passing moment. Mei turns her head and seeks out Tenten's lips with their mouths meeting in a passionate, almost desperate kiss while muffling Mei's increasingly vocal cries of ecstasy. "I'm so close," Mei cries, breaking her kiss with Tenten as her inner wall flutter. Tenten's fingers move faster and match the rhythm of Naruto's thrusts. She peppers Mei's neck and shoulder with kisses, occasionally nipping at the sensitive skin. "Mei, Naruto, Mei, Naruto," Mei and Naruto in tandem, his hips bucking upwards with increased fervor but explodes inside Mei. The sensation of his warm release flooding her depths is the final push Mei needs. Her inner walls clench around Naruto, milking him for every drop as her own orgasm washes through her. Outside their room is Tsunade in the hallway but lets out a long sigh while shaking her head with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Looks like they forgot the silencing seal," she mutters to herself, a smile playing on her lips. Tsunade finds herself acutely aware of the heat that has pooled in her own lower abdomen. The passionate cries and moans she overheard has stirred something within her, a longing she hadn't felt in quite some time. Tsunade continues down the hallway towards her own room, her steps quick and purposeful. She reaches her room and closes the door behind her while leaning against it for a moment. "Those three really know how to rile a woman up," she murmurs to herself, a hint of amusement in her voice. She pushes off from the door with a heavy sigh, ready to take care of the desire that had been awakened within her.